A young man stares intently at his own reflection, his silver-white hair a stark contrast to the dark suit he wears. A profound question echoes in his mind, as he struggles to reconcile the face before him with any sense of self. His golden brown eyes hold a mix of confusion and determination, as if searching for an answer within their own depths. But the reflection shifts, revealing a different man with jet-black hair, his gaze downcast and heavy with an unspoken burden. The white-haired man's internal plea intensifies, a desperate whisper for the most fundamental piece of identity. Both figures now stand side by side in the mirror, the present and a haunting past, each a distinct persona, yet undeniably linked. Finally, the names surface from the depths of his memory, revealing both his current identity and a grander, more ancient title. A stark contrast appears, one face etched with distress, the other calm and resolute, as if two aspects of a single being are at odds. Meanwhile, a familiar voice speaks of a great clan, while he remains focused on the information displayed before him. A wave of frustration washes over him, a silent curse escaping his thoughts. Later, the soft click of a teabag hitting ceramic fills the quiet space, as he meticulously prepares a warm drink. He sits alone, the ritual of tea making a solitary comfort. Bringing the cup to his lips, he takes a slow, deliberate sip. His gaze drifts downward, a deep contemplation reflected in his eyes. He muses on a strange awakening, recalling how he'd slept for a decade, only to find himself back in the second year of middle school. The memory of his younger self, a dark-haired boy, confirms the exact period, a startling realization of his lost time. Lost in concentration, a younger Lee Ho-yeol meticulously sketches, a soft murmur escaping his lips. His excitement building with each stroke, he lets out a series of delighted chuckles as his creation takes shape. Years later, a vibrant blue aura flares around the current Lee Ho-yeol as he stands triumphant, declaring his work finally complete, another precious version of himself brought to fruition. A wave of nostalgic laughter washes over him, recalling the character he had meticulously crafted at the height of his youth. The blue energy continues to swirl around his hands, a tangible manifestation of his deep connection to this past creation. His expression turns serious as he acknowledges the lingering influence, realizing he is still profoundly affected by that game. The digital interface of History of the Arcana continent flashes into view, revealing the world that captivated his younger self. Majestic dragons soar through a vibrant fantasy sky, a testament to the rich lore and imaginative scope of the game. A sprawling fantasy city, bathed in ethereal light, stands as a monument to its grandeur, recognized as one of the greatest fantasy games in this world and another. The world of Arcana Continent, a realm of majestic dragons and fantastical beasts, was a place of unparalleled wonder. Its vibrant cities bustled with life, its landscapes alive with adventure, a grand tapestry woven from countless stories. Yet, for all its splendor, the game remained unmatched, never surpassed by any other, until its service was abruptly terminated. The digital gates of that world began to flicker, as a strange, ominous energy seeped into its core. And on that fateful day, the service for Arcana was terminated, marking the end of the cosmic creature of the Arcana continent, the game that had given so much, now simply gone. News of the popular MMORPG's demise spread quickly, compounded by reports that CEO Raymond had mysteriously gone missing. As the world reeled from these events, a different kind of chaos erupted, a crowd of people caught in a terrifying, red-tinged maelstrom. A heavy thud echoed through the air, as figures were violently thrown amidst the panicked masses. The chaos intensified, culminating in a blinding flash of destructive energy, a final, devastating impact tearing through the scene. The world itself began to fracture, as Arcana, the game world, manifested within reality. This break in reality spread globally, causing widespread chaos. And with it, terrifying monsters from the game world emerged. It was a time when humanity believed its end was near. Yet amidst the despair, powerful individuals rose, battling the encroaching threats. Some even found themselves re-simulated, their consciousness transferred into their in-game characters, moving with impossible speed and power, marking the true appearance of players in the real world. As the game world of Arcana merged with reality, a new breed of heroes emerged, individuals who could wield the very skills they once possessed in the virtual realm. Not only were they able to use skills from the game, they also possessed the power to confront the monstrous threats and safeguard the world. These players quickly rose to prominence, becoming the celebrated heroes of a new era. Lee Ho-yeol often found himself lost in thought, contemplating this new reality. That was when he realized the stark difference between his dreams and his circumstances. Of course, there were times when he dreamed about becoming a player too, just as famous and powerful as the rest. But the cost of buying a virtual reality machine was a few million won, and even renting one would cost hundreds of thousands per month, a sum far beyond his reach. He could only whisper his apologies, burdened by the weight of his financial reality. Kneeling before his young son, a younger Lee Ho-yeol's voice cracks with regret, lamenting his inability to provide all that he wished for him, apologizing for being a bad father. With the crushing collapse of his father's business, his son, despite his tender age, tries to offer comfort, suggesting they could manage with ramen and that he and his mother would earn money. Ho Yeol, overwhelmed, takes the blame, but his son insists he did nothing wrong. The child's innocent words only deepen Ho Yeol's anguish, his face contorted in a silent scream of despair. It was then he realized the grim truth of reality, leaving him no choice but to abandon Archana early on. Now, in the present, the older Ho Yeol clutches his head, consumed by regret, wishing he had never quit the game if he had known what the future held. He stares at his phone, the screen displaying his meager level 55, a stark reminder of his lost potential, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he acknowledges his low standing after less than a year of play. Sitting beside a blonde-haired man, Ho Yeol reflects on the irony of his situation, considering he was meant to be a level 55 mage from the start in Archana. The blonde-haired man beside him simply hums thoughtfully. A low groan escapes him, his mind consumed by the thought that this is good, that he's going to go crazy, that it's all about Mercury. This is the face of Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, a name that echoes with power and history. He stands tall, clad in dark, flowing robes, a figure of imposing elegance. This was a character that he, Lee Ho Yeol, had been painstakingly raising, a burden carried through the weight of poverty. And more than that, he was a character in whom Lee Ho Yeol was heavily invested, both emotionally and strategically. The story of Grandfell, the one Lee Ho Yeol knew so well, unfolded as follows. From a young age, Grandfell had been the successor of a great and noble family. His path was one of conflict and triumph, marked by the defeat of monstrous foes amidst a crimson-tinged world. All of it, every battle and every sacrifice, was undertaken in order to get her revenge. He had once decided to become a demon hunter, a path he carved through countless foes with a bloody blade. This was the world of his avatar, Grandfell, a powerful figure standing against a swirling vortex of purple energy. Yet, he now saw it as nothing more than a pointless and cliched story he had played with, a persona he thought he possessed back in middle school, desperately trying to halt the encroaching darkness. This past was also his dark secret, a memory that still haunted him with its dramatic pronouncements of tomorrow. As a grown man, he found it an endless source of embarrassment. These memories he had somehow missed, prompting his current self to demand, "Shut up, me." Sipping his coffee, Lee Ho Yeol felt a surge of irritation, mentally commanding his younger, more theatrical self to stop talking in that weird manner. The internal struggle was evident on his face, as his past self continued its dramatic antics, much to his present self's exasperation. Lee Ho Yeol's internal turmoil continues, questioning if he can truly function as a proper member of society, given the way he speaks and acts. His thoughts are interrupted by a colleague, Kim Jin-woo, who playfully remarks, "Hey, HeolSSI, that hair is pretty classy, huh? A real celebrity, huh? Are you becoming an idol?" Kim Jin-woo continues, noticing Lee Ho Yeol's expression. "Hey HeolSSI, are you looking at me with that concept? What's something wrong?" As Kim Jin-woo offers him a drink, Lee Ho Yeol's mind races, the casual comments stirring up his deep-seated embarrassment. He recoils internally, a desperate plea escaping his thoughts. "No, I can't." The fear of his past self's dramatic antics resurfacing is palpable, and he imagines the legal repercussions, thinking, "I'll be sued." Sitting at his desk, Lee Ho Yeol reflects on his inability to overcome adversity if he remains so not born down to earth, feeling that everything he says and does is different from his true self, burdened by the memory of his in-game persona, Grandfell, and the new player ID associated with it, wondering why he alone seems to be stuck with such a past. He concludes, "I can't make it. Everything I say, everything I do differently." With a heavy sigh, he realizes the futility of his current situation. "Anyways, I can't work anywhere like this. Looks like I have no choice but to work as a player." A low groan escapes Lee Ho Yeol as he stares down at his sketchpad, the weight of his decision settling heavily upon him. With a decisive click of the mouse, he begins to navigate the digital world. His gaze sharpens, a new resolve hardening his features as he declares, "Let's start cleaning up stuff first." He acknowledges his own limitations, admitting that he barely remembers his past from a decade ago, and currently knows nothing about what it truly takes to be a player. He knows that ranker players, like Nam Keelman, can earn hundreds of millions by clearing high-level dungeons, a chaotic world of glowing magic and monstrous foes. Yet, despite the potential rewards and the vivid imagery of battle, he still needs more information to truly understand this new path. His pride, forged as Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, far outweighs any desire for mere money, for he has already tasted the bids of kings, and for that reason, he holds no greed for such things. He delves into his research, determined to understand the world of players, knowing he must personally investigate the kind of reality he is stepping into. Yet, the information available is surprisingly sparse, leaving him with more questions than answers. He scrolls through page after page, only to find a mere 2 entries, a shocking lack of data for such a critical subject. Lee Ho Yeol leans closer to the screen, his brow furrowed in confusion, wondering what exactly demon hunters do, and if a ranker simply vanishes without a trace, leaving no news of their fate. His search continues, yielding little more than fragmented whispers and unsettling implications, each click deepening the mystery. Then, a chilling headline flashes across his screen, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. The action base, a legendary stronghold, utterly annihilated. The words echo in his mind, confirming the devastating news. The action base was indeed destroyed. An accompanying image reveals the horrific aftermath, a scene of utter devastation, bodies strewn across a ravaged landscape, a testament to the brutal power that brought down the base. Further details emerge, revealing Ukshan as the sole town where one could become a demon hunter, the very holy land for those who sought to fight against the demonic. The devastating images of the Ukshan base's destruction continue to unfold, revealing the shocking truth that the demon hunter role had been effectively removed from the game, leaving no one to play it anymore. A look of profound disbelief washes over Lee Ho-yeol's face as the implications of this forgotten history begin to sink in. The role had been deleted because demon hunters were simply too weak. Their legacy was nothing more than a forgotten tombstone in a desolate landscape. Of course, demon hunters had achieved nothing even 10 years prior, possessing low stats and only being awarded the ability to choose a build path, a skill known as the Great Power. Even with skills like Infusion Sword and Double Cut, their abilities were inherently weak. And since it was much harder for them to level up by hunting monsters, they were forced to rely on mundane quests like bread delivery just to gain experience. This dependence on simple tasks meant their growth was painfully slow and ineffective. Demons, creatures of chaos and destruction, were an ever-present threat, yet the demon hunters, despite their name, were ill-equipped to face them. Their methods were inefficient, their stats low, and their very role seemed to be a cruel joke. The world of Granfell had little use for such a flawed class. He continued to absorb the grim history, learning that demons rarely appeared in the quests assigned to demon hunters, forcing them into mundane tasks. Not only was the role pointless for players to engage with, but it also offered no meaningful progression. Observing other players, one hunter remarks, "Hey, isn't that a class nobody ever thought people played? That shitty role." The stark reality settled in. The demon hunter was universally considered a useless class. A gloved hand clenches, perhaps in frustration at the thought of such a wasted path. Lee Ho-yeol's expression darkens as he processes the information, a voice in his mind echoing. But the role became a deleted class because it was too weak. This is not just any game. All the skills here are real. A soft groan escapes him as he stares at the screen. The words, "To the update for Archana is insane. Now's the time," flashing before his eyes. His gaze sharpens, a silent question forming in his mind, wondering if there is any more information available. The chat log scrolls into view, revealing a flurry of excited messages. "You can't be a bread shuttle now? Really? And OHLMAO, who would have thought that bread shuttle would be so popular?" Another user exclaims, "If I had known this would happen, I would have become a demon hunter." A question mark hangs over his head, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light as he processes the unexpected shift in sentiment. Then, a system message from Agil Wason appears, clarifying the situation. "Help the children of Agilu in order to explain to the children that don't understand what's going on. Demon Hunter is a class specialized to defeat the new demons added to this update." He stares at the words, a single, disbelieving question escaping his lips. "Update?" The final confirmation appears, a stark blue box declaring, "History of Archana version 8.11 reality update complete." The screen then shifts, displaying a terrifying demonic figure, its form jagged and menacing, accompanied by a dire warning. "Impossible to defeat. Now they're the strongest. The monsters." More of the monstrous entities fill the display, their glowing red eyes and sharp teeth a clear indication of the new, formidable threat now unleashed upon the world. A system message flashes, detailing the grim reality. Player casualties have drastically increased due to the demon's newfound strength, with mental disruption and possession affecting even high-level players. As the implications settle, he ponders the sudden appearance of demons in reality and the perplexing absence of any demon hunters to combat them. A thought begins to form in his mind. He sits, lost in contemplation. A spectral image of a past comrade appearing behind him as he wonders, what if he is the last remaining demon hunter after the devastating fall of Ukshan? Turning to gaze out the window, he considers the weight of such a responsibility. Should he take charge? Even as he visualizes himself standing in a glowing magical circle, facing a towering, shadowy demon, the question lingers, could he truly do it, even with a 10-year setback? He reminds himself that there's no guarantee the demons appearing now are the same as those from his past, and that 10 years is ample time for things to change. Yet, the spectral image of his comrade remains by his side as he considers the grim reality. Even the high-level players are struggling. He questions his own strength, a voice echoing in his mind, declaring him weak. A flicker of distress crosses his face, as if struck by the accusation. But then, a fierce resolve hardens his expression, as he internally declares, "I, Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, do not run away from mere demons." He sits, lost in thought, the weight of his past and his identity pressing down on him. A silent affirmation forming in his mind, "That is my pride." His gaze is distant, yet unwavering, his resolve solidified. His thoughts spill onto a notebook, sketching out his inner turmoil and conviction. No matter what temptation or taunt the demon may throw at me. Back in his office, with a bandaged arm, he sits before a monitor, his determination clear. They will fail to hurt the high pride of Grandfell. The screen before him displays a blurry image, a window into the world he is now resolved to face. Liho Yeol stands before a window, his form silhouetted against the light, a quiet determination settling over him as he prepares to face what comes next. Any lingering doubts, he realizes, were utterly pointless. Turning from the view, there was no longer any room for hesitation. A monitor screen flashes with a dire demon update, reporting helpless casualties, showing images of widespread destruction. The city outside, once vibrant, now lies in ruins, a testament to the overwhelming power of the invaders. A voice, firm and resolute, declares, "Be honored." His bandaged wrist a stark reminder of past struggles. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening into an unbreakable vow. With a piercing gaze, Liho Yeol vows, "I will make sure you return back to hell." Standing with his arms crossed, he embodies a quiet, formidable power, ready to confront the encroaching darkness. Several years have passed since the Great Cataclysm, a period marked by immense destruction that reshaped the world. Though many things were destroyed, humanity proved resilient, slowly getting back on its feet and rebuilding. Life gradually returned to the streets, as people adapted to their new reality. Everyone eventually grew accustomed to the new world, but a chilling truth remained. Where there is light, there is always darkness. As Liho Yeol stands, the air thickens with a dark presence, a voice echoing that negative emotions are the perfect sustenance for the devil. These dark feelings, it continues, are made into great food for the malevolent entity, as faint red particles begin to swirl in the deepening gloom. A guttural cry escapes him, his face contorted in agony as his eyes blaze with a malevolent crimson glow, blood streaking his skin. Nearby, Kim Jinwoo recoils, a faint red aura emanating from his form, clearly overwhelmed by the same dark influence that grips his companion. Liho Yeol is consumed, his entire being engulfed by a massive, swirling vortex of dark red energy, his transformation intensifying with terrifying speed. The crimson energy surges, exploding outwards with raw, violent force. A message flashes across a phone screen, indicating that the last arrival is running a bit behind schedule. Standing patiently, the armored man confirms, there's still a minute until the last one arrives, suggesting they wait a bit longer. His gaze, sharp behind his glasses, scans the surroundings with an air of anticipation. Just then, Liho Yeol, with his distinctive silver-white hair, steps into view, impeccably dressed in a dark suit. A surprised exclamation escapes the armored man's lips as he spots the newcomer. He quickly recovers, acknowledging that Liho Yeol is already there, before announcing to everyone that he is the last party member. A friendly smile spreads across Nam Keelman's face, his armored form exuding a welcoming aura. He confirms Liho Yeol's punctuality, then introduces himself. "You're right. On time. I'm Nam Keelman, the party leader. Nice to meet you." Liho Yeol returns the greeting. "Nice to meet you." A distorted, purple energy field pulses, a phenomenon known as a rupture. Liho Yeol observes the chaotic scene, understanding that this is how ordinary individuals perceive such an event. Standing alongside Nam Keelman and Kim Jinwoo, he continues to process the visual. The narration explains that normal people are profoundly affected by these ruptures, a fate he himself would have shared had he not awakened his abilities. But there's something even more crucial to consider. He then finds himself in an underground storage area, examining a status window that indicates it's suitable for levels 35 to 40, with 88% destruction progress. As he descends a flight of stairs, he muses that this isn't a bad hunting spot for someone of his current level. He continues to review information, noting the average level of players who have entered this area. He gazes up a grand staircase at the powerful figures gathered there, a silent acknowledgement of their immense strength. It's a level he can't even begin to comprehend at this moment. Still, he knows he must continue to work diligently to improve himself. Fortunately, high-level players aren't the only ones who have awakened their powers. This realization allows him to join a party whose average level is similar to his own. He greets his new companions, Kim Jinwoo and Nam Keelman, both ranked 22 realists, eagerly expressing his anticipation for their work together today. Turning to Nam Keelman, a fellow ranked 22 realist, he reiterates his enthusiasm for their upcoming venture. Nam Keelman, acknowledging his readiness, instructs him to prepare for their entry into the dungeon. With a determined expression, he steels himself for the challenges ahead. As the world teetered on the brink of a catastrophic merge, Kim Jinwoo observed the grim reality of the destruction progress. The digital display flashed a stark warning, showing the destruction progress at a critical 19.8%. Ominous, dark energy pulsed from the growing rift, a visual representation of the accelerating progress rate that threatened to unravel reality itself. The once beloved online game, Legend of Arcana, was confirmed for server shutdown, but the true horror lay in the fact that once the destruction reached 100%, the rupture would break down completely, unleashing its monstrous inhabitants into the real world. To combat this impending disaster, players were now freely permitted to raid these ruptures, facing down the grotesque creatures that clawed their way through the dimensional tiers. Each monstrous entity represented a fragment of the encroaching threat, and only players possess the unique abilities required to approach this ticking time bomb, to push back against the inevitable. With the gravity of the situation understood, Lee Ho-yeol, now clad in battle-ready armor, turned to his assembled party, Nam Keelman, Kim Jin-woo, and another seasoned hunter, asking if they were ready to proceed into the rupture. With a shared sense of purpose, the red-haired hunter and her companion affirmed their readiness. As the blonde-haired hunter expresses his own eagerness for the coming challenge, Kim Jin-woo confirms everyone is prepared, contemplating the sheer number of members he expects to gather. He recalls a childhood spent navigating the delicate balance between his older sisters, a memory that shaped his cautious nature. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol and Lee Jin-woo move forward, the latter confidently declaring that accompanying the arrogant one will be effortless. Lee Ho-yeol, radiating a powerful blue aura, assures his companions that there is no need for concern, for he stands ready. The blonde-haired hunter watches Lee Jin-woo, who remains focused ahead. A moment later, Lee Ho-yeol curses his own grandiloquence, regretting his king-like declaration. He chuckles, questioning if the red-haired hunter truly understands the nature of a knoll, before confidently asserting his own experience with such monsters. A flicker of self-consciousness crosses his face. As Lee Ho-yeol lets out a small cough, a silent plea to his companion. Let's just not say anything, Grandfell. He mutters, the notification of their entry into the rupture and the requirement to clear 3 underground levels now confirmed. The group steps into the rupture, the air thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the faint sounds of dripping and the ominous swat and hope of unseen movements in the dark, blood-stained corridor. Where Lee Ho-yeol, the red-haired hunter, the blonde-haired hunter, and Lee Jin-woo stand ready, their gaze is fixed on the path ahead. The red-haired hunter observes their surroundings, noting aloud, I don't see any gnolls around despite the name. A moment later, Lee Ho-yeol confirms her suspicion. A party definitely came in here before us. He stands before a wall, examining the deep, jagged claw marks etched into its surface, evidence of a struggle, or perhaps a warning, left by those who preceded them. A red-haired man in glasses, dressed in a suit, confidently assures the group that there's no need to worry, believing they can clear the ruins by following the correct route. Accepting his words, Nam Keelman nods, expressing his trust in the plan. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-woo, also in a suit, declares their readiness to engage, eager to take on the gnolls. However, Lee Ho-yeol's sharp senses detect a subtle anomaly, a feeling that something is distinctly amiss within the ruins. Suddenly, a system alert blares through the air, announcing that gnolls have been spotted just 70 meters away, prompting everyone to prepare for immediate battle. The party, now fully armored and ready, faces a menacing group of gnolls, their expressions grim as they acknowledge the threat. Without hesitation, Lee Ho-yeol, now clad in hunter armor, surges forward, leading the charge into the fray. Behind him, the red-haired man in glasses struggles to keep up, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the others pull ahead. As the armored hunters advance deeper into the ruins, the red-haired man calls out, urging them to wait for him. He observes the current party composition, noting 1 tanker, 2 melee dealers, and a single magic dealer. The combination itself seems fairly standard. He muses, but the tanker is doing most of the damage dealing, while the melee fighters are primarily focused on protection. A heavy thwack echoes as Nam Keelman lands a powerful blow. Even the magic dealer is mostly focused on defense, Lee Ho-yeol thinks, watching the red-haired mage's protective aura flare. And the mage is doing most of the dealing, he continues, wondering if this is how people usually operate these days. Kim Jin-woo sighs, feeling useless, acknowledging that he's just a blockage while the others perform so well. Hyung, let's go a bit slower, the blonde-haired hunter calls out, a wry smile playing on his lips as he realizes the news can't even keep up with their pace. Right, Lee Ho-yeol concludes, his immediate problem right now is his inventory, which he promptly opens. He scrolls through his inventory, a system window displaying options like a silver sword superconducting weapon and an adventurer's bow. A sigh escapes him as he realizes he possesses no truly useful weapons, forcing him to consider fighting as little as possible until he can acquire one. Suddenly, a screeching sound echoes through the metallic dungeon corridor as a monstrous, orange-glowing figure lunges from the shadows, ambushing him. His eyes narrow, a fierce purple glow igniting within them, as he prepares for the sudden confrontation. The initial attacker is quickly joined by more, crashing and hissing as he finds himself completely surrounded by a horde of glowing monsters. A desperate cry rings out from a party member, warning of an ambush from behind a pillar. A monster's glowing red claw lashes out, only to be met and deflected by a shimmering white energy barrier. Elsewhere in the fray, the blonde-haired hunter grunts in exertion, his sword glowing red as he struggles against the relentless assault. Nam Keelman, surrounded by a dark aura, fights desperately, exclaiming that there are simply too many enemies to handle. The relentless assault continues, an overwhelming tide of monsters pressing in from all sides, making defense an impossible task. A sharp impact sends a jolt of pain through him, his face contorting as red energy lines crackle across his skin. Elsewhere in the chaos, the blonde-haired hunter finds himself equally beleaguered, desperately calling out for Nam Keelman to help. The ground itself is slick with the blood of both friend and foe, a testament to the brutal struggle unfolding. Kim Jin-woo, caught off guard by a sudden blow, cries out in disbelief and frustration. The blonde-haired hunter, however, refuses to yield, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepares to push back against the tide. Nearby, the red-haired hunter, her face etched with fury, screams a desperate warning to Jong-hoon, urging him to watch out. With a powerful swing, the blonde-haired hunter brings his massive, bloodied sword down, cleaving through the monstrous ranks. The force of his strike is immense, delivering a devastating blow. A sharp, guttural sound escapes him, as Lee Ho-yeol endures a sudden, unseen impact. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired hunter moves with blinding speed, his blade a vertical streak of light. The swift attack cleaves through a monstrous form, shattering it into a spray of crimson. Despite the blood staining the ground around him, the hunter stands firm, his sword still raised. He continues to engage the horde, while Lee Ho-yeol, in the background, also battles multiple grotesque figures. Observing the ongoing struggle, Lee Ho-yeol remarks that the beast has yet to be trained. With a calm, almost detached expression, he adds that while it doesn't seem too bad, punishment sometimes comes. Jong-hoon, looking relieved, offers his thanks to the silver-haired man, who simply watches him. But the respite is short-lived, as a monster's claw strikes Kim Jin-woo, sending him stumbling back with a pained cry, while Lee Ho-yeol muses that he doesn't want to talk like this. The monstrous horde closes in, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey, as a voice warns that 2 targets were missed. One of the creatures bellows, its maw wide, as if confirming the missed targets. Another lunges from behind, a chilling warning echoing through the chaos to move. Its razor-sharp claws extend, poised to strike. Overwhelmed, Kim Jin-woo falters, his mind racing, unable to process the onslaught or decide what to do. A calm voice cuts through the panic. Lee Ho-yeol's presence a sudden anchor in the storm, telling him to calm down. He issues a swift command, promising to handle any immediate threats while instructing his companion to prepare a stunning spell, even if it's a rushed cast. Snapping out of his daze, Kim Jin-woo acknowledges the order, turning to follow the instruction. In a blur of motion, a monster is violently cleaved, its form erupting in a spray of blood and purple energy. As the monstrous entity lets out a guttural cry, its dark, fiery aura pulses with malevolent intent. But Lee Ho-yeol stands firm against the onslaught, his blade ready as he demands, "How much time do we have left?" From behind, Kim Jin-woo's voice cuts through the chaos, assuring them, almost done. It's coming now. Everyone watch out." His face contorted in a grimace of intense concentration, he channels the last of his energy, a golden aura flaring around him as the spell nears completion. Then, with a final surge of power, the name of the attack echoes through the air, Fire Arrow. Multiple fiery projectiles erupt from his position, streaking towards the horde of monsters, engulfing them in a torrent of destructive flames as Lee Ho-yeol continues his relentless assault. One creature is instantly consumed, its form disappearing within the inferno. Another is caught in the fiery blast, its body dissolving into ash. The spell culminates in a massive, widespread explosion, eradicating the remaining threats in a blinding flash of heat and light. The air still crackled with the raw energy of the fire arrow, its explosive force tearing through the monstrous horde, leaving only charred remnants and scattered limbs in its wake. As the flames began to subside, the hunters surveyed the devastation, one of them cautiously asking if the battle was truly over. Nearby, the red-haired hunter turned to her comrade, her voice laced with concern as she checked on his condition. Lee Ho-yeol, composed despite the chaos, reassured them that he was fine, instructing them to prioritize the other teammates. Standing tall amidst the smoldering remains of the monsters, he observed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the scattered bodies of the defeated creatures and his fellow hunters. A system message flashed before his eyes, indicating a silver arrow had been acquired, and he mentally noted to retrieve the valuable item later. Meanwhile, the red-haired hunter offered a healing potion to Lee Jin-woo, who gratefully accepted the much-needed aid. But the battle was far from over, as a guttural scream erupted from the darkness, a monster's eyes glowing ominously red as it let out a furious roar. The creature's enraged cry echoed through the cavern, a clear sign that the threat persisted. As the monster's furious scream echoed through the dungeon, a hunter grunted in pain, the aftermath of the battle still raw. Turning to a fellow hunter, the blonde-haired man's voice rose in a furious accusation, demanding to know what his hyung was thinking, questioning his sanity and actions. He conceded that fear of the hidden ones might be understandable, but the underlying issue remained. His frustration boiled over, as he angrily questioned why the hyung had offered no assistance. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol's eyes glowed a furious red, his own anger erupting as he accused an unseen tanker of deliberately leading them into a trap. His voice tight with rage, he demanded an explanation for how a tanker could have made such a catastrophic error. The red glow in his eye intensified, a low rumble accompanying the surge of his power. A pulsating red aura erupted from his form, radiating raw, untamed energy. The sheer force of his anger manifested as a visible shockwave, distorting the very air around him with crackling energy. A guttural, mocking laugh echoes through the dark, red-tinged space. As the shadowy, monstrous figure reveals itself, its glowing red eyes fixed on the group. The blonde-haired hunter, his face already bloodied, turns his furious gaze toward Li Ho Yeol, demanding to know, "Are you laughing? Is this funny to you? You aren't sorry. If it weren't for you, Hyung, we wouldn't have been dragged into something crazy like this. You were the tanker, you were." His voice trails off, choked by a mix of anger and desperation. As a sudden, violent surge of red energy erupts from the ground, causing the red-haired hunter to recoil in terror, questioning the sudden appearance of fire. The monstrous entity watches on, its shadowy form still present in the background. As Li Ho Yeol, his eyes now glowing with an intense red light, unleashes a powerful aura, echoing the monster's laugh with a furious, "Kuah! Did you ask if this is funny?" His entire being becomes a conduit for the raw, crimson power, radiating outward. The monstrous entity grins, its voice dripping with contempt as it finds the human's struggle endlessly amusing. It lets out a chilling, echoing cackle, its amusement echoing through the space. But among the group of hunters, Li Ho Yeol stands firm, his resolve hardening as a system message flashes, confirming the activation of his natural enemy skill, a power that would rapidly increase his battle capabilities against the demon. His gaze sharpens, his eyes burning with a fierce, crimson glow, a silent declaration of his true nature. The monster's mocking smile falters, its expression twisting into one of genuine shock and fear. As a terrifying, crimson aura erupts around him, a demonic shadow looming behind, Li Ho Yeol's presence alone sends shivers down the monster's spine. Its earlier taunts replaced by a grudging acknowledgement, the monster finally recognizes the true power standing before it. A chilling accusation hangs in the air, the words "You're a demon" echoing as a crimson glow reflects off Li Ho Yeol's silver hair. His gaze hardening, eyes now burning with an ominous red light. A monstrous grin flashes across his face as a system message confirms the activation of his natural enemy skill. And Nam Keelman recoils, a spray of blood marking his face as he cries out in shock and pain. Before anyone can react, Li Ho Yeol seizes him by the neck, effortlessly lifting the armored man off the ground, the question a demon, escaping his lips with chilling intensity. As the blonde-haired hunter watches in stunned silence, Li Ho Yeol presses his captive for answers, repeating, "A demon," while another voice questions, "About?" He stares, disbelief etched across his face, as the words echo in his mind. Suddenly, the world around him shifts, and he finds himself standing in a cavernous, dark space, bathed in an ominous red glow. Nearby, Nam Keelman looks around in confusion, wondering where the others have vanished to. A guttural scream tears from Li Ho Yeol's throat, his eyes flaring with an infernal red light. A low, menacing growl rumbles from deep within him, his transformation intensifying. From a distance, the blonde-haired hunter watches the horrifying scene unfold, barely able to utter a sound. The red-haired hunter, blood streaming down her face, desperately cries out for help. Her arm, mangled and bleeding, bears the mark of a brutal attack. Li Ho Yeol lunges, his eyes burning with crimson energy, as he sinks his teeth into her shoulder. He lets out a pained gasp, his transformation still racking his body. A demonic presence besieges him, causing the blonde-haired hunter to scream in terror as purple energy erupts around the transforming figure. The blonde-haired hunter's mind screams that his mentality is too low, urging himself not to come closer, his status abnormal with fear. He cries out for help, trapped in the illusion of escaping, a chilling, mocking sound echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, the transformed Li Ho Yeol declares humans are such insignificant beings, striking the red-haired hunter with brutal force. His eyes glow with a malevolent red light, the impact of his attack resonating through the dark space. He lifts the red-haired hunter effortlessly by the neck, dark energy swirling around his hand. The blonde-haired hunter watches, speechless, as Li Ho Yeol's hand glows ominously. "Don't you care about this human trash?" he asks, but a voice warns that if he kills this human, he will become the true demon. Still consumed by the demonic energy, he prepares to strike, his form crackling with purple power. The blonde-haired hunter, observing the terrifying display, notes the continued presence of his opponent's armor, deciding to aim for any exposed weaknesses. His eyes blaze crimson as he snarls a challenge, daring anyone to stand against his monstrous might. He brings his energy-infused arm down in a devastating arc. But the blonde-haired hunter, his own eyes now glowing with a fierce red light, activates a skill, his sword igniting with a matching crimson aura. With a swift, whirring motion, he intercepts Li Ho Yeol's attack, their clashing energies creating a violent impact. Li Ho Yeol recoils, a flicker of surprise crossing his demonically altered face. The blonde-haired hunter's battle power surges, an intense red aura exploding around him, fueled by the demonic presence. He unleashes a powerful strike with his glowing blade, connecting squarely with Li Ho Yeol, who cries out in pain. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward, slamming into a distant wall with a heavy thud, his suit tearing from the impact. Still reeling from the impact, Li Ho Yeol's demonic form crackles with raw, red energy. The force continues to push him back, his unstable power struggling to coalesce. But a furious roar escapes his lips, his rage overriding the pain. He screams that humans are so fake, his voice laced with venom. His fury builds as he recalls the betrayal, the memory fueling his demonic transformation. His eyes glow with malevolent red light as he condemns them for being friendly just a minute ago, and now. With a surge of power, he manifests a blade of pure, crimson energy, ready to strike. His glowing red eyes fixate on his target, a chilling determination etched across his face as he lunges forward. From a distance, the red-haired hunter watches in stunned disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips at the sudden, violent resurgence. A guttural cry of anguish and fury rips from Lee Ho-yeol as he lies sprawled on the ground, shadowy figures looming around him. Slowly, he pushes himself up from the cracked earth, his gaze fixed downward as embers glow around him. Another choked sound of pure frustration escapes him. His eyes now burning with a malevolent red glow, he can hardly believe he was surprised by a mere human. The thought of silver ignites a deeper, more visceral anger within him, a profound sense of betrayal and hatred. He snarls a warning, his voice laced with venom, demanding silence. Now fully upright, a powerful crimson aura erupts from his form, enveloping him in a terrifying display of demonic power. His face contorts in pure, unadulterated rage, his bared teeth and intensely glowing eyes reflecting the depths of his fury. His eye, a burning orb of crimson light, pulses with raw, untamed power. Still consumed by a furious, demonic aura, he glares forward, his voice a low growl as he dismisses his opponents. His crimson eyes burn with an unholy light, the sheer power radiating from him almost palpable. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, wondering how things could have gone so wrong. Elsewhere, an analyst, clearly distracted, is called out by an unseen voice. He responds with a hesitant, drawn-out affirmation. His expression shifts to one of exasperation as he questions why the other person is always seeking trouble, urging them to simply let things be. With a sigh of frustration, he reminds them of his earlier advice to join the Guild of Ruptures. He quickly dismisses his own thought, only for the unseen voice to suggest he should simply quit. A small laugh escapes him as he clarifies his role, revealing himself to be an analyst, with an unspoken desire lingering in his mind. The analyst's mind replays a harsh internal monologue, a voice echoing, "Not live like a loser." He sighs, a memory surfacing of someone asking, "What was your name again? You're the older brother, right?" Meanwhile, a group of men share a laugh, their conversation lighthearted and mocking. One of them mentions, "I heard Taewon cleared an A-class raid," and another casually adds, "Tell him congrats for me." The analyst's thoughts return to the taunts, the words cutting deep. "You're someone who has to work harder to avoid bringing shame to your brother. Are you sure you're the older brother?" The mocking laughter rings in his ears as he recalls the cruel questions. "Are you even brothers? Ha. Hey, what do you even do in the ruptures? You should listen to your brother if you don't want to end up dying." A quiet resolve settles over him, a deep-seated desire surfacing. He just wanted to be a brother his brother could be proud of, and now, he decides, he will help. Suddenly, a monstrous, demonic entity with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth manifests, its presence radiating raw, malevolent power. A sharp, impactful sound echoes through the void, eliciting a surprised "huh." Lee Ho-yeol's hand, now glowing with an ominous red energy, reaches out, his voice resonating with dark authority. "You can't escape from me." A low groan escapes Lee Ho-yeol as a searing pain courses through him, his hand clenching the pencil tightly, while his other hand rests on a sketch of a figure labeled ENTJ. A system message flashes, declaring his status abnormal with possession, leaving him to question the terrifying change happening within him. His form shifts, cloaked in an ominous, shadowy aura, and a deep, resonant voice echoes, commanding, "Then let's go." The demonic entity pauses, its glowing red eyes narrowing slightly, as if questioning its own sudden emergence. Nearby, the blonde-haired hunter and Lee Jinwoo watch in horror, the blonde-haired hunter shouting, "No. Wait." His voice filled with urgency, he continues to warn, "Don't go, Ian." The blonde-haired hunter's eyes widen in dawning horror as he finally comprehends the truth, exclaiming, "He's a demon." Unheeding their cries, Lee Ho-yeol's demonic form strides away from the shattered remnants of the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A collective cry of despair erupts from the hunters, a desperate "no," echoing through the chaos. A guttural cry escapes Lee Ho-yeol as the demonic possession intensifies, his form racked with pain, while dark energy erupts around him, his eyes burning a malevolent red. The shadowy aura expands, tendrils of crimson energy lashing out, as an insidious voice echoes within his mind, dismissing his resistance. "No," it sneers, "your mentality is too low. I put everyone in danger." The entity asserts its dominance, declaring, "You cannot resist. If it weren't for me." Suddenly, a massive, shadowy claw erupts from his form, crushing an unseen target with brutal force, a faint cry of surprise cut short by the impact. He launches himself forward, a blur of dark energy and a sword-like appendage trailing behind him, shattering the environment as he moves. A violent impact follows, a deafening roar of power as crimson energy explodes outward, annihilating everything in its path. His demonic hand clenches, armored and radiating dark power, a testament to the overwhelming force now at his command. He continues his relentless, high-speed assault, a crimson trail marking his destructive trajectory, leaving only ruin in his wake. He lets out a pained gurgle, the agony tearing through him as the voice within taunts. It hurts. It hurts. You idiot. Don't you know that if you keep this up, I'll kill him too? The entity presses on. Don't you care whether the master lives or dies? Do you want to become a murderer? His face contorts, a silent battle raging behind his eyes. A heavy silence follows, the weight of the internal conflict palpable. Then, a subtle shift in his demeanor, a hint of defiance in his gaze. Is that your pride? The voice challenges, cutting deep. He responds with a sharp, questioning what? As if taken aback. A fresh wave of pain racks his body, forcing him to clutch his chest. His hand clenches into a tight fist, red energy flaring around it, a symbol of his desperate fight for control. He is struck by a violent surge of crimson energy, the impact reverberating through his very being. His eyes glow with an ominous red light as the power courses through him, a fierce determination hardening his features. The raw, untamed energy swirls around him, a vortex of destructive power. A scream of agony tears from his throat as the entity's voice echoes, taunting him with his own pride. Yet, through the pain, a chilling resolve settles upon him, accepting the power as he acknowledges Nam Kyeolman. The world blurs, and darkness consumes everything. Then, the scene shifts to Nam Kyeolman, lying prone and injured amidst the rubble, his armor cracked and broken. He groans in pain, while Lee Jinwoo kneels beside him, his face etched with deep concern. He stares down at the bloodied figure of Nam Kyeolman, a chilling realization dawning on him as the words demon echo in his mind. A faint voice struggles to escape the injured man's lips, revealing a horrifying truth. He had been possessed by a demon. Jinwoo's voice cracks with concern, calling out to his senior. Kyeolman Hyung, are you okay? With the help of the other hunters, Kyeolman is slowly brought to his feet, a faint, almost mocking chuckle escaping him. Despite his grievous wounds, a faint glow emanates from his hand as he confirms, I'm alive, but now I was stabbed. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol stands before an exit, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he utters, I told you. His golden brown eyes hold a knowing glint, reflecting a detached understanding of the chaos he leaves behind. With arms crossed, he looks down, his voice calm and assured as he states, you do not need to worry. Then, without another glance back, he turns and walks away, leaving the scene of destruction and the injured behind him. With a confident smirk, he declares, for I am here. For it is a human's negative emotions that draw out the darkness. These very feelings, he implies, are what attract demons, a truth the hunters around him seem to understand. Therefore, he commands, so be prideful and have no fear for the demons. He stands tall, asserting that a demon hunter's attacks are not merely physical. Only affecting the demon, the true weapon is pride, a thought that resonates deeply within Nam Kyeolman. A ring glints on his finger as he muses, I didn't forget that, no matter how long it's been. Later, he stands behind the analyst, observing a holographic display, his gaze fixed on the glowing blue data. A bitter memory surfaces of a low-level imp hunt yielding no valuable drops, just a frustrating waste of effort. Under a clear, bright sky, the city hums with its usual rhythm. Towering structures pierce the heavens, a testament to human ambition. Inside one such building, Lee Ho-yeol scrolls through comments on his phone, a particular post catching his attention. He continues to read, his expression unreadable, as the words on the screen detail a hunter's frustration over lack of drops. A voice cuts through the silence, questioning him. Hyung, are you asking me to believe that? Taking a sip from his cup, Lee Ho-yeol simply confirms, yeah. The other person sighs, finding it hard to reconcile. I'm a guild leader, just taking in a person based on a post like this is a bit. A man with long, reddish-brown hair, held by an unseen hand, recalls a harrowing past, admitting that he was the party leader who had been possessed. His identity is revealed as Nam Taemin, a level 368 barbarian, ranked 11th among players, and the guild master of Jan. Now, in a moment of quiet reflection, Nam Taemin calmly sips from a mug, his expression serious and contemplative. A thought or statement begins to form. High above a sprawling metropolis, a sleek, futuristic vessel hovers silently amidst the clouds, overlooking a city of towering skyscrapers that pierce the sky. A sudden, incredulous thought echoes, what? Below, two imposing figures in dark suits stand guard outside a grand entrance. As Nam Taemin, with a look of disbelief, remarks on a past disagreement, finding it hard to believe a change of heart. A wry laugh escapes him as he questions the difficulty of trusting one's own brother, expressing gratitude with a hint of sarcasm. His expression shifts to mild annoyance as he warns against sarcasm, before breaking into another laugh, playfully asking if the other person is worried about becoming an ant. No, a voice insists as a hand gently stirs a cup. I'm serious. Nam Taemin, however, feels a profound sense of relief, declaring that he feels much better now, and that his true role is finally clear. He admits to struggling to keep pace until now, but now he intends to take pride in himself and forge his own path. A confident smile spreads across his face. As he looks away, a thought forming in his mind. He's getting curious now, He wonders what kind of person the one they call brother truly is, having changed so much. His expression turns thoughtful, considering the challenges of dealing with the imp. He concludes that if the status abnormality didn't affect him, it must mean his mentality stat is truly incredible. The conversation shifts to a visual of a dagger, as he recalls. You said he fought with a dagger instead of magic, too. A low groan escapes him as he meticulously sketches, his mind wrestling with an unseen burden. The drawing, a detailed portrait of a man, bears the label ENTJ, a silent testament to his analytical focus. Meanwhile, Nam Taemin, deep in conversation, muses aloud, wondering why someone would enter a specific rupture, given their known capabilities. He concludes that the only logical explanation for such a story must be an act of pure belief. He continues, emphasizing a point, but his companion interjects, questioning why Taemin would think he didn't trust him. Taemin reassures him, affirming his trust, acknowledging him as the crucial witness to events. The other man responds with a puzzled sound, as a narration box clarifies that boss Nam Taemin, from the guild management team, is responsible for scouting new players. Seated across from each other, Taemin continues, explaining that his current success is entirely due to his companion, reiterating his trust, and even presenting a contract. A warm smile spreads across his face as he finally reveals the depth of their bond, calling the man his older brother. He continues, emphasizing the prestige of the organization. The analyst, slightly embarrassed, expresses his gratitude. Taemin then urges him to review the contract, asking for his thoughts. The analyst acknowledges, reaching for the documents. A subtle smile plays on Taemin's lips as he watches. But as the analyst reads, his eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. He can only stammer out a question about the contract's conditions. The morning sky stretches wide, a canvas of soft blues and whites. Below, a mundane building stands tall, its windows reflecting the quiet start of a new day. But for Lee Ho-yeol, the day begins with a jolt, a sudden realization that he is about to be overtaken by Yuelf, the thought echoing in his mind as Lee Jinwoo watches over him, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. Amidst the turmoil, a system message flashes, confirming his level has increased, a small victory in the face of mounting pressure. Later, under the spray of the shower, he still grapples with the implications, muttering in disbelief, his frustration evident as Jinwoo stands by, a silent, glowing presence. Despite his inner turmoil, Granfell attempts to project an air of indifference, claiming such matters are beneath his concern. Yet, his true feelings quickly surface as he admits his concern, then turns to Jinwoo, seeking advice on how to distribute his newly acquired stat points. Overwhelmed by the decision, he decides to postpone it until he can rest. Even in bed, the thoughts plague him, leaving him with a sense of disarray, while Jinwoo remains a silent, watchful guardian, his blue aura softly illuminating the room. The city awakens under a vibrant sunset, a silent testament to the belief that a clean environment fosters a clear mind. Inside, meticulous hands ensure every surface gleams, reflecting the world outside. Yet, a deep weariness settles over him, a silent plea for a moment of true rest. The urban sprawl continues its endless rhythm, indifferent to the personal battles fought within its walls. On a stovetop, a simple meal simmers, surrounded by the remnants of preparation. Lee Ho-yeol, phone tucked to his ear, carefully stirs the pot, his focus unwavering. A taste confirms his efforts, a healthy reward for his discipline. He holds the bowl, a small, glowing figure hovering nearby, as he muses on the disciplined life of Granfell, a life of strict schedules and self-restraint. From this new routine, he realizes, much can be learned. Lee Ho-yeol continues his new, disciplined routine, the soft clink of a cup echoing in the quiet kitchen as he prepares his meal. Meanwhile, a figure with long, flowing silver hair stands, observed by a smaller, dark-haired presence, as if reflecting on a past self. Ho-yeol, deep in thought, understands that the principles of self-restraint and discipline he's cultivating are not just for his job or level progression, but are being applied to every aspect of his real life. Though exhaustion sometimes tempts him to simply order delivery and collapse, he pushes through, knowing he's becoming healthier because of the small, glowing figure who watches over him. He sits quietly at his table, reflecting on his progress. A faint glow emanating from his hand as he interacts with something unseen, a soft click and thump marking his actions. For Granfell's talents are not limited to a single domain. He is profoundly talented in magic, capable of imitating most spells simply by observing them once, his eyes glowing with arcane power amidst swirling golden symbols. Beyond his magical prowess, he is also exceptionally intelligent, a formidable warrior wreathed in a crimson aura, wielding a blade of pure energy. The Granfell persona, Claudie Arpius Romeo, was not only intelligent and magically talented, but also incredibly fit, a fact Lee Ho-yeol was now diligently documenting. He mused, that seemed to cover all the essential details. A voice confirmed, he had written everything down perfectly. Still, a lingering thought persisted as he continued to write. What if these extraordinary traits were truly manifesting in his real life? Taking a moment to capture a memory with Lee Jinwoo, he decided he simply had to trust the process. Later that afternoon, at 17:15, his phone buzzed with an incoming message. He picked it up, a small sound of surprise escaping him as he saw the sheer length of the text. He wondered why it was so incredibly long. A bad feeling settled over him, and despite not knowing its contents, he decided to simply reject the sender for now. Then, with a new resolve, Lee Ho-yeol lifts his phone, ready to put his theories to the test. A moment of quiet contemplation passes as he prepares himself for what's next. He declares to himself that this is what he will test, the ability to imitate most spells simply by observing them. On his phone, he begins a search, typing player magic and browsing through various results like player magic 3-minute lecture and earning money as a player mage. As the search results load, he anticipates the knowledge he's about to uncover. With his phone in one hand and a notebook open on his desk, he meticulously prepares to document his findings. Meanwhile, in another location, Nam Taemin, now wearing glasses, looks on with a troubled expression, a single ellipsis hanging in the air as if in deep thought or concern. The long text message Lee Ho-yeol had previously ignored now appears on screen, revealing an urgent plea from the Sataguild Guild, requesting his immediate assistance for a critical dungeon raid, emphasizing the dire situation and the guild's reliance on him. Meanwhile, the analyst informs Nam Taemin that another guild might have made him an offer, prompting a surprise query about the possibility of a rival bid. The news clearly agitates the guild master, who learns that South Korea's top guild, Jaeon, offered a new car, paid fees, and a 7-3 split, a ratio he finds utterly unacceptable. The analyst then confirms that another guild had indeed made an even better offer, though he remains uncertain of the specifics. As the Mage's Tower materialized in Seoul, foreign guilds began establishing branch offices, a development that clearly catches Nam Taemin off guard. His surprise quickly turns to anger, demanding to know which foreign entities dare to encroach. His face contorted in a snarl, he declares that no one dares to step foot into his territory. Meanwhile, a complex magical circle glows with an ethereal blue light, pulsing with unknown power. High above the sprawling city, a cloaked figure stands silhouetted against the night sky, muttering about the implications, even if it is a foreign guild. Still processing the implications of the news, the analyst considers the top guilds in Seoul, wondering if one of them might be behind the offer. His guild master, however, is far past contemplation, his frustration boiling over as he declares that no other guild could possibly match such an enticing offer. Clutching the contract, Taemin laments that it's a deal so sensitive, he can't even show it to the other leaders of Jaeon. Unable to move past the incredible opportunity, he demands more information from his analyst, specifically about the individual involved. Standing over the seated analyst, Taemin's voice booms, prompting a confused query from the man in glasses. Determined, Taemin announces his intention to personally confront the other guild before anyone else can snatch away the opportunity. Pulling open his shirt in a gesture of intense focus, he reiterates his demand for every single detail about the person they're discussing. The analyst hesitates, struggling to find the right words to describe the individual's appearance. Taemin's impatience flares, questioning how someone could struggle so much to describe a person, suggesting they could describe a mythical animal more easily. Lee Ho-yeol and Nam Keelman stand side by side, their attention fixed on something before them, a sudden realization escaping Nam Keelman as he exclaims, while Lee Ho-yeol questions the nature of what they're seeing. Meanwhile, the analyst, having just delivered some crucial information, raises a finger in emphasis, a small ah escaping him. He then confirms his statement, thinking to himself that the individual in question resembles an aristocrat straight out of a fantasy novel. Nam Taemin, listening intently, lets out a surprised huh as he processes the analyst's description. Indeed, a fancy aristocrat at that. The subject of their discussion is revealed on a phone screen, displaying a regal game character, while a notebook filled with complex magical diagrams and notes lies open beside it, detailing the intricacies of its abilities. A hand meticulously adds to the notes in the notebook, the analyst confirming that he understands the information. Back with Lee Ho-yeol and Nam Keelman, they too are engrossed, looking down at similar data, their expressions thoughtful. The phone screen glows with the game character's details, intricate magical energy flowing across its form, as the analyst declares that he can clearly perceive the flow of magic. A low groan escapes Lee Ho-yeol as he processes the information, realizing he can indeed utilize these powerful items, provided he possesses the necessary mana. He muses to himself, acknowledging the inherent power of Granfell, yet playfully dismissing the dramatic backstory as mere middle school syndrome, before concluding that this avatar is truly a best genius. A surprised exclamation escapes him, while Nam Keelman stands nearby, offering a reassuring thumbs up. With his capabilities now confirmed, he shifts his focus to the next crucial step. A holographic screen materializes before him, displaying his stats, and he declares it's time to distribute the points, with Nam Keelman observing from behind. He considers his options, deciding to allocate points to be open to all mana types. His finger hovers over the interface, confirming 2 points each for stamina and agility. He then points to the mana stat, resolving to put 0 points into it, since it's already so low. Later, holding a weathered document, he reads the tragic backstory of Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, the sole survivor of his family, who steeled himself to become a demon hunter to avenge them. He lets out a soft grunt, his bandaged hand hovering over the system interface, still allocating points. A thought crosses his mind, wondering why he's suddenly reminded of his past life, a life he diligently lived, yet one he now perceives as truly unfortunate. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the irony. His focus returns to the glowing screen, his finger tapping to increase his luck stat, a seemingly minor adjustment. Later, lying in bed, he ponders the weight of his choices, realizing this journey is for both his own sake and Grandfel's, and he wonders who will ultimately bear the suffering. He reflects on the simple numerical increase, noting that merely raising his luck stat from 1 to 2 has effectively doubled his fortune. A faint smile touches his lips as he considers the possibilities, musing, "Who knew? Maybe I'll pick up a coin on the road tomorrow." The whimsical thought lingers, a small, hopeful flicker. But his expression soon hardens, his eyes opening to a more serious contemplation of his path ahead. He stares intently at the holographic display before him, a single thought forming in his mind. This is more than just a simple coin. A slight smile plays on his lips, as the system reveals its next prompt. A class quest. The words hang in the air, promising a new, significant challenge. A sudden, startling realization echoes through the air, a question hanging heavy with disbelief. It's a class quest, the very prologue to a counterattack. Could this truly be the class quest he'd only ever heard whispers about? After Arcana became a rarity, quests themselves grew scarce, and the reason for that was simple. There simply weren't enough NPCs left in the real world to hand them out. Even common quests were a rare sight, yet he had somehow received a class quest. A thoughtful expression settled on Lee Ho-yeol's face, the implications of his new task slowly dawning on him. This wasn't just any class quest. From what he knew, this was no ordinary undertaking. He stares ahead, a profound realization dawning on him. This wasn't just any quest. This was a class quest, a challenge specifically for Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo. A gasp escapes him as the full weight of its significance settles, confirming his deepest suspicions. The quest itself seems to manifest as a vision of a noble paladin clad in golden armor, a figure of immense power and grace. This was indeed a class quest, a rare and pivotal event for Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo. It was a singular undertaking, a quest given to only one person, an unparalleled challenge. And with it, the true counterattack was set to begin, represented by a shadowy figure wreathed in crackling purple energy. Such an event was monumental, making headlines across the world, with news outlets reporting on Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, the first paladin to achieve top 10 ranking, and the first to receive a class quest, alongside mentions of Guildmaster Nam Taemin and Paladin Ranker No. 2 Lee Jinwoo. The Dungeon Hunter's class quest sparked dismay among countless paladins, raising questions of impartiality and societal dependence on guilds, as the starting conditions and secrets of this unique quest remained unknown. The implications of the S-grade class quest weigh heavily on him, an astonishing assignment given its rarity, as most people only receive B-grade quests, yet he, a mere class S, has been granted one. Logically, he considers, there should be no way someone of his rank could even qualify for such a high-tier quest. A soft click of his mouse punctuates his thoughts, leading to a stark realization. His brow furrows in contemplation, the weight of the truth settling upon him. He concludes, with a quiet certainty, that he must be the last remaining demon hunter. A sigh escapes him as he looks down, accepting that, in a strange way, it all makes sense now. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, ruined land, a place known only as Ukshin. This is the past of the demon hunters, a name that sounds grand, yet the reality is far from it. Now clad in rugged, practical gear, he stands amidst the ruins, the grim reality of his new mission starkly apparent. An unseen voice echoes, welcoming the new arrivals to Ukshin, the desolate land where their training is set to begin. The instruction is clear. They are to begin climbing the towering cliff face, starting from its summit, with a stern command to get moving. The daunting task looms before them, a sheer vertical challenge. Lee Ho-yeol, now clad in dark, practical gear, stares up at the impossible height, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as he realizes the sheer scale of the challenge. Below, Nam Keelman and Lee Jinwoo exchange incredulous glances, wondering if the instructor has lost his mind. They grumble about the seemingly pointless, repetitive nature of the training, wishing for a faster, more efficient way to progress. Despite his initial frustration, Lee Ho-yeol begins his ascent, straining with every handhold, a grunt of effort echoing his earlier curse. Meanwhile, the Shadow Mage, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, informs another group that this desolate location will be their new training ground. He adds, with a hint of disdain, that the available facilities are, at best, antiquated. The hunters stand at the base of the massive cliff, their faces etched with exhaustion as one of them announces it's time to eat, prompting another to question if they're returning to the cafeteria they just left. He glances at a system screen, which mockingly reminds him of the remaining 523 meters of the 800-meter climb, urging them to go faster or risk starvation if they don't eat. A deep sigh escapes him as he stares up at the daunting height, the training still far from over, a persistent burden. In a fleeting memory, he sits across from another hunter, who remarks that anyone would have quit under such conditions, but Lee Ho-yeol simply laughs, acknowledging that even demons couldn't break his spirit. The system screen continues to display messages, asserting that those arduous trainings were what made him stronger, before humorously adding that his middle school album was truly terrible. His hand reaches out, touching the glowing blue interface of the system, ready to move past the past and discover the nature of his next quest. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he prepares to face the next challenge. A soft, questioning sound escapes his lips. He sits at a desk, gazing intently at the screen, ready to discover the nature of his next quest. High above the bustling city, a towering skyscraper pierces the clouds, its glass facade reflecting the vibrant hues of the setting sun. This imposing structure houses the Anti-Arcana United, or AU, Korean branch, a critical facility in the ongoing struggle against the encroaching arcana. It was established to mitigate the chaos, casualties, and damages caused by the arcana's influence, staffed by individuals who had dedicated their careers to its development. In response to the arcana's growing impact on the real world, these dedicated employees meticulously gather information, translating it for the players to understand in combat. In simpler terms, they are perpetually overworked. One such analyst stretches, groaning in his cubicle, cursing the very arcana he helps manage. He turns to a colleague, wondering aloud if Sunday might bring new rupture updates, only for his coworker to point out that it's already past 8, making new updates likely imminent. The first analyst sighs, resigned to their fate. He mutters about a Raymond bastard who he suspects is behind the constant updates, before deciding that hope is useless and he must simply keep refreshing his screen. He lets out a sigh of relief, glad that the immediate crisis has passed. Unbeknownst to him, the system's updates always brought real-world consequences, a problem that would soon manifest. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, a new notification flashing across his screen. He springs to his feet, disbelief etched across his face, uttering a stunned, "There's an update." Huh. Leaning over his desk, he stares at the screen, his voice rising in a frantic question. What? Are they kidding? His colleague, however, simply sighs with weary resignation, while the analyst cries out, "No way." The analyst bolts from his desk, shouting about the new update, his mind already racing with the implications. He declares his intention to quit, already halfway out the door, leaving his bewildered colleague to call after him. His face contorted in panic, he shouts instructions to unplug the phones, knowing the reporters would soon be calling. Still reeling from the previous system update, the analyst finds himself overwhelmed, his eyes wide with stress as a voice demands to know why he's on the phone, prompting a choked, desperate response. Suddenly, the world around him seems to dissolve into a chaotic void, replaced by an ominous red sky and a chilling system message. A new demon will come to you soon. The message continues, detailing the arrival of a new ranked monster, a monstrous beast with a count of 200 out of 200. More terrifying figures appear, identified as followers of Count Escura, confirming their status as new ranked monsters. Finally, the true threat is revealed, Count Escura, a formidable entity at level 430. The ominous display fades, leaving Lee Ho-yeol and the analyst staring in stunned disbelief, the analyst barely able to utter, "Level 430? He continues, his voice laced with despair, reminding Lee Ho-yeol that the strongest hunter is only level 403, before declaring his intention to quit and suggesting they do so together. Still reeling from the shocking revelation, Lee Ho-yeol could only acknowledge the grim reality. He explained that if they were to get help from the NPCs in the tower, it would only complicate matters further, creating a whole new set of problems. The analyst, his expression tight with worry, knew the NPCs in the tower wouldn't do anything, and the tower itself offered no assistance. They wouldn't do anything this time either, leaving them utterly alone. Lee Ho-yeol confirmed his fears, stating that it was impossible either way, and they were basically just being forced to watch people die. The analyst could only utter a single, despairing phrase. It's over. The rupture they faced would inevitably lead to a breakout. Overwhelmed, the analyst cried out, asking why he couldn't just quit, why things had to get so difficult so quickly. If they failed the rupture raid, then everything would come out, exposing the truth to the world. Still reeling from the grim prognosis, the analyst laments that human life is supposedly worth something, yet the updates they've received have only been barely manageable. Lee Ho-yeol, observing his distress, internally acknowledges the absurdity of the situation, finding it unthinkable and completely illogical. The air hangs heavy with the unspoken truth that only a miracle could possibly avert the impending disaster. As the analyst looks up, his voice barely a whisper, he questions the very purpose of their struggle, wondering why they must endure such overwhelming odds. A new resolve hardening his expression, Lee Ho-yeol reaches out, a silent vow passing between them, as a new class quest manifests for the last remaining demon hunter, a prologue of the counterattack against the demons, requiring him to train his weakened body. True to the quest's demands, he pushes himself to his limits in a gym, a system window detailing the repeated quest for physical training, including running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, all yet to be started. His legs tremble uncontrollably, each muscle screaming in protest as he pushes through the grueling regimen. He can feel his entire body shaking, a testament to the intensity of the training, and a concerned voice asks if he needs a bag, wondering if it's truly normal to train this hard. Nam Keelman offers assistance, but he refuses, his resolve firm as he questions the wisdom of getting used to such weakness. Even a simple meal, a hearty sandwich laid out before him, becomes a monumental task, his hands shaking too much to properly hold it, as he muses about needing a new look once this ordeal is over. The exhaustion is so profound that he can't even stop himself from spilling food everywhere. A stark contrast to the image of the analyst on his screen, a silent reminder of the stakes. Despite the physical toll, a sense of accomplishment washes over him as the system confirms his progress on the Train Your Weakened Body quest. All objectives for the day are complete. 20 kilometers run, 800 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, and 300 burpee tests, a feat he admits he would have abandoned if not for Granfell's unwavering pride. After a grueling day, Lee Ho-yeol collapses into bed, anticipating a well-deserved rest, believing he can finally sleep feeling good. Yet, even in his exhaustion, a part of him remains eager, excited to discover what the next quest will demand. The next morning, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes through the quiet residential area as the day begins anew. From a high vantage point, the world stretches out below, offering a serene view before the day's intense training. Soon, he is back to his regimen, his bare torso straining with effort as he pulls himself up, muscles flexing with each arduous repetition. Outdoors now, the sheer physical toll elicits a frustrated cry from him, cursing the relentless demands of his training. His feet dangle, a testament to the height he reaches with each pull as he pushes through the pain. Sweat drips from his face, his eyes glowing with an intense, almost supernatural light from the exertion, a guttural grunt escaping his lips. Finally, a system window appears, confirming the completion of his 200 pull-ups and 500 sit-ups, though the running and push-up goals remain unfinished, prompting a frustrated shout of action. A pained grunt escapes him, his mind reeling from the system's relentless demands. It was a repeat quest, an endless cycle of training, and he couldn't help but wonder if they were truly insane for imposing such a task. Surrounded by scattered papers, each representing a completed task, Lee Ho-yeol pushes through the mental and physical exhaustion. With a sharp intake of breath, he continues to tally his progress, the numbers piling up relentlessly. This grueling routine had already stretched on for an entire week. The system's message echoed his frustration. Once I complete one, another one comes up. The quest, Train Your Weakened Body, remains stubbornly in progress. Finally, the notification appeared. You have finished today's goal. He had completed the 2.0 kilometers run, 500 pull-ups, 500 sit-ups, and 500 burpee tests, all checked off the list. But the relief was short-lived as the realization dawned on him. This was just today's goal, implying it would repeat. Utterly drained, he slumped onto a bench, a small, fluffy creature resting beside him, as the weight of the never-ending quest settled heavily upon his shoulders. Hunched over, his body aching, Lee Ho-yeol muttered to himself, realizing he had once again completed the grueling daily regimen. A system window confirmed his achievement, stating he had completed a week's worth of his daily goal, and he mused that his inherent physical traits were likely the only reason he could even manage such a feat. But a wave of frustration washed over him as he wondered how many more times he would have to endure this before finally receiving a tangible reward. He hoped the reward wouldn't just be more physical training. When suddenly, a new system message flashed before his eyes, announcing that he had fulfilled the conditions and was now rewarded with an increase in his stamina and dexterity stats. His eyes widened as he processed the information, realizing these were permanent stat increases. And a wave of pure shock and excitement washed over him, causing him to exclaim in disbelief, unaware of the shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes smiling faintly behind him. The system further elaborated on the value of these rewards, explaining that items capable of raising stats were incredibly expensive, with even a single point costing millions of won. Lee Ho-yeol lets out a soft groan, his brow furrowed in concentration as he sketches, still processing the incredible stat gains from his daily quest. The system's message echoes in his mind, confirming the unbelievable reality of his new strength. He considers the implications, realizing that if this was a daily reward, it meant a continuous, exponential growth far exceeding the effort of the quest itself. Later, discussing the matter with the analyst, Lee Ho-yeol expresses his willingness to repeat the arduous task 10 times over for such a significant reward. Suddenly, a new system notification flashes across the screen, announcing an update to the Count family's territory rupture. The news continues, revealing that most guilds have already declared their intention to abandon the newly updated area, a clear sign of its perceived danger or difficulty. Both Lee Ho-yeol and the analyst react with wide eyes, a shared expression of surprise and concern. The system reiterates the update, confirming the new rupture in the Count family's territory for Thursday. The notification concludes with a final, ominous detail. The rupture has opened, bringing with it a new named entity, Count Reagan. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as the system reveals the terrifying truth. Count Regura is not only a demon, but also a vampire, with a staggering level of 480, making this rupture the most formidable challenge ever encountered. His fingers tap nervously on his phone as he scrolls through the latest updates. Beside him, the analyst confirms the grim outlook, relaying Rao's statement that there's no telling if this development is good or bad. The sheer number, level 480, hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the insurmountable odds. A desperate thought flashes through his mind, a primal urge to simply kill that. The public chat channels are ablaze with panic and disbelief, as users like Raymond, Bong Suyun, and Minjae question the broken barrier, the balance update, and whether even the strongest rankers can defeat a level 480 boss like Count Rigura. On the news, Rao reports that Count Rigura is confirmed to be both a vampire and a demon, while major guilds have already announced their refusal to participate in the ruin raid. The reason for their withdrawal is clear. The risk is simply too high. Overwhelmed by the news, he slumps forward, the glowing blue aura around him reflecting his deep distress. Demons are the most challenging foes players face, their very presence radiating an oppressive aura that makes them difficult to contend with. They grow stronger with each battle, forcing players to deal with endless status abnormalities just to survive their onslaught. Considering all this, he wonders how anyone could possibly defeat a monster like Count Rigura. The sheer monstrosity of the demon vampire is something he never imagined fighting, a terrifying vision of horns and glowing red eyes. Yet, a new class quest has appeared, titled Prologue of the Counterattack, Dear Last Remaining Demon Hunter, which requires him to hunt a demon and a vampire, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The quest specifically names Zuxian, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, as the demon he must confront. Staring at the quest details on his screen, he realizes the only vampire left to hunt is Count Rigura, leaving him overwhelmed by the monumental task ahead. A deep sense of dread washes over him, a primal fear he can't quite shake. It's a natural reaction, he thinks, considering he's tasked with hunting an impossible enemy. Yet, these emotions are merely his own, Li Ho Yeol's feelings, while his heartbeat remains unnervingly calm. This body isn't truly his anymore, so how should he, as Grand Fel, truly feel? A subtle shift begins to ripple through him, like ice spreading through his veins. His eyes now glowing with an ethereal, cold light, reflecting the emergence of a different will. A cold, dismissive thought echoes in his mind. These inferior species are merely trying to interfere with his precious time. The transformation is complete, his gaze now sharp and unwavering. With a chilling resolve, the Grand Fel persona within Li Ho Yeol asserts itself, declaring a heavy punishment for those who have sinned. A sudden realization washes over him, as his human consciousness grasps the full, terrifying implication of Grand Fel's intent. Clutching his head in a desperate struggle, he pleads against the violent urges that threaten to consume him. A nondescript building stands tall against the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. According to his latest search results, Li Ho Yeol processes the information, a thoughtful expression on his face as he holds his phone. Count Escura has been located in Russia. As he scrolls through various magic-related search terms, a single question echoes in his mind. Why? The answer lies within the Mage's Tower, where a glowing blue portal hums with arcane energy. This portal, a large-scale magic, allows its user to teleport anywhere instantly, a shadowy figure observing the city below. It is also the very reason why so many large guilds across the world have established branches in Korea. A faint smirk plays on Li Ho Yeol's lips, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fall into place. As he reviews the details on his phone, a notification about a rainbow attack flashes across the screen, prompting him to consider if a taxi would be the most efficient way to travel. The incident from the previous night has put all guilds on high alert, with the Mage's Tower now under strict surveillance, and he knows he has to get going, rustling as he rises from his seat. A soft thud echoes as he stretches, lamenting that he has already wasted too much precious time. As he swiftly dons his suit jacket, Lee Jinwoo, looking surprised, calls out, asking if he's just going to leave him behind. He pauses, a slight frown on his face, realizing that Garota's negative T has become lighter, a detail he almost forgot. Turning back to Jinwoo, he suggests with a knowing look that he should wear a puffer jacket. With a decisive motion, he grabs a thick stack of cash. A satisfied expression on his face as he thinks to himself that he cannot miss out on tea time. As he walks away, Jinwoo, exasperated, yells after him, insisting he put on a puffer jacket instead, calling him a pig. The Mage's Tower, a grand and imposing structure, stood under a clear sky. Its intricate architecture now a backdrop for a bustling scene as he arrived, a lone reporter capturing his presence with a camera. As he stepped out of the car, a driver urged him to hurry, while another figure mentioned that Jaein was expected today. Approaching the tower, he was met by Nam Keelman, who, surrounded by other hunters, seemed surprised by his question, asking what he meant by the Mage's Tower. Nam Keelman explained the situation, noting the swarm of reporters and the strict surveillance the tower was under, suggesting the guild master was likely in a rush. He continued, emphasizing the presence of hunters, rankers, and magic users, all gathered there like now. His gaze sharpened as he considered the scarcity of actual magic users, and how purifying magic alone consumed a vast amount of mana. As the commotion outside the Mage's Tower intensified, a red-haired hunter roughly seized a man in a suit, pulling him forward with an aggressive grip. The man cried out in alarm, announcing the arrival of Jaein and urging haste. Meanwhile, the scene was swarming with reporters, one of whom pushed forward, identifying himself from MBC and demanding a statement. They encircled Guildmaster Nam Keelman, barraging him with questions about a new dungeon and whether he intended to share information with other journalists. Another reporter, Lee Yong-hyun from KBC, added his voice to the clamor. One reporter pressed further, asking if Jaein had found a way to purify Countess Skira, but Nam Keelman simply requested that they leave their questions for later. From behind, the red-haired hunter let out a short, amused laugh. Turning to face the scene, the hunter remarked that it was a shame. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Grandfell holds a glowing, ethereal object, his thoughts consumed by the formidable challenge ahead. He admits, however, that he still doesn't know the method to defeat Countess Skira, while elsewhere, a reporter presses Grandfell on the dungeon's ruptures, eagerly calling out his name. The media swarm continues, questioning why certain guilds can't enter dungeons earlier than others, concluding it's simply to outshine their rivals. Amidst the chaos, the guildmaster is asked about sharing information, but he offers a firm refusal. From a distance, the red-haired hunter observes the spectacle, musing that if these guilds truly fought for world peace, they would demand it rather than simply watching from afar. Suddenly, the guildmaster's attention is drawn to a new development, his expression shifting to surprise. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as someone exclaims the arrival of the Shining Guild. The guildmaster, now visibly agitated, demands to know what his subordinates are doing and orders them to retrieve their equipment immediately. Amidst the clamor, two figures from the Shining Guild emerge, drawing all eyes as the crowd shouts for Camilla to look their way, while others eagerly call out for Guildmaster Lox. Lox, the blonde-haired leader, stands tall and muscular, radiating an aura of power befitting his status as the Shining Guild Master and the second-ranked player globally, while Camilla, with her striking red hair, maintains a composed presence beside him. From a vantage point above the throng, Nam Keelman observes the spectacle, noting the arrival of Guildmaster Lox, and suggests to Lee Ho-yeol that they should make their move, unable to remain in the growing crowd. Down below, Camilla graciously acknowledges the adoring fans, waving and offering a polite thank you. Lee Ho-yeol remarks that the Guildmaster is simply anxious, while Nam Keelman asserts that this development is a gain for both them and Korea. From their elevated position, the red-haired hunter joins Nam Keelman and Lee Ho-yeol, as the Guildmaster explains that all the major guilds are converging on Korea because of the Mage's Tower. And with this influx, Jaein's standing is steadily declining. He concludes that Jaein is likely placing his bets on this very expedition. A suited subordinate stands before Camilla, his expression tense as he lets out a soft groan. She reassures him, telling him there is no need to feel anxious. Her gaze remains steady, reflecting a quiet determination. They simply need to proceed slowly, step by step, and do their best. Her subordinate, relieved, praises her reliability. As they review information on a tablet, he then asks about Lee Ho-yeol, wondering if he had attempted to meet them again. He had tried to change the conditions and contact him again, but the update had already happened. Camilla considers this, her expression thoughtful, remarking that Lee Ho-yeol had grown stronger and questioning if his actions were a direct result of that newfound power. The possibility of encountering him within the Mage's Tower looms large in their minds. While the world outside continued its mundane rhythm, a new understanding was beginning to unfold. On a small screen, a video played, revealing 100 different ways to manipulate magic, each demonstration eliciting a quiet exclamation of amazement. Lee Ho-yeol watched intently, his gaze fixed on the intricate details of the magical displays. The video showcased a player attempting a fire spell, a practical application of the theories he was studying. Each new video, each new perspective on magic, deepened his comprehension. Finally, a quiet certainty settled over him as he absorbed the last piece of information, the complex mechanics of magic now fully clear in his mind. He understood the 3 distinct levels of magic activation, beginning with the careful process of inspecting the raw mana itself. Next came the delicate art of interfering with its natural flow, bending it to one's will. And finally, with a surge of focused energy, manifesting it into a tangible form. A soft, orange glow emanates from Lee Ho-yeol's palm, coalescing into a small, flickering flame. He stares at it, a look of utter surprise on his face, while the bespectacled man beside him mirrors his shock. From across the train car, Nam Keelman's voice cuts through the quiet, a sharp warning echoing as Lee Jin-woo stands silently by his side. Looking down, the young man offers a quick apology, admitting he hadn't expected to manifest the skill so immediately. Then, with a newfound confidence, he declares his complete mastery over his mana, the man with glasses behind him still wide-eyed in disbelief. Nam Keelman, however, remains unimpressed, warning that he will intervene if the display causes any fear among the passengers, before angrily demanding he stop showing off. Ignoring the outburst, Lee Ho-yeol muses to himself, realizing he truly learned the skill simply by observing a video. His hand hovers over a holographic screen displaying hunter stats, confirming his hunch that mere observation was enough to grasp the complex abilities. A flicker of profound realization crosses his eyes, a silent exclamation of astonishment at his own rapid progress. As new skills are added to his system, a notification appears, revealing abilities like Natural Enemy, Silver Mastery, Simultaneous Shooting, and Exorcism Ritual, leaving Lee Ho-yeol to wonder if this is some kind of bug. Later, at a bus stop, Lee Ho-yeol, Nam Kyeolman, and Lee Jinwoo wait, with one of them questioning the strange occurrence. As he looks up, a soft blue glow emanates from his form, a subtle sign of the mana now flowing within him. Their destination is revealed to be a grand, ornate structure, known simply as the Mage's Tower. Inside, the tower is a bustling hub of activity, its central chamber dominated by a massive, glowing blue crystal. Observing the magnificent interior, Lee Ho-yeol remarks that this is indeed the Mage's Tower, noting how vastly different it appears from the outside. He stands with Nam Kyeolman, Lee Jinwoo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, all having arrived at their destination, ready for whatever comes next. He gazes intently at the shimmering blue portal, a strange energy emanating from its depths. A thought forms in his mind. This must be the portal. His expression remains calm, yet a subtle curiosity flickers in his eyes. A sudden surge of understanding washes over him, leaving him to wonder, what is this? He feels a vague, almost instinctual connection, as if he could manifest this portal magic himself. Then, a moment of self-correction. No, actually, it's not just a feeling. He realizes the process seems far simpler than the ignition magic he encountered earlier. Meanwhile, nearby, a man with a megaphone shouts instructions to a crowd. Ewan Guild, over here. The analyst is briefing. Distracted, Lee Ho-yeol accidentally bumps into another man, who stumbles forward, prompting an apologetic, "Huh? Did I push him into the portal? Oh, sorry." While the megaphone man yells, "Watch where you're going." A red-haired man, clad in ornate armor, glares at his subordinate, his voice sharp with frustration. Meanwhile, a different man in a suit looks down, muttering to himself about a recent encounter, realizing the person he just bumped into bore a striking resemblance to Hoiba Sasai. Back in the briefing room, Lox's assistant calls out to him, reminding him to begin the presentation. With a slight start, Lox acknowledges the prompt, shifting his focus to the task at hand. As the presentation begins, a hand clicks a remote, displaying information about new ruptures, specifically noting that the latest one is located in Russia. The screen then projects a visual representation, illustrating what a rupture actually looks like. A detailed diagram appears, explaining that the outer circle represents the territory's rupture, spanning 200 meters and containing hundreds of entrances. Further details emerge from the rupture distribution chart, revealing that the innermost circle signifies the court family's rupture, with 7 currently identified. Finally, Lee Ho-yeol, holding a phone, concludes the briefing, stating that the innermost circle, known as the Fortress Rupture, is where Count Escura resides. He continues his presentation, explaining the high probability that Count Escura's castle will manifest in the real world, a seemingly coincidental event that feels more like fate unfolding. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a desolate, snow-covered landscape, where a massive, glowing purple rupture tears through the sky, crackling with raw energy. Below the ominous portal, tiny figures gather, drawn by its terrifying presence. A young man, holding a selfie stick, addresses his audience, confirming his location in Russia. The area around the newly formed rupture is already teeming with hunters and players. As Kitty Eye excitedly greets his viewers, broadcasting live from the site of the new phenomenon. He shivers dramatically for the camera, lamenting the biting cold, yet determined to deliver engaging content. Turning to get a better view of the rupture, he suddenly senses a presence directly behind him, prompting a surprised exclamation. Kitty Eye, still broadcasting, confronts the man who appeared behind him, demanding he mind his manners. Reaching out, he grabs the man's arm, attempting to physically stop him. Kitty Eye insists he knows about the rupture, while Lee Ho-yeol simply glances down, a faint escaping him. His patience clearly wearing thin, Lee Ho-yeol states he has none left. The sheer pressure emanating from the man causes Kitty Eye to tremble, his bravado instantly evaporating. Without another word, Lee Ho-yeol simply turns and walks away, leaving the stunned streamer behind. Kitty Eye, now humbled, quickly corrects himself, muttering an apology as the man continues to depart. Lee Ho-yeol approaches the massive, crystalline purple structure that has erupted from the snowy ground, its ominous energy crackling around it. As he draws closer, a faint purple aura begins to emanate from his own body, matching the mysterious energy of the rupture. Lee Ho-yeol arrives at the massive rupture, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gazing up at the towering purple energy of the territory's outpost, he wonders if the environment within will be as challenging as he hopes. Suddenly, the air grows heavy, and snow begins to fall around him, signaling an immediate shift in the environment. From the swirling flakes, a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes begins to materialize, its form coalescing from the darkness. With a guttural cry that echoes through the snowy expanse, the creature unleashes a terrifying roar. Before the sound can even fully dissipate, Lee Ho-yeol, now clad in a sleek red combat suit, moves with blinding speed, delivering a devastating blow that impacts with a sickening crunch. His eyes glowing an intense green with unleashed power, he continues his relentless assault. Finally, he lands lightly in the snow, The confrontation seemingly concluded with a soft thud. As he moved with impossible speed, the ground beneath him fractured and erupted, sending debris flying with each powerful stride. A desperate cry tore through the air, a young woman's voice pleading for her senior to wait. Her face streaked with dirt and a fresh cut, Leonie Bellucci looked back in frantic pursuit, her eyes wide with alarm. She knew he was far beyond her level, but his relentless pace was pushing her to her limits, a faint glow emanating from his hand as he vanished ahead. From a safe distance, Lox and another hunter watched the chaotic scene unfold, Lox remarking that she was simply eager for her own demise. The other hunter scoffed at his words, accusing him of speaking nonsense and formally labeling him a traitor. Leonie, however, had little time for such squabbles, turning to face a grotesque, shadowy monster that had emerged behind her. A system window materialized, displaying her profile. Leonie Bellucci, a berserker from the Shining Guild, ranked among the top 300 players. With a fierce resolve, her eyes blazed with an intense, golden light as she prepared to unleash her unique trait. Her eyes narrowed, a furious scowl twisting her features as she let out a frustrated, guttural sound, clearly enraged by whatever words or actions were being thrown her way. Entering the rupture, he finds himself on the territory's outskirts, a desolate, icy expanse fit for those between levels 240 and 270, where the wind howls with an eerie chill. With a faint purple glow emanating from his steps, Liho Yeol presses deeper into the chilling unknown, the air growing heavy with an unsettling presence. He surveys the frozen expanse, a stark realization dawning on him about this place. It is indeed the very outskirts of the territory, where the biting wind continues its mournful song. A faint blue aura shimmers around him as he shivers, the cold here proving even more intense than anticipated. His teeth clench against the frigid air, a memory surfacing of why he had long ago abandoned his path as a mage. As his golden eyes sharpen, he detects a presence, a bloodied wolf, level 230, lurking nearby. A pack of bloodied wolves, their dark fur bristling with menace, snarls and growls, their red eyes burning in the icy gloom. Observing the formidable creatures, Liho Yeol acknowledges their strength, a level 230 monster, far surpassing his own level 87. Despite the vast difference, his system display confirms his identity as Grand Claw's Arpius Romeo, currently at level 87, with his stats for stamina, agility, and mana clearly visible. With a determined glint in his eye, he activates his natural enemy skill, a quiet confidence settling over him as he declares his intent to win. A smirk plays on his lips, amused by the sheer audacity of the giant's swag he perceives in his opponents. Meanwhile, one of the bloodied wolves lets out another guttural growl, its red eyes burning with primal hunger. As his hand begins to glow with an ethereal blue light, he silently warns the creatures that they have chosen the wrong opponent. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around his outstretched hand, ready to unleash its power. Facing the entire pack, the blue aura expands around him, as he prepares to show these ignorant creatures the true meaning of power. With a surge of blue energy radiating from his hand, Liho Yeol stands poised, ready to unleash his power. He intends to make his enemies truly realize the fear of being hunted. His gaze remains sharp, his resolve unwavering. The mission is clear, to hunt a vampire, and let it be known that the hunting has begun. Elsewhere, Leonie Bellucci plummets through a desolate, dust-filled void, her body a blur against the darkness. She crashes violently onto a jagged, rocky surface, debris scattering around her. A sharp cry of pain escapes her lips as the impact reverberates through her. Amidst the chaos of battle, a clawed monster lunges forward. Leonie Bellucci's voice cuts through the din, a raw exclamation of frustration at the sheer number of creatures. Surrounded by the relentless onslaught, she continues her furious tirade, her words echoing the brutal reality of their situation, while the blonde-haired hunter attempts to interject, urging her to calm down. His voice trails off, a resigned acknowledgement of Leonie's characteristic intensity, even as her face is streaked with blood. Despite the blood and grime, Leonie's amber eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, her expression set in fierce determination. One of the monstrous wolf-like creatures snarls, its fangs bared, a chilling testament to the relentless threat they face. The blonde-haired hunter, looking weary, expresses his growing concern, noting that despite their efforts, the horde seems endless. As the group stands amidst the fallen enemies, Leonie dismisses their kills as insignificant, her tone suggesting they've barely scratched the surface. Nam Kielman, observing the scene with a thoughtful gaze, muses aloud that something about the situation feels off. Standing over the defeated creatures, Leonie Bellucci remarks on the mutt's peculiar lack of luck, a chilling observation that hints at their inherent weakness despite their numbers. Amidst the bloodied remains of the wolf-like creatures, the blonde-haired hunter observes their forms, noting that they don't appear to be overpowered by anything. He continues, cautioning Nam Kielman not to act too sharply in his assessment, as the situation might be more complex than it seems. Leonie Bellucci, her expression tight with frustration, shakes her head, dismissing their current line of thought. A heavy silence falls over the group, as an ominous feeling begins to settle in. Nam Kielman, his gaze fixed on a strange, glowing purple aura emanating from the ground, questions if anyone has ever seen such a phenomenon, or if the creatures they hunt are meant to look so pained. Leonie Bellucci turns, her eyes widening slightly as she takes in the unsettling sight. The blonde-haired hunter echoes the sentiment, asking the assembled group if they've ever encountered anything like this before, while another hunter wonders aloud how they are supposed to make sense of it. The purple energy intensifies, spreading rapidly across the cavern, its ominous glow filling the space with a deep, resonating hum. Leonie Bellucci and the blonde-haired hunter exchange bewildered glances, their faces reflecting the shock and uncertainty gripping the entire team. A chilling howl echoes through the snowy landscape, causing her to pause, her expression etched with concern. The sound is unlike anything she's heard before. And elsewhere, the blonde-haired hunter remarks that it's no ordinary cry, while Nam Kielman adds that it sounds like something truly terrified. The blonde-haired hunter recalls that their previous targets never made such a sound, wondering aloud what could possibly be happening. The eerie sound seems to emanate from deeper within the desolate, snow-laden woods. And Leonie Bellucci, her resolve hardening, declares they'll only find out by going to look, urging the others to follow her lead. The blonde-haired hunter, caught off guard by her sudden charge, calls out in surprise, attempting to halt her. Ignoring his plea, Leonie Bellucci presses on, her voice ringing out as she commands the entire group to advance. Lee Ho-yeol, among the others, prepares to follow, his expression a mix of apprehension and determination. He closes his eyes, a faint sensation registering in his palm. The mana at the arrowhead pulses with a vibrant blue light, a clear sign of its latent energy. It may not be a good arrow on its own, but he knows he can imprint his own mana directly onto its tip. And then, with a surge of will, the process begins. His eyes ignite with a fierce orange glow as raw power erupts from his form, culminating in a powerful manifestation of his inner strength. Fiery wings unfurl from his back, and a bow forms in his grasp, radiating an intense heat. The sheer force of his awakened power engulfs him in a blinding inferno, a swirling vortex of flame and light. As the air crackles with raw power, a horde of monstrous figures, wreathed in their own malevolent flames, surges forward. But Lee Ho-yeol, now a blazing avatar of destruction, meets their charge head-on, his fiery fist connecting with brutal force. The impact sends one of the creatures reeling, its form momentarily distorted by the sheer kinetic energy. Elsewhere, a pained grunt escapes Leonie Bellucci as she struggles to maintain her composure, a desperate plea forming on her lips. She stands with other hunters, her expression a mix of determination and growing concern. Her amber eye, wide with intensity, reflects the chaos unfolding around them. Blood streaks her cheek, a testament to the brutal struggle she has endured. Back in the fray, Lee Ho-yeol continues his relentless assault, his fiery form a blur of devastating power against the remaining monsters. Later, the battle concluded, he sits calmly, sipping from a cup, the fiery aura now completely receded. A fiery arrow streaks across the sky, drawing the attention of the assembled hunters, with Leonie Bellucci questioning its magical origin. Her face contorts in a furious scowl, demanding to know the identity of the perpetrator. Just then, a slit in reality, a rupture gate, tears open, and from it emerges Lee Ho-yeol, who wonders how he appeared so far west of Alair. The blonde-haired hunter, observing the newcomer, speculates that he might be a stranger. He continues, suggesting the man could be one of those who appear from outside ruptures, a possibility Leonie Bellucci considers. Yet, her frustration boils over, muttering about the foolishness of the situation. As the other hunters engage the monstrous threats, Leonie Bellucci shouts a warning to the civilian, reminding him of the danger. Unperturbed, Lee Ho-yeol simply watches the chaos unfold with a calm, discerning gaze. He calmly sips from a small cup, the liquid disappearing with a soft gulp. Meanwhile, Leonie Bellucci fumes, unable to believe he just ignored her, while the blonde-haired hunter and Nam Kielman look on in disbelief. Her anger boils over, demanding to know why he wouldn't respond when spoken to. As she confronts him, standing over his seated form. Suddenly, the blonde-haired hunter and Nam Kielman cry out, their attention snapped to something unseen. A desperate voice shouting for the guildmaster to watch out, causing Leonie to spin around, her eyes wide with alarm, while he remains impassive. As a monstrous, red-eyed enemy lunges into view. Li Jinwu is immediately thrust into battle, his blade a blur as he carves through the monstrous bandits. He continues to fight with fierce determination, deflecting blows and striking back, but the sheer number of enemies is daunting. A blonde-haired hunter shouts in frustration, realizing the overwhelming odds. Nam Kielman, his armor already bloodied, curses, wondering where such a horde could have possibly come from. Despite their efforts, one of the bloodied bandits manages to land a painful blow on Li Jinwu, making him cry out. A system window flashes, identifying the relentless foes as bloody bandits at level 30, a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a red-haired hunter, enveloped in a vibrant red aura, commands everyone to hold their ground. But the pressure is immense, and Li Jinwu struggles, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Another bandit strikes, a golden magical impact flaring as he takes a critical hit, surrounded and vulnerable. As the relentless horde of bandits pressed in, A desperate cry tore through the chaos, warning of their sheer numbers and the glint of their weapons. The sheer scale of the enemy force was overwhelming, a sea of armed figures. The realization of their predicament hung heavy in the air, a chilling thought echoing among the beleaguered hunters. But then, a surge of crimson energy erupted, Liho Yeol moving with impossible speed, his form a blur of red light as he plunged into the heart of the bandit horde. Each strike was a flash of brilliant red, a devastating blow that tore through the enemy lines. He carved a path of destruction, his movements precise and deadly. The bandits fell before him, unable to withstand the sheer force of his assault. As the red aura pulsed around him, Liho Yeol stood triumphant, the true extent of his power now undeniable. From the sidelines, a voice cut through the aftermath, calling out to him with a mix of awe and urgency. Leonie Bellucci stands firm amidst the chaos, her expression grim as the sheer number of enemies becomes apparent. Her blue eyes narrow, assessing the overwhelming odds. With a fierce cry, she plunges into the fray, her weapon a blur against the first bandit. Bandits fall around her, but their numbers seem endless, pressing in from all sides. A frustrated curse escapes her lips, her hand clenching in disbelief at the relentless assault. Still, she fights on, a lone beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. From behind her, an unnamed hunter's voice rings out, filled with desperation, questioning their next move as they find themselves completely encircled. Leonie glances back at her beleaguered allies, the grim reality of their situation settling in as bandits close in from every direction. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Liho Yeol takes a slow sip from his glass, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. Amidst the fiery chaos, the blonde-haired hunter stares wide-eyed at the unfolding disaster. While inside a cramped vehicle, Leonie Bellucci glares at Liho Yeol, demanding to know why he hasn't moved. He merely offers a calm, almost amused smirk, asking if this is truly the time for tea. Then, with a casual sip from his mug, he advises them to run, before concluding that the situation seems entirely manageable. Outside, Leonie Bellucci is violently thrown through the air, her body a blur of motion and debris. She slams into a solid surface with a deafening crash, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. But even bruised and battered, she pushes herself up, her eyes glowing with fierce determination, a fiery aura igniting around her. Meanwhile, Liho Yeol stands amidst the debris, a powerful red aura flaring around his leg, ready to engage. As if on cue, a massive swarm of dark, flying creatures descends from the sky, filling the horizon with their menacing forms. As the new threat materialized, a single, frustrated expletive escaped Liho Yeol. Around him, brilliant blue energy began to surge and streak. As he sat, calm amidst the glowing aura, a small thermos clutched in his hand. He focused, mana flowing from the bottle to form an intricate magic circle, intending to inspect the mana within, knowing that interfering with it was simple enough. What remained was to manifest his power, but to do so on the scale he desired would require an incredible amount of mana. He knew he wasn't capable of that at his current level, and if his assumption was wrong, he would simply pass out trying to manifest this skill. Yet, a thoughtful expression settled on his face as he continued to hold the glowing thermos. A new question forming in his mind. What if these magic spells he was using weren't skills at all? As the mana coalesces in his palm, Liho Yeol begins to draw forth an immense power, a glowing blue orb forming in his hand. Intricate symbols of light then bloom into existence, weaving themselves into complex patterns around him. A deafening roar of energy erupts, as his eyes blaze with an ethereal blue light, and his silver hair stands on end, consumed by the sheer force of the magic. Seated amidst the swirling blue aura, he maintains his focus, his suit straining under the immense power he channels. From the ground, a colossal pillar of blue energy erupts, reaching skyward with intricate patterns etched into its form. With an outstretched hand, he guides the surging power, shaping its raw force. The energy then expands into a vast, shimmering barrier, an intricate magical structure enveloping the surrounding landscape. Nearby, Leonie Bellucci recoils, her face etched with distress and streaked with blood, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the spell. Lying on the ground, she can only stare up, speechless at the incredible display of power. Still reeling from the sudden surge of power, Leonie Bellucci stares in stunned silence, her mind struggling to comprehend the scale of the magic she'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, the other hunters, including Nam Kielman, Li Jinwu, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, look up at the colossal, glowing blue structure, one of them questioning, why isn't anything happening? The immense magical wall, shimmering with intricate blue energy, stands silently before them, its sheer scale dwarfing the entire group as they gaze upwards in disbelief. Leonie, her eyes wide with a dawning realization, wonders aloud, what? Is it alchemy? The red-haired hunter, equally perplexed, thinks to herself, I've never heard or seen anything like that. Having a skill that creates a wall that great means. But Leonie, her gaze fixed on Liho Yeol, cuts through the confusion with a firm declaration, it's not a skill. As Liho Yeol looks down, a subtle expression of surprise on his face, Leonie stands behind him, her concern evident. Her amber eyes, wide with a mix of apprehension and understanding, reflect the gravity of her realization. As the immense magical barrier dissipates, the very essence of the power lingers, a raw, fundamental force that defies conventional understanding. And with a knowing gaze, he confirms the source of this extraordinary ability. It comes from himself. A blinding flash of white and blue energy erupts, momentarily obscuring everything in its path, before revealing a vast, desolate landscape under a stormy sky, where distant figures stand against the harsh elements. Among them, 3 hunters, the blonde-haired, the red-haired, and Li Jinwu, walk away from the viewer, their attention drawn to the strange phenomenon, a collective gasp escaping them as they witness the impossible. Leonie Bellucci stares up in disbelief, questioning if what she sees is alchemy, a never-ending battle, or something else entirely, something that can create a wall, yet isn't a skill she recognizes. Her gaze then shifts to Li Ho-yeol, who stands beside her with a serious expression, his presence a stark contrast to her bewildered state. Still reeling from the spectacle, she asks him directly what he is using, to which he simply replies, magic. The air still shimmers with residual magical energy, tiny particles of light drifting through the space where the powerful spell had just manifested, leaving behind a desolate, rocky landscape where the ground had been violently reshaped. A low murmur rises from the assembled hunters, their confusion palpable. Among them, Nam Keelman stares at the transformed environment, his expression a mix of disbelief and deep thought, the murmuring growing louder as the implications of the sudden change sink in, the magical residue still clinging to his armored leg. As a voice from the group questions aloud, what is he? An alchemist? Nam Keelman considers this, his brow furrowed in concentration. Summoning a wall with alchemy means, aren't alchemists production workers here? As the dust settled from his unexpected display of power, Li Ho-yeol found himself questioning the very nature of his abilities, wondering if what he had just unleashed was truly magic. Meanwhile, Nam Keelman, still processing the event, mused that while he, an alchemist, couldn't conjure a wall from nothing, this phenomenon felt far more akin to magic than any alchemy he knew. The group of hunters stood amidst the smoldering, transformed landscape, their expressions a mix of awe and confusion as the fiery ground crackled around them. Suddenly, a sharp, unseen disturbance rippled through the air, drawing a startled reaction from Nam Keelman and Li Ho-yeol, while the red-haired hunter below looked on with concern. The warning echoed through the air, a clear indication that danger was approaching from their flank. Without hesitation, Li Ho-yeol spun on his heel, his gaze snapping towards the perceived threat. Beside him, Nam Keelman reacted with equal speed, his body pivoting to meet the unseen enemy. Li Jinwu, too, moved swiftly, his form blurring as he turned to confront the approaching danger. And Leonie Bellucci, ever vigilant, spun around, confirming the urgent warning. Enemies were indeed swarming in from the side. Leonie Bellucci's gaze sharpens, her attention now fully on the approaching danger. As Li Ho-yeol, with a slight smirk, acknowledges the interruption, stating he'll have to push back his tea time. A gasp escapes the berserker, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and concern at the unfolding situation. Without hesitation, the blonde-haired hunter charges forward, his weapon already drawn, as the command to begin battle echoes through the fiery landscape. He plunges into the fray, urging his comrades to fight them, with a determined grunt. His glowing blade cuts through the air, a swift, decisive strike, as he declares that alchemy is useless against a backwind blade. Li Ho-yeol watches the initial skirmish, his expression unreadable, while Leonie Bellucci braces herself, letting out a sharp cry of effort. As the battle begins, a brilliant blue energy begins to coalesce, swirling with potent magic. With a focused gaze, Li Ho-yeol channels this power, his hand glowing intensely as he prepares his strike. From the swirling energy, a luminous bow forms in his grasp, leaving an enemy to exclaim in disbelief, a bow. The projectile finds its mark, slamming into a bandit with explosive force, as a comrade desperately cries out, "Someone help! Isn't there a healer? He's been hit." The injured bandit stumbles back, supported by a fellow fighter, his face contorted in pain from the impact. Another wave of energy crashes into him, the relentless assault continuing. Overwhelmed, the bandit can only stare down in despair, realizing, "No, I can't dodge this." A final, devastating explosion engulfs the area, leaving nothing but a blinding flash. As the smoke clears, the bandit falls, defeated and broken, his struggle ending with a final, pained gasp. A bandit reels from an unexpected impact, blood splattering as he struggles to comprehend the attack, while nearby, Leonie Bellucci looks on with a flicker of surprise. His mind racing, he wonders if an archer from his own guild could have possibly delivered such a precise strike. The answer, however, becomes clear as an arrow streaks through the air with deadly speed. Leonie, with focused determination, releases a glowing arrow from her bow, its energy shimmering as it flies. Yet, her expression shifts to one of bewilderment, as if something far more powerful is unfolding. A sudden, overwhelming surge of power causes her to recoil, her eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Li Ho-yeol, with a calm intensity, channels his formidable magic, conjuring a fiery arrow that blazes with raw power. The air crackles as the fiery projectile impacts, erupting in a devastating explosion that leaves no doubt about its destructive force. From a distance, the paladin Granfell launches another colossal, flaming arrow, its fiery trail illuminating the chaotic battlefield. The fiery explosion from the arrow erupts with a deafening roar, consuming everything in its path. Leonie Bellucci stares, her eyes wide with disbelief, wondering if she's witnessing the power of a mage. Her mind racing to reconcile the impossible, an archer, yet wielding both alchemy and magic. The man himself, Li Ho Yeol, stands amidst the swirling particles of snow and dust, calmly surveying the devastation he has wrought. A blue aura crackles around Leonie's hand as she clenches it, her thoughts screaming, "Who the hell is he?" The cold, barren landscape stretches out, now silent save for the falling snow. As a chilling wind whips through the skeletal branches, the ground is littered with the frozen, lifeless forms of countless bandits, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Suddenly, a bloodied hand, adorned with a golden ring, grips a mysterious golden object, hinting at a new, ominous presence. Amidst the chilling aftermath of the battle, the guildmaster's voice cuts through the cold air, inquiring about Li Ho Yeol's background and any further information the Hunter Association might possess. A quiet affirmation follows, as Leonie Bellucci, still processing the recent events, acknowledges the task. Her thoughts drift to the enigmatic man, a frustrating figure whose true power remains shrouded in mystery. Observing him from a distance, she muses on his isolation, wondering if he feels a profound loneliness in this unfamiliar world. Adding to her exasperation, he consistently evades her questions, offering no clear answers about his abilities or origins. Despite the immense power he just unleashed, he shows no signs of fatigue, his composure unerringly perfect. She admits, with a touch of embarrassment, that her initial assessment of him was far from accurate. For all his frustrating secrecy, she knows that without his intervention, they would all have perished. His unparalleled abilities lead her to a single, unsettling conclusion. He must be a rancor, unlike any she has ever encountered. Leonie Bellucci found herself admiring the man's handsome features, a thought she quickly dismissed, reminding herself that she should at least thank him for his help. He had saved her, after all, and a simple thank you was the least she could offer. Suddenly, a small, glowing thermos was extended towards her, causing her face to flush crimson as she recoiled in surprise. Her mind raced, wondering if he intended to share his water with her, a gesture that sent her into a fresh wave of internal panic. As he continued to look at her, she questioned why he was staring, her embarrassment growing. The thought of him wanting to drink tea with her, or something more, made her even more flustered. Despite her internal turmoil, she decided that if he truly wanted to share his water, she would drink some for his sake. Just as Li Ho Yeol finally spoke, a simple, clear, "Hey." A small, embarrassed sound escapes her as she processes the situation. Her eyes wide with a mix of shock and fluster, she manages to stammer out a confused, "WH what?" He simply gazes back, unperturbed, stating calmly, "Even if you look at me like that." Then, extending his hand with the glowing thermos, he adds, "I don't have any tea to give you." His words leave her utterly speechless, her expression frozen in disbelief and mortification. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a tranquil, snow-covered forest, where a gentle breeze rustles through the trees. As a small, silent drone glides through the crisp winter air. It hovers amidst the snow-laden branches, surrounded by a cluster of ethereal, glowing purple butterflies, their soft luminescence illuminating the frosty landscape. A reporter stands before a swirling purple energy rupture, confirming its identity as today's Arcana, broadcasting live from the Russian rupture. He continues, noting the significant attention this particular rupture has garnered. Later, at a computer, he reviews data, explaining that this rupture hosts the highest-level boss monster ever encountered. Alongside a red-haired hunter, he clarifies that this rupture is not within Russian territory itself, but rather its outskirts. The reporter affirms this, revealing that this is just the first of 3 new maps included in the latest update. All of these new areas, he explains, must be cleared before they can progress to the next update, with the territory's ownership currently being processed. Among the new locations is a colossal floating castle, its entry currently impossible, along with shining snow and 2 other maps. The question then arises, which character build will prove most optimal for tackling the Russian rupture? A heavily armored figure, clad in red and gold, stands ready in a fiery landscape, representing the first build to receive the update. A vibrant display of hunters, including a red-haired archer and a blonde-haired warrior, showcases the diverse character options available, all vying for the clear title of the strongest in the game's outskirts. Among the new additions, a powerful mage named Jael stands out, his form crackling with brilliant blue magical energy. Li Ho Yeol, engrossed in the news, can't help but feel the excitement building, knowing this update will definitely bring global fame. His fingers hover over the keyboard, a silent testament to his anticipation. Suddenly, he peeks from behind a curtain, calling out to his director. Back at his desk, a warm cup of coffee in hand, he suggests they have some, as the world around them buzzes with a new update. His colleague, Nam Kielman, offers to get him something, even if it's a little late, but Li Ho Yeol insists on handling it himself. He then turns his attention back to the screen, asking about the current state of the rupture and if any new videos have come in. The entire world, he observes, is going crazy about the new update. He scrolls through the updates, a slight frown creasing his brow as he notes the new avatars are already out of stock, wondering if there's any footage of the rupture yet. He knows it will take forever to beat the new content. While elsewhere, a hunter in a beanie looks on in utter shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. A mage, Jael, unleashes a torrent of purple energy, his words cutting through the air as the hunter recoils, barely able to process the sudden assault. The magical force slams into him, sending him tumbling through the air. As the hunter apologizes, still dazed, another figure, Lee Jinwoo, laughs at his predicament, finding humor in the chaos. Back in a corporate office, the boss president-director guy, a man in a sharp suit, issues a clear command, his focus entirely on the territory of outskirts and the need to follow the first clear. Jael looks on in surprise, while Lee Jinwoo expresses concern that they aren't strong enough, fearing they'll only get killed if they proceed. In a desolate, snowy landscape, the red-haired hunter and blonde-haired hunter react with alarm, questioning who could have caused such a disturbance, wondering if it was Jan. She could hardly believe it, the sheer scale of the event unfolding before them. A desperate cry echoed through the frigid air, urging them to move faster. The snow-laden branches of the forest stood as silent witnesses. As the blonde-haired hunter sprinted through the deep powder, his boots crunching with every frantic step. He glanced upwards, a gasp escaping his lips as he processed the unfolding chaos. His breath plumed in the freezing air, his face flushed from exertion and alarm. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man at a computer screen reacted with wide-eyed disbelief, exclaiming at the sudden development. He demanded to know which guild was responsible for the shining phenomenon, his voice laced with urgency and confusion. Back in the snowy forest, the answer began to form, but was cut short before it could be fully articulated. He stares down into a chasm of glowing blue energy, a soft escaping his lips. Nearby, his companion, a red-haired hunter, moves through the snow-covered forest, their expressions grim. The cold air carries a question, Berserker? Back in the control room, the director, headset on, repeats the name with a worried frown, Berserker? His fingers hover over the keyboard as a map on his screen shows a bright, shining point, prompting him to question, the 32nd in ranking? The red-haired hunter confirms, yes, it's Berserker Guild's work, adding that she just sent the video, while another voice asks for clarification, Berserker? Do you mean the guild? The director's eyes narrow, processing the information. They went inside, the territory's outskirts? His brow furrows in confusion, but shining still in the middle. A final, perplexing thought echoes through the snowy landscape. But why do they look so fine? Lee Ho-yeol, still in his control room, watches the monitors with a focused intensity. Meanwhile, out in the snow-covered forest, Nam Keelman spots a figure, wondering aloud if that person could be Korean. The director's brow furrows as he hears the mention of the Berserker Guild, questioning why a Korean would be involved. Nam Keelman points, drawing attention to a distinct blue ripple shimmering in the distance. But before they can investigate further, a crowd of other reporters suddenly swarms around them, leaving Nam Keelman utterly bewildered. Back in the control room, Lee Ho-yeol groans in frustration, realizing other reporters are now crowding the scene, and he desperately wants to get an interview. Nam Keelman, caught in the chaos, cries out in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Lee Ho-yeol, still trying to make sense of it all, calls out, attempting to gain someone's attention. He remains fixated on the screen, his expression a mix of frustration and deep thought. Lee Ho-yeol finds himself surrounded by a flurry of questions, the reporters pressing him about his identity and any connection he might have to the Berserker Guild. Their voices grow more insistent, demanding to know if anything happened inside the rupture, and ordering him to move, despite having just emerged from the anomaly. Overwhelmed by the chaos, he can only offer a bewildered, quiet apology. But his patience has reached its absolute limit, as a monstrous, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes and sharp claws looms behind him, radiating raw power. His golden-brown eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, the sudden surge of power reflecting his distress and readiness to confront the looming threat. Meanwhile, a hand clutches a burlap sack marked with a distinct red symbol. As Lee Ho-yeol looks up, a surprised gasp escaping him, the falling snow mirroring the sudden chill in the air. Blue energy crackles around him, his eyes burning with resolve, the sound of his power activating cutting through the snowy silence. His hand glows with an intense, cold blue light, a chilling power manifesting as Leonie Bellucci is confirmed to have made her escape. A chaotic scene unfolds as a throng of reporters, cameras flashing, swarms a group of hunters, demanding answers. Amidst the clamor, they congratulate the team on their first clear, but the hunters, including Leonie Bellucci, appear overwhelmed by the sudden attention. The reporters press on, their questions sharp and relentless, probing about expectations, feelings, and differences in the recent rupture. As the pressure mounts, Leonie tries to distance herself from the crowd, a quiet plea to slow down escaping her lips. Her face set in a grim expression, she offers a curt no comment to their inquiries. Nam Keelman watches her retreat, a hint of concern in his voice as he calls out, Guildmaster? Still refusing to engage, Leonie suggests they interview that bastard instead, her words laced with venom. Meanwhile, the relentless media attention shifts to another figure, the boss president director guy, who faces his own barrage of questions. Away from the cameras, Leonie's frustration boils over, a furious red aura flaring around her as she curses the annoying bastard under her breath. Her frustration boils over, the red aura around her flaring as she recounts the unbelievable news, exclaiming that someone else had pushed through and achieved the first clear. The other hunters, Nam Keelman, Lee Jinwoo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, exchange shocked glances, one of them asking, "Huh? How did he manage that?" Another hunter, equally stunned, confirms, he cleared first." Leonie, her eyes blazing with a furious amber glow, continues her rant, revealing that the person had simply announced he was going home for a bit. The sheer audacity of the statement elicits a collective, disbelieving cry of, "What?" Lee Ho-yeol strides away into a snow-covered landscape, leaving the scene behind him. A crowd of onlookers, some with cameras, watches his departure with a mix of shock and confusion, their murmurs filling the air. Later, in a tense conversation, the boss president director guy demands to know why Lee Ho-yeol abandoned the interview, exclaiming that no hunter has ever beaten a boss in one go and just left. Meanwhile, a group of hunters, including Leonie Bellucci, Jael, Nam Keelman, Lee Jinwoo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, react to the unfolding situation, with Leonie expressing her frustration and another hunter trying to calm her, insisting there must be a good reason for the protagonist's actions. The boss president director guy dismisses the idea of a good reason as absurd, arguing that such behavior only breeds resentment, even if the individual is a hunter. Suddenly, Lee Jinwoo looks on in wide-eyed shock, as a powerful blue energy erupts, heralded by the cry of blue rupture. The devastating blue energy attack from Lee Ho-yeol leaves Leonie Bellucci injured and bleeding on the ground, as a system message triumphantly announces a second clear. A collective gasp ripples through the group of hunters, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witness the impossible. "It's Jaen," someone exclaims. The red-haired guild master among them, her expression a mix of shock and awe, as the realization dawns on her. "Jaen's guild master," she whispers, the name echoing the impossible feat. Her mind races, recalling a previous conversation. Nam Keelman's interview now seems utterly insignificant in the face of this overwhelming power. Meanwhile, a reporter from MBS approaches the stunned crowd, trying to make sense of the chaos, while the silver-haired figure calmly walks away in the background. The boss president director guy, standing beside Leonie, can only stare in disbelief, as the news of a second clear echoes through the air. The entire group watches the departing figure, the question hanging heavy in the frigid air, to clear it. Leonie turns away, the biting wind swirling around her, her mind still reeling from the unprecedented event. Unconcerned by the commotion he leaves behind, Lee Ho-yeol continues his solitary walk through the falling snow, his red coat a stark contrast against the white landscape. In the aftermath of the shocking announcement, Lee Jinwoo turns to the red-haired hunter, asking what Leonie had said, and if she managed to get a recording. Meanwhile, a vast, snow-covered mountain range stretches under a pale sky. This desolate landscape is home to the Jaen Guild's base camp, a cluster of small, red-roofed buildings nestled amongst the pines. Elsewhere, the red-haired hunter, now with the blonde-haired hunter, repeats the same question, wondering aloud what Leonie had said and if a recording was made. Leonie Bellucci herself, looking surprised, is giving an exclusive interview. She reflects on the situation, realizing that Jaen wasn't the only capable guild in Korea. Her interviewer, unseen, presses her, asking if that was truly her statement, to which she emphatically confirms it. Reacting to Leonie Bellucci's bold claims, a voice expresses disbelief, questioning if her first clear was truly all she had to offer for the interview, especially since others had barely managed to clear it before them. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, holding his phone, hears Leonie's voice stating that Jaen isn't the only strong guild in Korea. He scoffs, dismissing her as a crazy berserker talking nonsense, wondering who else could possibly be stronger than Jaen in Korea, his frustration even ruining his appetite for ramen. Among a group of hunters, the red-haired woman reacts with surprise, asking if the ramen comment was serious, ready to eat it if it was. The boss, president, director guy, now looking more serious, continues watching the broadcast with Lee Jinwoo, hoping Leonie means another guild cleared the rupture, lamenting that he would have adjusted their ranking if he had known. Back with the other hunters, the blonde-haired man states that he doesn't think so, as they are still in the rupture, prompting the red-haired woman to question what Leonie could possibly mean then. Her expression turning to anger, the red-haired hunter demands to know who else it could have been. The boss, president, director guy, now deep in thought, admits he's not sure if he believes anyone claiming to be better than Jaen. However, a subtle shift in his expression betrays a deeper knowledge as he quietly acknowledges, there is. The director's thoughts linger on the possibility of a power greater than Jaen, a singular individual perhaps, who could achieve such feats. Meanwhile, under a bright, cloud-dappled sky, life continues its rhythm. A tall building stands against the morning light, its windows reflecting the new day. Inside, the protagonist stands under a stream of water, lost in thought as the warmth washes over him. The water cascades down his toned physique, a moment of quiet contemplation. Nearby, Nam Keelman revels in his own shower, declaring warm water to be the absolute best, a simple joy he lives for. Later, drying his silver hair, Lee Ho-yeol mutters to himself, finding the situation rather embarrassing. Nam Keelman, now dressed, reminds him with a smirk that he was the one who spoke those words aloud. A surprised huh? Escapes Lee Ho-yeol, as Nam Keelman simply stares back, a silent challenge in his gaze. As the domestic scene unfolds, Lee Ho-yeol finds himself in a state of mild panic, questioning the bizarre situation unfolding before him. Meanwhile, a voice notes the significant accumulation of dust in their absence, setting the stage for an unexpected cleaning spree. With a determined tack of the vacuum, Nam Keelman, fully equipped with gloves and a mask, meticulously cleans the apartment, much to his companion's visible distress. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity, Lee Ho-yeol can only scream for the man to cease his relentless, almost psychotic, cleaning efforts. Later, the gentle talk of a dripping faucet echoes in the now pristine space, as two cups sit by the sink, marking a moment of calm after the storm. Observing his companion, who now glows faintly with mana, Nam Keelman's thoughts drift to the man's state, a suggestive curiosity sparking within him. Dismissing the thought with a casual whatever, he realizes the intense cleaning has completely banished any lingering fatigue. Relaxed and casually dressed, Lee Ho-yeol sits on the floor, engrossed in a tablet, his earlier distress now a distant memory. Nam Keelman stares at the holographic interface before him, a faint frown creasing his brow as he processes the results of his latest dungeon clear. Loot? Nothing but trash, he thinks, wondering if that was truly all he would get. A soft chime sounds, and his level increases. He reviews his updated status, noting his new rank. Level 86, Class Demon Hunter, with all his core stats now at 25. It seems he has finally reached B6. A sigh escapes him. It's not that he's greedy for having cleared a high-rank instant dungeon, but the rewards still feel underwhelming. Plus, he pulls up another screen, displaying his current health, mana, and stamina, all at 86. His eyes narrow, recalling the intensity of the fight. It was dangerous. He remembers the chaotic energy of the dungeon, where his magic consumed less mana than his physical skills. And thanks to the mana regeneration skill he acquired from the last dungeon, he had managed to push through. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol sips from a cup, his expression thoughtful, muttering to himself about someone who was simply too slow. Nam Keelman considers the recent dungeon clear, acknowledging that the equipment and mana regeneration skill he possesses are simply a given for someone of his caliber. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol stands before a holographic display, a narration box highlighting his status as the strongest hunter, Grandfell, who has cleared countless dungeons and is unrelated to any guild. Back with Nam Keelman, a look of distress crosses his face as he admits it would have been disastrous without the help of his group. He ponders, hand to his chin, how much trouble he might have been in if he had known the true identities of his adversaries. Lee Ho-yeol turns from his screen, a thought forming in his mind. It was because he himself was lacking. He looks back at the holographic interface, which now displays a generic silhouette with an exclamation mark, emphasizing his internal conflict. Nam Keelman's eyes widen, still reflecting the lingering fear from his recent ordeal. Lee Ho-yeol looks down, a narration box explaining that Grandfell, the strongest hunter, was someone who would meet expectations, while on the other hand, someone else would not. His eyes lift, a sudden, unsettling thought surfacing. Why was he suddenly remembering that trash he knew about him? As the next survey of the Count family's territory begins, a faint blue glow emanates from the side of his face. Meanwhile, in a sterile room, a white-haired man confides in a medical professional, insisting they must return, sensing that something is deeply wrong, though he cannot pinpoint what. Back in the field, a dark-haired hunter with a green glow around his face has been identified as a suitable test subject for the day. The protagonist looks up, a silent exclamation escaping him as he processes the unfolding events. His thoughts turning to the player who wielded double swords and daggers, known for delivering the most attacks in combat. He recalls the fiery intensity of a red-eyed hunter, engulfed in flames. A new idea forming in his mind. What if he could copy that player's movements? Suddenly, a glowing blue system window appears before him, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he instinctively reaches out, uttering a desperate plea for it to stop. The window, however, ignores his protest, displaying a stark command to train his weakened body, outlining today's goals for push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and running, emphasizing that the basics are most important. A sudden, unsettling premonition washes over Lee Ho-yeol, a system message flashing before his eyes, confirming his growing unease. Even while performing mundane tasks, he finds himself rushing, muttering about needing to finish quickly to get back to his training, the system's demands ever present. Under the silent gaze of the moon, a weary thought escapes him, questioning when he will ever find time for rest. The night deepens around the city buildings, the rhythmic patter of footsteps echoing faintly. He moves with purpose, his silhouette a blur against the urban landscape as he runs. His feet pound against the pavement, a relentless rhythm driving him forward. Later, back at his desk, a sigh escapes him as another system message appears, acknowledging his late-night efforts and ironically advising him to sleep. His expression remains weary as the system shifts its tone, inquiring about everyone's day before abruptly announcing urgent news. The sudden declaration catches him off guard, his eyes widening slightly in surprise and anticipation. Lee Ho-yeol stands overlooking the city, a system message echoing in his mind that the Count's territory would soon be open for raiding. However, as he speaks with Nam Keelman, he learns that despite the news of the raid instruction being issued, the gate to the territory has yet to open. Meanwhile, a woman with purple hair and glasses stares at a glowing screen, questioning the lack of progress in the Count's territory. She stands among a group of hunters, including Nam Keelman, Lee Jinwoo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, all looking on with concern as the situation unfolds. The red-haired hunter expresses disbelief, finding it impossible that after only a day, the overall progress is still at 0%. Her eyes widen in confusion, wondering how such a thing could be possible. The purple-haired woman, however, points out a more alarming detail. The rate of change suddenly got faster. Lee Jinwoo considers the implications, asking if this means the monsters inside have grown stronger. The blonde-haired hunter admits his uncertainty, stating he will need to investigate further. At Arcana's camp today, a deep groan escapes Lee Ho-yeol as he stares down at his desk. His expression etched with worry as he faces Nam Keelman in the snowy outdoors. Nam Keelman insists there must be a logical explanation for the territory's issues, assuring him that the monsters aren't simply growing stronger on their own. But even as he speaks, Lee Ho-yeol's concern deepens, knowing they must find a solution, somehow. He reiterates the urgent need to act, his hand pressed to his temple in frustration. This isn't just about company performance, he stresses, his voice strained with worry. The consequences are far graver. It will be over for everyone if the rupture truly breaks down. Once the monsters begin to spill out of the rupture, a terrifying swarm of red, bat-like creatures will emerge, unleashing chaos upon the world. The rupture, once a contained threat, now spews forth a torrent of grotesque, multi-limbed creatures. There forms a chaotic blend of bone and sinew. As the monster spill intensifies, every guild and player across the city finds themselves on high alert, bracing for the inevitable. News reports flash across screens, confirming the dire situation. The rupture in the Count's territory is showing signs of breakdown, with no solution yet found. The situation has far surpassed all expectations, the rupture accelerating its breakdown at an alarming rate, leaving the cause a complete mystery. Lee Ho-yeol stares at the news on his phone, a quiet question escaping his lips about the unprecedented nature of the event. The news continues to scroll, but the information it provides offers no actionable intelligence. With a resolute expression, he declares his intent to uncover the truth behind the escalating crisis. Meanwhile, a deeper truth emerges. A vampire is a creature that shares its authority through its very blood. And it is Count Asgora, a towering, monstrous figure, who has shared his blood with the monsters inside the territory's outskirts, orchestrating the chaos. A shadowy, monstrous hand clenches as a voice groans in pain, revealing that when the creatures imbued with the Count's power perish, that very authority naturally reverts to its original owner. This cycle of power transfer leaves behind a bloody, clawed hand, a stark reminder of the brutal exchange, and it's likely that the Count then redistributed his authority among the remaining monsters within his territory, a realization that clicks into place for the two men. A door creaks open as the white-haired man looks down, confirming his theory that this is precisely why the monsters have grown stronger, accelerating the rate of destruction. It all makes perfect sense now. Both men exchange surprised glances, the black-haired man asking, "Huh? Wait then." His expression turns serious as he processes the implications of this new information. And the white-haired man continues, explaining that if this truly is the Count's territory, then any boss monster attempting to use the Count's fortress would be immediately overwhelmed. The black-haired man's eyes widen in silent understanding. As the white-haired man concludes, looking down with a dismissive tone, Count Asgora, he's not fit for the title Asgora. He considers the Count an aristocrat who doesn't even bother to look at what he grants others, and declares his intent to bestow judgment upon this bastard, while Lee Ho-yeol continues to sketch intently at his desk. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a clear sign of his simmering rage. His expression hardens as he reiterates, "I will bestow judgment on this bastard." Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura flares around Lee Ho-yeol, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light as he looks up. His glowing gaze pierces the air as he demands, "Who's dirtying the honor of the aristocracy?" The boss president-director guy, taken aback by Granfell's sudden outburst, acknowledges his intensity but hesitates, but hanging in the air. He looks down, a new thought crossing his mind. What about sleep? Lee Ho-yeol's glowing eyes are now filled with tears, his face contorted in distress. His hand, clutching a wad of cash, trembles as he utters a chilling truth. "You can sleep once you die." A violent surge of pink and red energy erupts, crackling with raw power and scattering glowing particles across the void. Amidst the chaotic display, a system window materializes, revealing the ominous title, the Count's Territory, a domain fit for those between levels 350 and 400. The energy continues to pulse, and another message appears, a stark countdown. 5 hours until breakdown. Meanwhile, a rupture had appeared in front of the Count's territory, causing Li Ho Yeol to let out a small cough of discomfort as he focused intently on his work. Elsewhere, a live streamer named Hamelion greeted his audience, announcing, "Hello, Hamelion here. I'm currently chronicling endless adventures, streaming live from Hamelion." His chat, however, seemed more interested in his name than his quest. He continued, explaining his purpose. "The reason I'm here is to find the lost treasure of the Count's territory. There's less than a 1% chance of finding it, but I'm currently on a hidden quest, and I'm currently deep within the mysterious, glowing depths of the Count's territory." Still broadcasting live, Hamelion points to a map, explaining his strategy for the Count's territory and highlighting its key points for his audience. Unlike the previous outskirts, he notes, this area is rich with features, having already cleared the initial zones. He observes the map, noting that the Count's territory boasts around 30 distinct features, which feels surprisingly manageable. He considers the various experience bonuses from the rupture, understanding that both experience and loot will be heavily influenced by his contribution rate, with a significant bonus already secured. A thought crosses his mind, a playful jab at himself for drawing the map, as he ponders which character builds would be most effective here. He muses about the possibility of encountering first and second-rank hunters battling within the territory, a prospect that promises both danger and immense rewards. Suddenly, a message flashes across his screen, warning him of someone behind him, followed by a surprised exclamation, questioning if it could be Nam Keelman, and then identifying the figure as Jan. Turning sharply, Hamelion finds himself face-to-face with a group of unexpected visitors, offering a somewhat awkward greeting. Among them stands Nam Keelman, alongside Jan and other familiar hunters, all clad in their winter gear, having seemingly tracked him down. A hunter's armored leg stands firm in the snow, as a voice asks, "Hey, Hyung, did you look around? How is it?" Nam Keelman, reviewing data on a screen, explains that competition is inevitable with fewer ruptures, leading him to believe this is their chance to fight for first place. He assures his companion that they will be fine as long as they are not aimlessly drawing attention. Meanwhile, Li Jinwoo, looking surprised, notes that by heading north, they are prepared against the formidable Unified Under Heaven Guild, who are currently ranked second. The group has discovered that streamer Hamelion, who holds second place in both fighting guild traits, is unexpectedly here, and even worse, he's streaming it. A blonde-haired hunter adds that Berserker is with Second Son and Bohemian, questioning if that means two guilds are involved. Hamelion, caught completely off guard, stares wide-eyed at the approaching hunters, realizing that guilds are going crazy and have already secured the first case. The streamer is unexpectedly caught, and in his shock, he desperately calls out to his viewers. Before he can react, a hand glowing with purple energy seizes him, pulling him away. A sinister smile spreads across Hisagi Kazuma's face, his red eyes glowing with an intense, almost feral energy as dark power swirls around his hand. He taunts, his voice dripping with malice. "What the hell are you looking at, you bastards?" The Korean hunter group looks up, startled, as a holographic display reveals the presence of the Inazuma Guild, ranked fourth globally, and their guild master, Hisagi Kazuma, stands above them. Li Ho Yeol's mind races, recognizing the sheer coincidence of encountering the very guild in charge of their target area, a development that feels far too deliberate. The display further details Hisagi Kazuma, the 8th-ranked player and a magic swordsman, confirming his identity as the Inazuma Guild Master. Nam Keelman gasps in disbelief, uttering the guild's name with a mix of shock and recognition. Li Ho Yeol's thoughts spiral, connecting Inazuma to Japan and questioning the implications of their presence, wondering if this is a planned confrontation between the two nations. The blonde-haired hunter, ever the pragmatist, remarks on Inazuma's previous refusal to establish a branch in Korea, sarcastically suggesting their plane has just landed. Hisagi Kazuma laughs, a chilling sound, as he stands over a fallen Li Ho Yeol, revealing they had been waiting for the Korean hunters all along. A challenge rings out, sharp and aggressive. Hisagi Kazuma's face twists into a snarl, dark energy crackling around him, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost yellow glow as he prepares to strike. But Jaein meets his gaze with a dismissive smirk, uttering a taunt that cuts deep. Before another word can be exchanged, Hisagi Kazuma lunges, a torrent of dark, fiery energy erupting from him, tearing through the air with destructive force. The two powerful hunters collide in a blinding flash of red, black, and blue magic, their wills clashing as violently as their powers. From a distance, Hamelion watches the sudden, brutal exchange, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is no mere skirmish. He realizes the full weight of the situation, as Jaein and the Inazuma Guild are now locked in a direct confrontation. Jaein pushes back with fierce determination, his own blue-purple energy flaring powerfully around him. He lands with a ground-shattering impact, bracing himself as the reality of the impending competition settles in. Jaein and Inazuma are set to compete. Hamelion watches the unfolding confrontation, the clash between Inazuma and Heaven, Jaein against Inazuma, all happening right here in Korea. He realizes the entire guild is broadcasting this live. He asks an unseen Tamian how he feels about the situation, though the immediate rupture remains the most pressing concern. For them, This competition among guilds presents a unique opportunity. The rivalry between the guild masters is intense, with Hisagi Kazuma holding 6th place while his brother lags behind at 11th. The nationalistic fervor makes it difficult to simply observe, as it's now Korea versus Japan. He calls out to Hisagi Kazuma. Himalayan acknowledges their prior claim, asserting that it wouldn't be strange for them to seize a position. He declares with fierce determination, urging them to tear their opponents apart. Count Asgora lets out a strained grunt, a crimson aura flaring around him. The raw power within him surges, his muscles tensing with anticipation. His glowing red eyes fix on an unseen target, a single command echoing his resolve. Meanwhile, a news anchor reports on a breaking development, confirming that both Jain and the Inazuma Guild, famous for their rivalry, have entered the same dangerous rupture. As the news spreads, Jain himself plummets into the swirling darkness of the rift, the air rushing past him. A sleek, mechanical drone hovers nearby, its sensors meticulously tracking the unfolding event. It maintains its position, a silent observer to the escalating conflict. The drone captures the intense battle already underway within the rupture, as Jain and Hisagi Kazuma clash, their guild rivalries now drawing significant global attention. As the fierce rivalry ignites within the rupture, Jain delivers a devastating, glowing punch, sending Hisagi Kazuma reeling back from the impact. Meanwhile, at the northwestern rupture, the Jain Guild, holding the 1st and 2nd ranks in the guild standings, continues its battle under the watchful eyes of heaven, with Jain himself leading the charge as the top-ranked hunter. In the southeastern rupture, the Inazuma Guild, ranked 3rd, also fights under heaven's scrutiny, while Lee Jinwoo, known as Heaven ranking 7th, is also present. Adding to the chaos, Bohemian, another formidable hunter, holds the 3rd rank. Amidst these high-stakes confrontations, the overall destruction rate has already climbed to a staggering 80%. A chilling sense of fear and anxiety grips the hearts of people across the globe, as the desolate, snowy landscape of the rupture looms large. Far from the chaos, Count Asgora sits in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on a screen, observing the unfolding events. A resolute declaration forms in his mind. He believes he alone holds the key to the world's salvation. With a calm demeanor, the Count sips his tea, his intentions shrouded in mystery. Amidst a shimmering field of ethereal roses, a hand reaches out, its touch causing the delicate petals to glow with an inner light. Lee Ho Yeol, observing his own actions, admits to himself, "I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it." He understands the inherent danger, knowing that running out of mana is a perilous endeavor. So, he had to devise a method to efficiently utilize mana shaping, a technique he was still perfecting. The culmination of his efforts was this, a glowing, intricately shaped bowl. This was magic born from the alchemy skill, allowing him to transform things into any shape he desired. At first, he utilized it much like a 3D printer, reshaping the very ground beneath him, but the more complex the decor and details he desired, the more mana he had to expend. Now, surrounded by swirling blue energy and geometric patterns, Lee Ho Yeol stands confident in his mastery. Lee Ho Yeol considers his newly acquired mana shaping ability, realizing that while powerful, it isn't always the most efficient tool for direct combat. Yet, with a focused gaze, he demonstrates its incredible precision, conjuring a perfectly detailed chess knight from pure magical energy, shaping whatever he can imagine. Suddenly, a massive, armored figure appears, its presence radiating a dark, ominous aura. As he observes the spectral warrior, a new realization dawns upon him, a crucial insight gained from his deep contemplation of the skill. A legion of skeletal knights, bearing the unmistakable mark of Count Asgora, materializes around him, their red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He looks up at the encroaching forces, questioning if this is the true extent of the power now granted to the Count. With a determined expression and an outstretched hand, Lee Ho Yeol prepares to unleash his own command. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, he floats above the summoned army, asserting his dominance over the spectral forces below. Below him, the skeletal knights stand poised, their ornate forms crackling with dark energy, awaiting his will. As the blue energy crackles with raw power, the spectral knights, their red eyes glowing ominously, stand ready. That is, until Lee Ho Yeol, surrounded by a faint blue aura, issues his command, "Go back to dust." A single, devastating punch of pure mana erupts, obliterating everything in its path. When the controlled entities aren't returned to their original place, the ground beneath him cracks and fissures with blue energy, as the spectral forms dissolve into nothingness. He turns and walks away, leaving behind only dissipating magical residue. For almost no mana was used in this display of reversal magic. He clenches his fist, a faint blue energy sparking around it, as he decides on a name for his new ability, musing, only to then sigh in slight exasperation at the thought of needing to be so elaborate. Meanwhile, far away in the desolate, deepest part of the Count's territory, a grim landscape of ruins stretches under a somber sky, where skeletal knights stand guard amidst the crumbling structures. One ornate figure among them suddenly lets out a guttural cry, as streaks of crimson energy violently tear through the air, engulfing the knight in a destructive red aura. The energy spreads rapidly, consuming multiple armored figures in a fiery, disintegrating blast, until a final, piercing shriek echoes as the last of them are obliterated in a blinding flash. Within the Count's territory, an armored skeletal knight lets out a guttural cry, its red eyes glowing ominously as a faint crimson aura begins to emanate from its form. With a piercing shriek, it raises its weapon, preparing to strike. However, amidst the gathering skeletal forces, Hisagi Kazuma stands, a lone figure surrounded by the enemy. A fierce grin spreads across his face, his own red eyes burning with an intense, predatory glow. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he lunges, his weapon a blur of crimson energy as it cleaves through the first knight. The impact is devastating, shattering the armored foe into countless fragments that explode outwards. His blade, still glowing with residual power, moves with impossible velocity, a crimson streak through the air. Another knight falls, struck down by a powerful blow enveloped in a vibrant red aura. Like its predecessor, it too disintegrates into a cloud of dust and debris, leaving nothing but a lingering red haze. Red energy erupted, tearing through the air with devastating force, leaving nothing but shattered remnants in its wake. Hisagi Kazuma stood amidst the ruins, the skeletal knights reduced to dust around him. A thought crossed his mind, a flicker of unease. Something felt wrong. There were far too few enemies. He had only killed one so far, which seemed unreasonably low for this area. His face, splattered with blood, reflected his growing confusion. Suddenly, a voice called out, sharp with urgency, "Master!" Hisagi Kazuma scanned his surroundings, confirming his suspicions. He had looked around, and the Inazuma Guild side was also the same, barely any resistance. A green-haired mage, his expression serious, offered a chilling possibility. "I don't think they've even entered yet." Another voice, unseen, pondered the implications. They had gone opposite ways upon entering, but if both sides had encountered so little, how could that even make sense? Footsteps echo through the desolate dungeon, a rhythmic cadence accompanying the group's advance. As they move, a voice calls out from behind, addressing the black-haired hunter, "Nam Taemin-san." The red-haired leader glances back at the green-haired mage, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, as if confirming the unexpected presence. Meanwhile, Nam Taemin smiles down at the ground, remarking on the unusual tranquility of their surroundings. Hisagi Kazuma turns to face him, a question in his gaze, while Nam Taemin casually places a hand on his shoulder, asking if he's being followed. A smirk plays on Hisagi Kazuma's lips, as he questions the other's sudden display of camaraderie. Nam Taemin, undeterred, complains about Hisagi Kazuma's apparent dislike, even going so far as to playfully threaten him. As Nam Taemin's hand remains on his shoulder, he muses about someone named Trey Min, causing a flicker of recognition in Hisagi Kazuma. Hisagi Kazuma's expression shifts to one of utter surprise, as he utters a familiar term of address. Still reeling from the unexpected familiarity, Hisagi Kazuma finds himself in a bustling city square, while Nam Taemin continues to tease him, a playful smirk on his face. He glances around the crowded plaza, a thought crossing his mind. This place truly lives up to its name. Hisagi Kazuma's expression shifts from surprise to a questioning gaze, still trying to understand the situation. Suddenly, the green-haired mage's voice cuts through the air, filled with alarm, a desperate warning to escape the impending danger. Her urgent plea echoes, demanding immediate action. Responding instantly to the shift in atmosphere, Hisagi Kazuma's form blurs, a blue aura flaring around him as he prepares for battle. The group stands united, facing the sudden appearance of heavily armored figures, their presence a stark contrast to the peaceful square. Nam Taemin observes the new arrivals, a serious expression replacing his earlier amusement. One of the imposing figures, a knight clad in dark armor, reveals itself to be one of Count Asgora's elite forces. The battle against Count Asgora's forces begins with a swift, powerful strike, sending an armored knight reeling from the impact. As the green-haired mage observes the unfolding chaos, he realizes these are no ordinary soldiers. They are level 350 knights, far more formidable than anticipated. Another knight is met with a similar, bone-jarring force, the impact rippling through their heavy armor. The battlefield becomes a blur of motion and steel, as multiple armored figures clash in a whirlwind of combat. Hisagi Kazuma, witnessing the overwhelming strength of their foes, lets out a frustrated curse. A chilling realization spreads through the group. These aren't just any knights, but formidable level 350 adversaries. Their advance is marked by crackling purple energy, shattering the very ground beneath their hoofs. The blonde-haired hunter curses under his breath, the sheer power of the enemy leaving him stunned. Nam Taemin, caught off guard by a sudden impact, cries out a warning to those around him as blood splatters across his face. Amidst the chaos, Lee Jinwoo's voice cuts through the din, a resolute command to prepare for the inevitable battle. As a comforting hand rests on his shoulder, he gazes down at the approaching threat, a cavalry charge now clearly visible. Beside him, Nam Taemin watches with a grim, worried expression. Even if the frontline fighters were to push forward, they would still suffer lethal injuries, leaving him to wonder what he was supposed to do. As he grapples with the dilemma, Nam Taemin approaches, addressing him with a familiar tone. Nam Taemin's expression is grim as he states, "I don't like this. I think I'll have to ask you to take my back." Before Lee Jinwoo can respond, a sudden cry erupts from behind them. "Master, there are enemies from the back too." A knight, moving with terrifying speed, closes the distance, its weapon blurring into an attack. The armored figure lets out a guttural battle cry, and an unseen hunter cries out in pain as the impact lands. And no. From above, the true scale of the ambush becomes clear, with the small group of hunters surrounded by an overwhelming force of knights. The ground itself seems to tremble under the sheer number of armored foes, their advance relentless and destructive. A desperate warning echoes through the air, confirming that enemies are now approaching from every direction. Recalling the heavy damage the unified guild suffered during the church rebellion, Nam Taemin urges them not to fight, but to fall back and lure the attackers into a narrow alley. Lee Jinwoo questions the order, his voice laced with doubt. As if to answer his unspoken concern, a heavily armored knight, wielding a great sword that glows with a sinister red light, appears from the shadows. Another formidable knight emerges, their helmet adorned with a flowing red mane, eyes burning with an ominous crimson glow. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of powerful foes, Lee Jinwoo repeats his question, wondering aloud where they could possibly retreat. Suddenly, a brilliant blue magical circle materializes on the ground, pulsing with arcane energy. The circle rapidly expands, forming a swirling vortex of shimmering blue light. The unexpected magical force engulfs Lee Jinwoo, leaving him momentarily stunned and questioning the sudden attack. The blue magical energy, unleashed by the knight, surged around Lee Jinwoo, beginning to engulf him. The oppressive aura intensified, distorting the very air as it fully enveloped him. From a distance, his fellow hunters, Nam Taemin, Leonie Bellucci, Himalayan, and Jayan, could only watch in stunned silence as the blue energy continued to surge around their comrade. Within the swirling vortex, Jinwoo struggled, his form momentarily obscured by the raw magical power. But then, with an explosive burst of golden light, he tore free, shattering the blue energy as an inner power flared within him. Before the red-haired knight could react, Jinwoo struck with unseen speed, sending him recoiling violently through the air. The sheer force of the impact cracked the very ground, sending shards of rock and dust scattering into the air. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stood triumphant over the fallen knight, his allies looking on with a mixture of shock and awe. The red-haired knight lay defeated, his armor mangled, as another knight could only stare down at him in disbelief, uttering, "What the hell?" After the explosive impact of his attack, a large section of the dungeon wall crumbles, leaving a gaping hole where a solid pillar once stood. A low, guttural sound echoes through the cavern, as light filters into the newly opened space. Nearby, the red-haired knight lies defeated, slumped against the broken stone, his armor dented and his body still, while another knight stands over him, observing the grim outcome. From a distance, his Seijai Kazuma watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. A single thought echoes in his mind, wondering who could possibly possess such overwhelming power. The other knight remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the fallen comrade. In a different location, Liho Yeol stares at a screen, his expression one of utter bewilderment, while Bohemian stands behind him, equally stunned. He struggles to comprehend the events, muttering that such a person shouldn't exist, yet the evidence is undeniable. The defeated red-haired knight's face is a bloody mess, a stark testament to the force of the blow that ended his fight. Liho Yeol stands with an air of quiet confidence, his long coat flowing around him. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, his name echoing through the space. He turns, a slight surprise gracing his features, his golden brown eyes reflecting the light. Elsewhere, Himalayan beams with an infectious smile, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He sits at a desk, sketching intently, explaining that he was a bit late because he was in the bathroom, and he intends to continue chasing after the Jain Guild. As the stream, Wigang's Bangam, continues with 17 viewers, a lone figure observes fresh footprints on the desolate ground, wondering if they belong to Jan. A digital overlay confirms the footsteps were made just 5 minutes ago, and Wigang's internal monologue reveals his frustration, realizing other streamers are already here, leaving him in a difficult spot. Looking down at his device, Wigang mutters to himself, a hint of confusion in his voice. Suddenly looking up with wide eyes, he exclaims that others surely know how to handle this situation better than he does, as a rumbling sound echoes around him. A manic grin spreads across his face, just as a massive impact reverberates through the area. His expression quickly shifts to one of pure distress, realizing the gravity of the situation and regretting not having left earlier, as the impact continues. Amidst the chaos, messages flash across the screen, urging Wigang to run and check on Limadu. With a final, desperate declaration, Wigang turns and flees the scene. As the dust begins to settle, the green-haired mage appears, his expression serious, observing the aftermath. Amidst a chaotic, blood-splattered scene, his Seijai Kazuma stands defiant, his expression grim as he endures the brutal conflict. The aftermath reveals a landscape utterly ravaged, with massive stone pillars shattered and strewn across the desolate ground. Debris and destruction stretch all over the battlefield, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Observing the scene, Jaein turns to the white-haired man beside him, a question escaping his lips. Who the hell is he? Lee Ho-yeol, the white-haired man, stands calmly amidst the destruction, his hand outstretched as if sensing the lingering energy, while Jaein's thoughts echo the shock of the devastation. He summoned all that, without even chanting a spell? A gasp escapes Jaein as he stares at the man, wondering, how much mana does he have? The absurdity of the situation hits him harder as he notices the man's attire. Plus, slacks and dress shoes. He doesn't even have battle equipment. Lee Ho-yeol's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable, as Jaein's bewildered question echoes once more. Who the hell is he? A low grunt escapes him, a subtle sign of the immense power he has just wielded, or perhaps the lingering pain of the battle's aftermath. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, alerting him to a new, immediate threat. From between the shattered stone pillars, the enemy forces were now pouring in, relentless and unyielding. Leading the charge was a formidable armored knight, his red eyes glowing with malevolent intent amidst the dust and debris. Each heavy step of his armored leg echoed with a metallic shriek, a chilling testament to his relentless advance. Nearby, Hisagi Kazuma could only watch in disbelief, a single word of denial escaping his blood-stained lips as the situation spiraled out of control. The very stone pillars that once stood tall now crumbled, sending horses rearing in panic as the ground shook beneath them. Even as the collapsing structures slowed some of the cavalry, the armored knight pressed on, his mount undeterred by the chaos. With Hisagi Kazuma clearly injured and overwhelmed, Lee Ho-yeol stood beside him, his expression unreadable amidst the devastation. He meticulously sketches, his hand moving with practiced ease across the paper, a quiet, "I'll thank you" escaping his lips. Later, the battlefield erupts in a crimson haze. Hisagi Kazuma screams, his body racked with power as a violent red aura explodes around him, his eyes glowing with a fierce, desperate light. The air crackles with the sheer force of his barbarian-exclusive skill, Igexek, massively increasing his attack power and rolling down damage. Meanwhile, the armored knight continues his relentless advance, stone pillars crumbling to dust with each powerful stride. Amidst the chaos, Hisagi Kazuma's voice rings out with renewed conviction, declaring, "This battle is doable." His form crackles with raw, untamed energy, ready to face the encroaching threat. As the battle rages, an armored knight charges forward, red energy crackling around his form. Nearby, Count Asgora lets out a guttural roar, his eyes burning with malevolent red light as he unleashes his power. Hisagi Kazuma is caught in the devastating impact, sent flying by a powerful, orange-glowing attack. The force of the explosion throws him and other combatants backward, debris erupting around them with a thunderous quang. Count Asgora stands unfazed amidst the destruction, red energy swirling around him as he lets out another chilling H. Suddenly, Lee Ho-yeol appears, his glowing purple sword cutting through the air, ready to engage. Count Asgora, undeterred, barks a command to his forces, ordering them, "Go kill them all." The battlefield erupts into a chaotic melee, the sounds of combat echoing with a deep "wo". Amidst the fray, Hisagi Kazuma takes another brutal hit, blood splattering from his face as he cries out in pain, "H." As Hisagi Kazuma falters, a powerful, glowing strike erupts from the chaos, slamming into one of the armored knights. The sudden, overwhelming force sends shockwaves through the battlefield, even startling a young man recording the fight, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he processes the situation, a realization dawning on him that this isn't merely a supporting mage's ability, but something far more profound. His hand pulses with vibrant blue energy, channeling what he calls reversal magic, and there's even more power building within him. With a surge of brilliant blue light, he charges directly into the fray, engaging Count Asgora and his remaining knight, their forms momentarily obscured by the explosive impact. His gaze remains fixed and unwavering, the blue glow in his eyes intensifying with each passing moment. The reversal magic continues to surge from his hand, a constant stream of power reshaping the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracks and shatters, sending fragments of stone and dust flying in every direction. Count Asgora and his knight recoil, stunned by the sudden, overwhelming power, realizing that this single individual is now fighting their unranked cavalry knights with impossible strength. Still reeling from the incredible display of power he just witnessed. The observer can only wonder about the identity and class of the impossibly handsome figure whose skills defy all known understanding. Amidst the swirling blue magical energy, Lee Ho-yeol stands triumphant. His recent opponent, Count Asgora, now a mangled, defeated mess on the blood-soaked ground. He holds a glowing blue dagger, its light reflecting his calm demeanor. A guttural growl escapes the defeated count as the observer's thoughts continue to race, unable to categorize the mysterious fighter's abilities. Lee Ho-yeol examines the silver dagger in his hand, standing over the remnants of his foe, considering the weapon's remaining durability. Meanwhile, Online viewers comment on his intense gaze and the apparent enjoyment he takes in toying with his opponents. He considers a new possibility, wondering what would happen if he could manipulate an object's properties. His hand glows with blue mana as he explains his theory. He interferes with a rock's mana to change it, then brings it back to normal, effectively resetting its durability. But then, a crucial question arises. If he reverts an object, would its durability also be restored? He recalls a previous experiment where a rock, imbued with mana, had the fragility of a teacup, its durability reduced to a mere 1 out of 5. However, when he used his reversal ability to return it to its original state, it became a rock once again, completely free of any durability debuffs. This confirms his hypothesis. His magic truly brings objects back to their original state, perfectly restored. With this understanding, he manifests a silver dagger, a weapon with incredibly low durability, yet capable of inflicting critical damage, leaving online viewers like Cursed Kulking and Shino utterly baffled by its sudden transformation and unique properties. The potential is clear. It's possible to create a weapon that sacrifices resilience for devastating impact. The successful application of his theory and the creation of the dagger culminates in a surge of power, as he receives a notification that he has leveled up. A low groan escapes Lee Ho-yeol as he clutches the newly forged silver dagger, its name, Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, echoing in his mind, while a blonde-haired hunter in the distance exclaims that he doesn't even have time for low-rank monsters, calling him a charger. Meanwhile, Hisagi Kazuma lets out a soft huff, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before him. In the dungeon's depths, a chorus of voices proclaims, "Good work." As the blonde hunter, Lee Jinwoo, Nam Keelman, and Jaein, along with their companions, gather around the fallen monsters, ready to claim their rewards, with one of them calling out, "Good work, everyone. Take the loot." Contemplating the next move, Lee Ho-yeol considers what more could be offered to secure a deal, wondering if a zero-sum outcome is truly acceptable. As he holds a small, rectangular object in his hand, a sudden voice breaks his concentration, causing him to look up with a surprised, almost annoyed, expression. "Excuse me," he calls out, his thoughts abruptly interrupted. Looking down, he sees a young man introducing himself. Hello, I'm Wigging TV," the newcomer states brightly. Lee Ho-yeol observes the vlogger, who is now fully visible, holding a camera and seemingly recording their interaction. A moment of quiet contemplation passes over him as he takes in the situation. With a hint of dry wit, he finally asks, "May I interrupt your vlog?" Lee Ho-yeol stands with a focused intensity, his unique mental resistance allowing him to withstand any assault, a power that has made him the sole survivor capable of eliminating all monsters. Below him, a group of armored figures, some visibly injured, look up in disbelief, one of them calling out, "Excuse me." As he observes their plight from above, a voice from the group exclaims, "You're really amazing." Korean? Japanese? Causing a flicker of surprise across his face. Another armored figure, clearly frustrated, demands to know if he's in the raid alone, questioning if he thinks this is some kind of dungeon. As Lee Ho-yeol looks down, a red-haired man, Hisagi Kazuma, looks up at him, repeating the question about being alone and demanding his name. Lee Ho-yeol simply commands him to move, but Kazuma responds with a knowing tone, "Hello, I've heard about you." He stands amidst the group of hunters, his silver hair stark against the grim backdrop, as Hisagi Kazuma confronts him, surrounded by his own team. With a dismissive gesture, he reiterates his previous statement, "I actually texted you guys about joining Jaein." Hisagi Kazuma, however, remains unconvinced, his red eyes narrowed as he insists, "There's no way I'd allow a scoundrel like you to join here." The tension in the air is palpable, a faint stain of blood visible on his hand and the tattered sleeve of his jacket. Unfazed by the threat, he simply tells them to move. "Therefore, I don't have any questions." Hisagi Kazuma's patience wears thin, his voice rising in frustration, "Get out of my fury." As the confrontation intensifies, the true identity of the silver-haired man, known as Whiteshell, or Paladin Grandfell, begins to surface, his reputation preceding him even in this dire situation. The mysterious player, known for his formidable power, continues to refuse all questions, citing a lack of proper formality. A soft groan escapes him, as if the very idea of such trivial concerns is a physical burden. Meanwhile, news outlets buzz with updates, reporting that LOK, the player ranking second, has finally reached level 400, while the same mysterious player continues to evade formal questioning. Elsewhere, within the Shining Guild's base camp, Jaein lets out a small, amused sound, while Wigging observes the situation. Clad in formidable armor, Lee Ho-yeol sits upon a grand chair, his expression thoughtful as he processes the unfolding events. He gazes out at a snow-covered landscape, a quiet escaping his lips as he contemplates. Turning his attention to a nearby screen, he wonders aloud what new information it might hold. The screen displays the current player rankings, highlighting LOK as the second-ranked player, associated with the Shining Guild. Further down, the Jaein Guild is listed at 8th place, described as a strong guild, followed by a self-deprecating comment from an unknown source. "I don't know. I'm just an archer." A man with a neatly tied top knot and a distressed expression cries out, lamenting the desperation he feels. As a system screen displays a player ranking, showing LOK of the Shining Guild at level 400. He continues his outburst, demanding to know how many times he has to repeat himself, having barely managed to gather this data, yet being stuck in a meeting for hours. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol, clad in his paladin armor, quietly ponders his unique predicament, wondering why he alone, in modern times, was reincarnated as the villain in this grand screen of existence. His other self, now in a sharp suit and emanating a soft blue glow, seems to agree with the sentiment, a silent affirmation hanging in the air. A red-haired woman observes him, casually eating a snack, her expression unreadable. Back in the meeting, the bearded man continues to shout, convinced that his counterpart is simply jealous. Lee Ho-yeol, still in his armor, calmly retorts, questioning the man's jealousy and recalling his past ambitions to establish guilds and become accounts early, but admitting he never truly felt it, especially now that everyone is talking about that man instead. His suited form, still glowing with blue energy, simply looks away, lost in thought. Still processing the news of a new high-ranked player, LOK, Lee Ho-yeol dismisses the media's hype, understanding it as a mere attempt to garner more attention whenever a fresh face emerges. Meanwhile, another hunter, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, grumbles about the forced exaggeration, convinced the media is simply inflating the new player's status for clicks. He concludes there's nothing more to discuss, announcing his departure, having already secured a private lounge for an upcoming appointment he cannot afford to miss. Later, in a snow-covered forest, Lee Ho-yeol stands in his paladin armor, observing two men in suits below him, while a red-haired woman watches from a slight distance, a voice questioning their presence. Back in a dimly lit room, he sits alone, his armored form illuminated by the glow of a large screen displaying a powerful, ethereal figure. A moment of silence hangs in the air, broken only by the subtle sound of a door opening. A high-heeled boot steps onto the floor, eliciting a surprised exclamation. The red-haired woman, now adorned in a witch's hat and cloak, stands beside the blonde-haired hunter, both appearing ready for a new endeavor. He murmurs, almost to himself, that it's like magic, yet distinctly not. This is Jesse Holmes, a quest master of formidable power, standing at level 397 and holding the 4th player ranking. Still captivated, the blonde-haired hunter admits he's never heard anything described with such enthusiasm. Jesse, with a playful smile, reaches out to gently tap his chin. Her expression shifts to one of thoughtful observation, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Indeed, this person is quite interesting. Later, Jesse, now clad in a flowing white cloak, stands ready alongside the blonde-haired hunter and another figure, their collective gaze fixed forward, prepared for their next endeavor. Within the Inazuma Guild's base camp, a voice erupts in frustration, cursing the situation. A muffled groan escapes Hisagi Kazuma, wrapped in a blanket, as he reacts to the outburst. He snaps back, demanding to know what was said, while Lee Ho-yeol calmly advises the guild master to compose himself and get out of the blanket before catching a cold. A news report flashes across the screen, detailing a mysterious 11-star player capturing the world's attention, and the guild master fumes, questioning his own judgment and vowing to rectify any mistakes. Now dressed and composed, the guild master stands in the Inazuma Guild's base camp, his expression grim and focused. He holds a phone to his ear, speaking of that silver-haired man. With Lee Ho-yeol visible in the background, the guild master declares they need to bring him onto their side, no matter the cost. His gaze sharpens, as he vows to successfully carry out the plan. Meanwhile, a man in glasses confirms his understanding, receiving instructions to keep his energy shield active. The Count family's territory has been successfully cleared, following the territory's outskirts. At the Count family's fortress, a unified force, sharing one banner, fought fiercely for first place, with a leader in striking purple armor at the forefront, accompanied by Nam Keelman, the blonde-haired hunter, and Lee Jinwoo. However, the enemy proved overwhelmingly powerful, overpowering the unified forces and claiming first place for themselves. Now, all that remains is to consider what comes next. The Count family's fortress still stands, but its destruction is currently at 72%. Players from all over the world are now gathering, preparing to enter the fray. Under the pale moonlight, the leader in purple armor, Nam Keelman, the blonde-haired hunter, and Lee Jinwoo gaze towards the imposing structure, their resolve hardening. Because of the high risk associated with this rupture, a palpable tension hangs heavy within the base camps. If the rupture falls, Russia itself will be lost, a city already crumbling under the catastrophic event. With the fate of a nation hanging in the balance, all that can be done is to wish the players good luck as a mysterious pink orb glows ominously. An armored figure stands ready, their sword drawn, facing a blinding, reddish-orange light that heralds the coming battle. A figure, obscured by rain or water, stands in a dark, tactical jacket. The news continues its broadcast, shifting focus to a new, striking figure with silver hair, who casually checks his phone. His athletic physique evident beneath a towel draped over his shoulders. Later, the same mysterious player appears in public, impeccably dressed in a suit, sparking commentary about his unusual choice of attire, a simple suit and coat, devoid of any specialized manner equipment or accessories. Observers speculate that he must possess incredible hidden equipment, given his extraordinary performance. They wonder if his lack of visible gear is a deliberate, secret strategy for clearing the rupture. To which he simply replies, "I just didn't have any to wear." A soft groan escapes him as he stares at his phone. The news report on his screen detailing how someone had effortlessly conjured massive columns with a mere flick of their hand, leaving the commentator to wonder how such a feat was possible, and vowing to consult an expert named Park. Lee Ho-yeol simply murmurs, "Nam bong," as the broadcast continues, highlighting the mysterious player's sudden appearance and the global attention he's garnered. He considers the implications, realizing the situation could have been far worse if the player had arrived even a moment later. The player on screen, the one who had conjured the columns, humbly states that it was the only thing he could do at the time. From that point forward, the mysterious player simply observed, his movements now restricted by the presence of Jaein and Inazuma. Lee Ho-yeol watches the screen, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as if the player's actions were a signal for others to step up. He recalls his own past, a time when he too had been completely depleted of mana. A wry thought crosses his mind, finding some small comfort that at least no one was calling him an imbecile for his own actions. Lee Jinwoo examines a holographic display, a faint hum accompanying his movements as he considers the newly acquired loot. It's a rare item, he notes, the first he's ever laid hands on since becoming a player. The item, a necklace marked with a blood curse, has its effects sealed by a demon vampire's power, requiring purification to reveal its true potential. These particular cursed artifacts are known as devil's items, and once their curse is undone, a random effect is sealed within them. Essentially, he realizes, it's a gacha item. Most players simply discard such items, as the odds of gaining a beneficial option rarely outweigh the immense cost of purification. However, a different path exists for these cursed artifacts, a skill known as the exorcism ritual. This ritual, a skill to invite a demon into one's body, glows with arcane energy. Hisei Kazuma muses that he is the only one capable of utilizing the exorcism ritual as an offering. The basic effect of the exorcism ritual involves attacking, but there's a deeper, more dangerous aspect to it. It allows a demon without a body to possess a host, a terrifying prospect that could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hisei Kazuma listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the implications of such a ritual unfold. However, the situation changes drastically when one chooses to become an offering themselves. To invite the demon directly into one's consciousness, Lee Jinwoo considers the weight of such a decision, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Hisei Kazuma muses aloud, acknowledging the potential for immense power, but only if his affinity is strong enough to control it. Suddenly, a call interrupts the moment, with Nam Keelman's name flashing across Lee Jinwoo's phone screen. A surprised "huh?" escapes him as he stares at the unexpected caller. Before he can even process the call, Nam Keelman appears from behind, embracing him in a tight, unexpected hug, leaving Lee Jinwoo utterly bewildered. A message flashes across his screen, its content sparking a flicker of surprise across Lee Jinwoo's face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a determined Lee Ho-yeol holds his own phone, a spectral blue figure with glowing eyes manifesting ominously behind him, his gaze fixed and resolute. He considers the consequences, knowing that accidentally eliminating Grandfell could lead to unforeseen complications, and this confrontation needs to end now. Back on a different screen, a message advises a polite approach, suggesting to refrain from any foul play. The outcome of the earlier clash becomes clear as Hisei Kazuma lies defeated on the ground, his body slumped in exhaustion. He slowly pushes himself up, his glasses askew, a look of utter shock etched across his face. A message from Lee Ho-yeol Kim confirms the victory, simply stating, "Total awesome." Another message, this one from Guild Will Be, echoes a sense of familiarity, remarking, "This is just like last time. I'm getting deja vu." Hisei Kazuma stands, clutching his head in distress, the reality of Grandfell's easy win settling in. He had intended to apologize for his earlier informality, even planning to offer something substantial. But the defeated guild master, Hisei Kazuma, was in no mood to talk, his phone ringing unanswered. On the screen, Hisei Kazuma's frustration boiled over, demanding to know if his opponent was Japanese or part of a guild. The caller ID clearly showed Grandfell, a name he was actively ignoring. Meanwhile, in a bustling dungeon, Lee Jinwoo and the blonde-haired hunter observed the chaotic scene, remarking that it was truly a seller's market. Back in the office, Lee Ho-yeol watched Hisei Kazuma's hands tremble on the screen, barely containing his fury. He simply confirmed his identity, noting that Hisei Kazuma was likely just exhausted from a lack of mana. Still, Hisei Kazuma remained defiant, stating there was nothing to be done since his opponent wouldn't pick up. His attention quickly shifted to a more pressing matter, Countess Skira. A digital screen illuminates, displaying a document title, "The County Family's Fortress." A hand grips the device, the owner wondering aloud, "What was that notification I got again? I think you can start now, like 10 minutes ago, right?" Suddenly, a violent tremor rips through the air, a deafening krak echoing all around. Hisei Kazuma, still focused on his device, feels the shockwave, his expression shifting to one of utter surprise. The red-haired man cries out, "Huh? What's happening? An earthquake?" Elsewhere, Nam Keelman also reacts with wide-eyed alarm, the sudden force catching him completely off guard. Even Lee Ho-yeol, composed as ever, feels the reverberations, the sharp krak cutting through the silence. A chilling realization dawns as a system message confirms. The Count family's fortress has suddenly broken down. The massive structure, once a symbol of power, now crumbles into dust, engulfed in a chaotic cascade of orange and red energy. The rupture's energy levels continue their relentless climb, now surging past 80%. Hobin's voice cuts through the chaos, ordering a swift civilian evacuation, as reports confirm the catastrophic collapse of the Count family's fortress in Russia. The aftermath is grim, with no survivors found among the surrounding bases. Elsewhere, concerned staff members relay the escalating crisis, noting that the US and Europe are now demanding Russia seal its borders and evacuate all players. A single word escapes Hisagi Kazuma, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Far away, the Count family's fortress, a monumental structure, continues its violent disintegration, consumed by a maelstrom of crackling purple energy. From a shadowed chamber, a formidable figure in dark, ornate armor, flanked by silent subordinates, observes the distant, cataclysmic event. The fortress is utterly obliterated, leaving only a void where its imposing silhouette once stood. A choked sound escapes him, his eyes wide with disbelief as the news of the fortress's collapse reaches him. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man in a sharp suit stands amidst the swirling purple dust, his gaze fixed on the devastation, a quiet confirmation escaping his lips. So it did collapse. Back with Lee Ho-yeol, a flicker of recognition crosses his face, a question forming in his mind about the man he just saw. He turns to the others in the room, voicing his thought. Isn't that the guy from TV? Unaware of the distant recognition, the dark-haired man walks deeper into the ruins, his footsteps echoing softly, a single word hanging in the air. Alone? The group around Lee Ho-yeol remains stunned, one of them muttering, he must be out of his mind. Deep within the purple-tinged wreckage, a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerges, its form vaguely humanoid but twisted and menacing. The dark-haired man stands on a precarious ledge, his back to the viewer, observing the newly revealed entity without a hint of fear. The ground beneath him is cracked and broken, shimmering with residual purple energy from the catastrophic event. Lee Ho-yeol, the Paladin Grandfell, makes his entrance, stepping into the now-collapsed Count family's fortress. Surveying the destruction around him, he dismisses a prominent feature with a disdainful, "What a shitty statue." Lee Ho-yeol stands in a grand, ruined hall, clad in dark, spiky armor, a massive sword resting against his shoulder. While in another moment, he walks away from a towering, ornate structure, his long black coat billowing behind him. The past, it seems, haunts forever, and with a look of utter disdain, he mutters, "What a shitty statue." From its perch atop a kneeling statue, a shadowy, horned creature questions the grand building below, scoffing at the idea of calling it a fortress. A thought echoes, suggesting that even a simple mansion would be 10 times better than this current location. Looking down at a small, blue-skinned creature, Lee Ho-yeol dismisses the notion, confirming that the mansion was indeed far superior. Suddenly, a monstrous, glowing pink claw emerges, hinting at the creature's true, terrifying power. Its face is revealed, eyes burning red, teeth sharp and predatory. Both Lee Ho-yeol and the smaller creature recoil in surprise, a sharp sound indicating a sudden, unexpected movement. Facing two of the blue-skinned beings, he questions aloud if the creature heard his earlier remark. The shadowy figure stands poised on the statue, its gaze fixed on its target. Then, with a powerful leap, it launches itself from the statue, hurtling towards Lee Ho-yeol, who watches its descent. As the massive creature began its descent, the surrounding hunters erupted in alarm, questioning the sudden, terrifying turn of events. Among them, Nam Keelman's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the static statue was now a living, attacking entity. The shadowy horned creature, easily 10 meters tall, plunged downward, its immense size and clear danger leaving no room for doubt. As it descended, the other hunters cried out, insisting they needed to help the one in its path. Lee Ho-yeol, however, simply narrowed his eyes, a subtle question forming on his lips about the creature's sudden proximity. Without a word, he subtly adjusted his collar, a silent signal of his readiness. The creature's face, a mask of glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, loomed closer, its shadowy form radiating raw menace. But Lee Ho-yeol stood his ground, raising a hand as purple energy began to coalesce around it, preparing to meet the incoming threat head-on. His golden-brown eyes now glowed with a fierce purple light, a clear sign of his awakened power and unwavering resolve. The colossal shadowy creature slams into the ground, a violent purple shockwave erupting outwards from the point of impact. Its towering form fully revealed as it continues its descent, glowing red eyes fixed on the world below. A guttural roar echoes as its massive leg makes contact, sending tremors through the earth, a sound that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it. Nearby, Hisagi Kazuma and another hunter recoil from the sheer force of the impact, their faces etched with a mix of shock and apprehension. Yet, amidst the chaos, Li Ho Yeol stands with an unnerving calm, his glowing eyes observing the creature's arrival, while the other two hunters look on with grim determination. Further back, Nam Keelman, clad in his armor, questions the source of the deafening noise, realizing it emanates from the fortress they are meant to protect. He and Li Jinwu, along with other hunters, gaze up at the monstrous figure, their expressions a mixture of awe and dread. Hisagi Kazuma, however, seems to have made a decision, a determined glint in her red eyes. As she charges forward, the blonde-haired hunter, Jessie, calls out to her, urging caution, but she is already committed to the fight. As the command echoes to destroy the monster, a figure with flowing blonde and purple hair, wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, descends from above, unleashing a torrent of energy. Her attack converges on the distant structure, a focused beam of destructive purple light striking with immense force. Below, armored hunters recoil in shock, one of them barely able to utter a disbelieving question as the impact reverberates. The ground itself fractures and splinters, red impact lines radiating from the epicenter of the devastating blow. Amidst the settling dust and debris, Li Ho Yeol walks away from the destruction, the system's objective to destroy the monster now fulfilled. A slight frown crosses his features as he remarks that it was merely stone, hardly worth breaking his fast for such a trivial amusement. Consulting a tablet, he learns the statue was crafted from a special material and destroyed in a single hit, a fact he dryly comments on as being so harsh given the effort put into its creation. The lingering echoes of the immense impact resonate with a final, thunderous roar. Turning his gaze towards the remaining castle structure, he ponders the implications of the swift destruction. A sudden, urgent message echoes through the area, announcing the gatekeeper's demise and declaring an immediate opportunity for all present. As the call rings out, a figure in a dark suit stands among a group of shadowy forms, a command echoing for everyone to advance. Li Ho Yeol, observing the sudden surge of activity, wonders if the gatekeeper's death triggered some kind of magical flare, noting that everyone around him seems convinced it did. A moment of surprise crosses his face as a new system notification materializes before him. The holographic display details a class quest, proof of the competent mage, tasking him to hunt the vampire and reduce its level to 10 or below, a completely unexpected new objective. He ponders the situation, questioning if the gatekeeper's death truly opened the fortress, and if the fear of being hunted by a vampire is a factor he should consider. Without a word, he turns and begins to walk away, prompting Nam Keelman to ask where he's going. But Li Ho Yeol's resolve is clear. There's no time for hesitation. As they move through the dark, ruined landscape, Nam Keelman urges caution, suggesting they assess the situation rather than rushing in blindly, and questions his companion's rashness. Li Ho Yeol, however, remains undeterred, his thoughts fixed on the disparity between Count Michael's rising level and his own, yet his identity as a demon hunter fuels his determination, dismissing any doubts. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as the new environment envelopes his senses, the shadowy essence of his demon hunter calling manifesting behind him. He plunges into a vast, opulent space, its crimson and gold decor hinting at a forgotten grandeur. The sheer scale of the chamber reveals itself as a grand banquet hall, a chilling thought in this desolate place. His expression hardens, resolve etched onto his features. Suddenly, a disquieting tremor runs through the air, a faint, unsettling sound echoing from the depths of the hall. The ornate walls themselves seem to groan and creak, a faint, crimson glow emanating from their intricate carvings. He glances towards the unsettling portraits adorning the walls, their painted eyes seeming to follow his every move. The eerie creaking intensifies, the crimson light pulsing with a growing, malevolent energy. Then, a chilling, high-pitched cackle echoes through the vast chamber, a clear sign that he is not alone. A surge of dark, crimson energy erupts, clawing upwards from the floor. The oppressive force intensifies, coalescing into a spectral, grasping hand. Hisagi Kazuma gasps, clutching his chest as an unseen power chokes the air from his lungs, a magician suffocating despite his abilities. Shit, he curses, the pressure overwhelming him. He collapses onto the ornate floor of the grand hall, surrounded by the inert forms of his fallen companions. One of them, Taemin, lies motionless as a voice desperately calls out his name. Still struggling for breath, Hisagi Kazuma feels the suffocating grip persist. His gaze falls upon the unsettling portraits lining the hallway, each one depicting a sinister, horned figure. A chilling sensation washes over him, the distinct feeling of being watched, just as he had been by the statue monster in a previous quest. He struggles against the oppressive force, a guttural sound escaping his throat. His mind races, connecting the dots as he realizes, it's the portraits. These are the demon's portraits. Seeing his comrade still suffering, a fierce resolve hardens his expression. With a desperate roar, he commands, "Burn them all," as flames erupt around him. A powerful magical symbol flares to life, engulfing the area in a brilliant, fiery explosion. The sudden surge of energy leaves him momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Far away, the shadowy horned creature stirs, a faint green glow emanating from its form as it murmurs, "I feel much better." Back in the observation room, the silver-haired man ponders the situation, realizing, I was wondering why all the others that went in first were retreating. He concludes, looking at the data on his screen, everything in this temple is a trap. He struggles against the oppressive force, realizing that the strange portraits and interior items were all part of the abnormalities, making sense of why he hadn't sensed anything upon entering the main area. Yet, the pressure is overwhelming, and he wonders if it's truly just the portraits, cursing his own lack of experience compared to others. He knows his barbarian class is more susceptible to such status abnormalities, but the sheer intensity of the magical assault is still shocking. His sage-eye Kazuma is visibly strained, a fiery aura flickering around him as he endures the unseen burden. He looks out over the vast, ornate hall, a chilling thought crossing his mind. How much worse will it get once they delve deeper into the temple? The magical pressure intensifies, manifesting as swirling red energy. Meanwhile, observing the unfolding chaos from a distance, Li Ho Yeol maintains a stern, analytical expression. His assessment of the situation is blunt and dismissive. These portraits are absolute shit. Li Ho Yeol continues his assessment, a red, distorting aura swirling around him as he walks deeper into the dungeon, wondering how the creators managed such realistic portraits. He dismisses them as absolute shit, prompting Li Jinwoo to exclaim at his harshness. Unperturbed, Li Ho Yeol reiterates his disdain, the red energy still pulsing around him as he moves through the strange environment. His attention then shifts to the castle's layout, finding it a confusing mess of unnecessary hallways and rooms that lead nowhere. He muses that if the designers truly put thought into it, then the convoluted structure must be purely for decoration, prompting a nearby voice to jokingly ask if he's a real estate agent. Lost in thought, he ponders the implications of such an inefficient design. The dungeon's magical abnormalities intensify, distorting the very air with a vibrant, crimson energy. A grand staircase appears before him, bathed in the same unsettling red light and warped by the dungeon's power. Without hesitation, Li Ho Yeol descends into the crimson-tinged depths, ready to face whatever lies beyond. Li Ho Yeol's intense gaze sweeps across the distorted chamber, the air thick with a sickening, cloying scent. The source of the stench seems to emanate from an ornate, crimson-tinged door, pulsating with dark energy. He stands before it, Li Jinwoo a silent presence behind him, both observing the strange architecture that marks this as the fortress's heart. A deep intuition guides him forward, his senses screaming a warning. He knows, with chilling certainty, that beyond this threshold lies Count Escura. His foot crosses the boundary, stepping into the unknown. A sudden, unsettling quiet descends upon them, a stark contrast to the dungeon's previous oppressive atmosphere. He surmises that the other players haven't arrived yet, but his thoughts are cut short by a chilling voice from behind them, declaring, "Found you." Both men whirl around, startled, as a tall, blonde-haired figure in elaborate purple and gold robes materializes, reaching out with an outstretched hand, its eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light. A powerful, blonde-haired figure floats effortlessly in the air, surrounded by a vibrant, swirling red aura of magical particles. Her head tilted upside down as she declares, "I saw." Li Ho Yeol, looking up at the spectacle, can only manage to exclaim, "You're really cool magic." The blonde woman looks down with a slight smirk, her body now right side up, still enveloped in the vibrant magical energy. As Li Ho Yeol continues to gaze up at her, his back to the viewer, he observes her floating effortlessly, a thought crossing his mind. She's floating. What the hell? I'm trying really hard to conserve mana, and she's using it like it's water? The blonde woman, now wearing a witch hat and a wide, curious smile, confesses, "Was really curious. I couldn't wait." As the blonde magic user's hand glows with vibrant red energy, Li Ho Yeol finds himself utterly baffled by her skill, a power he cannot decipher despite having studied countless video highlights of her abilities. She then challenges him, boasting of her mastery over all forms of magic and inviting him to discuss his own cool magic. A playful smirk dances on her lips, her green eyes sparkling with amusement. Li Ho Yeol, caught off guard, can only stare back, a mixture of surprise and irritation clouding his expression. Without warning, she reaches out, her fingers gently touching his cheek, eliciting a soft gasp of surprise from him. As he recoils slightly from her unexpected touch, she chastises him, reminding him to mind his manners. He internally justifies his reaction, believing that a basic level of caution is warranted when one is about to be apprehended. His golden brown eyes narrow, a flicker of resolve hardening his gaze. The blonde magic user watches him, her expression shifting to one of intrigued curiosity. Her green eyes gleam with an almost predatory curiosity. As the blonde magic user watches him, a faint smile playing on her lips, while Li Ho Yeol's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. A sudden burst of crimson energy erupts around him, his eyes flaring with an inner power. He plunges downward, a blazing silhouette of red, leaving a trail of light in his wake. Landing with a powerful impact, the ground beneath him glows a vibrant red. He now stands in his full paladin armor, the blonde magic user still observing his transformation. As his silver hair flows with the surging energy, a system message confirms the activation of his natural enemy skill. His gaze sharpens, filled with unwavering determination, ready for whatever comes next. However, the sudden surge of power has disturbed an ancient slumber, as a venerable vampire lord awakens, his voice echoing with ancient disdain, wondering who dared to rouse him, only to find it was just the humans. Now, Liho Yeol stands face to face with the newly awakened entity, both enveloped in their respective auras of power, poised for battle. From the depths of the crimson-tinged void, the Ancient One's voice echoes with chilling disdain, declaring humanity utterly foolish and inferior. His overwhelming power radiates through the air, causing a concerned voice to inquire about the well-being of the super-cool mage. As the blonde magic user looks on with a questioning gaze, Liho Yeol stands firm, his paladin form radiating defiance. The vampire lord, revealing himself as Ascura, merely chuckles at the inquiry, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. Unfazed, Liho Yeol retorts, declaring the ancient being nothing more than a vulgar and vile vampire. Ignoring the insult, Ascura focuses on a necklace imbued with a blood's curse, choosing it as an offering for his next move. With a firm grip, he holds the glowing artifact, its crimson energy intensifying. The necklace transforms, twisting into a demonic, horned emblem, floating ominously in the air. Swirling red energy erupts as Ascura activates his exorcism ritual skill, targeting those he deems of arrogant blood. His sage eye Kazuma's eyes blaze with an intense red glow, his expression hardening as crimson energy crackles around him. Liho Yeol clenches his hand, a chain dangling from his grasp, as a faint red aura emanates from the shadowy figure below him. The pendant at the end of the chain glows ominously, and he declares, "I'll teach you a lesson." Red energy pulses, accompanied by a high-pitched hum, as an exorcism ritual activates. His eyes blaze with crimson light, his expression cold as he condemns, for pretending to be of aristocrat blood. The red energy intensifies, swirling around his chest, a powerful force gathering within him, as a system message flashes, confirming the class quest. Prologue of the counterattack. Hunt the vampire. Make the vampires feel the fear of being hunted. Nam Keelman watches, wide-eyed, as Liho Yeol stands resolute, the glowing pendant still in his hand. He considers the implications of his exorcism ritual, knowing that using an offering could draw the target into his consciousness for a direct confrontation. As a demon hunter, he understands the weight of his words and the true meaning behind his declaration. Even with an opponent of such high caliber, he remains confident that everything will be all right. Meanwhile, Count Reagan, surrounded by a faint red aura, expresses concern, wondering what would happen if things went wrong, and if he might become possessed by a dirty heretic. Another figure, a blonde magic user, watches with disdain, uttering a dismissive, "What a pity, human." Unfazed by their reactions, Liho Yeol stands resolute, his eyes burning with a fierce crimson light as a powerful red aura erupts around him. In response to the ritual's activation, the vampire lord manifests in a monstrous, shadowy form, dark red energy swirling violently around him. From within the swirling darkness, the Ancient One's voice booms, dismissing his opponent as nothing more than a lonely insect. Liho Yeol observes the terrifying transformation, realizing with a jolt that Count Reagan is absorbing the power of his subordinates. The monstrous vampire lord, his form still radiating dark energy, acknowledges the immense power gap between himself and his opponent, yet a chilling confidence echoes in his voice. He knows his foe is hundreds of levels above him, but if he can reclaim all the scattered power, that gap will only widen further. As if on cue, a spiky, crimson energy coalesces and surges towards him, a visual manifestation of the power he seeks to absorb. Count Reagan's human face, now tinged with a sinister glow, watches the absorption with cold, calculating eyes, his expression devoid of mercy. Meanwhile, Liho Yeol finds himself in a starkly different reality, a desolate, purple-hued wasteland stretching endlessly around him, his mind reeling from the sudden shift. The barren landscape offers no familiar landmarks, only jagged rock formations under a somber sky. His back to the viewer, the white-haired man stands resolute, his posture conveying a mix of surprise and readiness. Turning to survey his new surroundings, he voices the question echoing in his mind. Where exactly has he been transported? His golden brown eyes narrow slightly, a silent contemplation of his predicament. Count Reagan lets out a chilling laugh, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Observing the lingering effects of his opponent's actions, he muses on the unique trickery, yet dismisses it with a wave of his hand. A surge of crimson energy crackles around his outstretched hand, as he declares his absolute power, confident he can simply destroy any such foolishness. Engulfed in a malevolent red aura, Reagan prepares to unleash his full might against the perceived trickery. His voice echoes with chilling finality, promising annihilation. The destructive energy surges outward, culminating in a blinding explosion of raw power, before slowly dissipating into the darkness. The vampire lord, Count Reagan, unleashed a torrent of crimson magic, a swirling vortex of destructive power, as he cursed the perceived weakness of his opponent. The air crackled with his power, and he declared his initial anticipation for a challenge, a fleeting hope for entertainment. But now, With the attack seemingly complete, he coldly pronounced his foe reduced to mere ashes. However, from the heart of the devastation, a voice calmly cut through the lingering magic, asking if that was truly the image he projected to Askira. A confident, almost arrogant smile still played on Reagan's lips, unaware of the impossible survival. Yet, amidst the dissipating red energy and the scarred earth, Li Ho Yeol stood, completely unharmed. The sight caused the vampire lord's eyes to widen in utter disbelief, his composure shattering instantly. His smug expression twisted into a furious snarl, as he finally registered the impossible reality before him. Li Ho Yeol remained calm, his gaze unwavering, as Reagan's disbelief echoed in his mind, demanding to know how he could still be alive. With a tight grip on his own wrist, Count Reagan's voice, laced with a chilling command, echoes through the air, urging his opponent to observe closely. His face contorted in a mask of disbelief and rage, he demands to know who could possibly have perished in the devastating attack he just unleashed. A faint red glow emanates from his mouth as he struggles to comprehend the impossible, a guttural sound escaping him. His eye, now a burning crimson orb, bulges with fury, veins throbbing visibly around it, as his disbelief curdles into explosive anger. Below him, completely unscathed and composed, Li Ho Yeol stands amidst the shattered remnants of the battlefield, a picture of serene defiance. The sight of his unharmed opponent sends a fresh wave of uncontrollable fury through Count Reagan, his cape billowing around him as his gaze burns down with murderous intent. A dark, crimson energy begins to swirl around him, his face twisting into a monstrous snarl as his fangs extend and his eyes glow with an even more intense, malevolent light, the sheer force of his rage threatening to erupt. Finally, his pent-up fury bursts forth, a chaotic explosion of dark power ripping through the air. Explosive rage erupts, tearing through the air with a violent, clawing force. The chaotic energy surges, filling the space with an ominous red glow. As a hand clenches, the blonde mage's power building to an uncontrollable crescendo. She unleashes a torrent of dark, swirling magic, her form wreathed in destructive energy. The sheer force of the outburst causes Li Ho Yeol to react with a dismissive thought, refusing to believe such a display could be genuine. The blonde mage, consumed by a furious, glowing aura, struggles to comprehend the situation, her own power spiraling out of control. The ground itself seems to crack under the immense pressure of her escalating fury, as her rage reaches a fever pitch. Unfazed by the raw power, Li Ho Yeol calmly addresses her, his own hand faintly glowing. His words cut through the chaos, observing the fear etched onto Count Reagan's face, who is clearly overwhelmed by the blonde mage's uncontrolled power. The uncontrolled magical energy from Askira erupts, manifesting as a monstrous, shadowy form that screams in fury. "Silence, you insect!" Tearing through the environment with devastating force. As the chaotic purple and red energies finally subside, leaving behind a landscape of utter destruction, Li Ho Yeol stands calmly amidst the rubble, the blonde magic user beside him, looking down at the devastation she wrought. Count Reagan, witnessing the sheer power, can only gasp in terror. Whoa, barely able to comprehend what just transpired. Li Ho Yeol, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, observes the scene. The entire top part of the castle is gone. Reagan, still shaken, admits he almost died, while Askira, now seemingly more composed, questions if he had predicted the patrol and their impending fight. "I almost died." "Whoa, you predicted that the patrol and you would begin your fight." With a knowing look, he retorts, asking if Reagan is relieved it wasn't worse, or simply amazed, as he himself barely had time to react to the sudden, overwhelming power. As the exorcism ritual skill activates, a violent red aura erupts, accompanied by a guttural sound. The vampire lord, witnessing the surge of power, questions the nature of this new development. However, the ritual's effect can be significantly altered when an offering is utilized. From within the crimson energy, a spectral hand reaches out, its voice pleading to be left alone. The vampire lord, his expression hardening, demands the entity retreat immediately. While he might seem to hold the advantage in this confrontation, his defenses and magical reserves are being severely tested. The demonic entity fully manifests, its form grotesque and enraged, letting out a terrifying shriek as it warns against approach. Its roar echoes with raw power, a primal sound of fury. Yet, despite the terrifying display, Granfell remained utterly unaffected by such a demonic presence. Observing the unfolding chaos, Hisagi Kazuma voices his concern that the ritual isn't working as intended, while the unnamed blonde magic user questions what has been done to the vampire lord. Meanwhile, the demonic entity itself recoils, finding the sight before it utterly unbearable. The unnamed blonde magic user, witnessing the vampire lord's distress, demands to know the cause of his suffering. The vampire lord, now visibly trembling, screams internally, his mind consumed by fear as he tries to lash out at the demonic presence. He struggles to comprehend the situation, wondering how a mere human could inflict such a powerful effect upon him. A system message confirms the grim reality. Vampire Count Askira has been afflicted with a fear status abnormality. The demonic entity, a skeletal horror with glowing red eyes, fully manifests, its terrifying presence the source of the vampire lord's torment. It seems this fear's status abnormality is a unique affliction that demons typically inflict upon humans. Despite the chaos, a system message appears before Li Ho Yil, confirming his quest complete status. A low grunt escapes him, a physical manifestation of the lingering tension in the air. As the vampire lord writhes on the ground, Hisagi Kazuma urges them to finish the ordeal, while the blonde magic user observes, recognizing the potent effect as pure fear. The vampire lord continues to convulse, a voice from the crowd questioning who could possibly inflict such a state upon him. Li Ho Yil, looking surprised by the question, ponders if this is some new magic he could learn, offering to pay handsomely for the knowledge. But his expression quickly hardens as he grips a knife, preparing for a decisive strike. Around the fallen vampire lord, a surge of red and orange energy erupts from the very ground. His gaze unwavering, he focuses with grim determination. A spray of blood splatters across his pristine white collar, a testament to the swift, brutal action. The vampire lord's reign ends abruptly, impaled by a gleaming white stake. Despite the massive white stake impaling the vampire lord, a voice filled with disbelief echoes through the chamber, claiming the attack inflicted no damage. As the vampire lord struggles against the impalement, Hisagi Kazuma cries out in shock, urging someone to get the paladin off the monstrous figure. He admits his own powerlessness, wishing he could intervene but acknowledging the vampire lord's overwhelming strength. Nearby, the unnamed blonde magic user watches the scene unfold, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. She turns to Hisagi Kazuma, questioning why Li Ho Yil doesn't simply finish the job himself if he possesses such capability. The white stake remains deeply embedded, its presence a stark testament to the paladin's power. A pained groan escapes the vampire lord's lips, his eyes wide with agony. Li Ho Yil, his form glowing with a faint blue aura, acknowledges his desire to act, but admits his current level is too low to fully capitalize on the situation. Hisagi Kazuma, his frustration mounting, urges the paladin to recognize his own strength, demanding he finish the vampire lord. The unnamed blonde magic user watches the unfolding events, a gasp escaping her lips. A surge of purple energy erupts, and she exclaims, "Sorry, I was the one who told you to teach me." Her thoughts race, a desperate hope forming in her mind. "You're going to tell me to become stronger, and I'll be able to learn the new magic of Grandfell Claudi Arpius Romeo." Meanwhile, Nam Keelman urges Li Ho Yil forward, "Fight the vampire." But before he can act, a colossal, purple-pink energy blast erupts with a deafening roar, engulfing the entire area in its destructive power. The raw magic swirls into a vortex, radiating immense pressure. Both Li Ho Yil and Nam Keelman are thrown back, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. As Nam Keelman exclaims, "What the hell was that?" As the massive energy blast erupted, the system registered its devastating effect, announcing Count Escura's defeat and calculating the contribution rate, ensuring all loot would be automatically distributed. Simultaneously, a cascade of notifications flooded the senses, confirming multiple level-ups for the one who delivered the final blow. The system continued to chime, each notification a testament to the immense power unleashed. The purple-pink energy blast, still expanding, slammed into its targets, sending figures hurtling backward with violent force, the air crackling with residual magic. From a distance, the unnamed blonde magic user watched, her eyes wide with surprise, the sheer scale of the attack leaving her momentarily stunned. She mused aloud, barely believing the display, that even a weakened Count Escura had been utterly annihilated by a single, decisive strike. Closer to the impact, Li Ho Yil and Nam Keelman struggled to regain their footing, both visibly shaken and injured, their expressions etched with shock at the overwhelming force they had just endured. The unnamed blonde magic user continued her bewildered assessment, questioning if such power could truly belong to a high-ranking player, or if something else entirely was at play. Even after the initial explosion, the ground at the point of impact continued to smolder, wisps of dark energy still rising from the scorched earth, a testament to the lingering destructive power. Her green eyes widen, glowing with an intense, almost otherworldly light. A hand rises to her lips, a silent gasp escaping her. She lets out a soft, surprised sound, observing the two figures on the ground, one of whom looks up in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you do that?" he demands, as a new system message begins to materialize before them. Standing tall, Li Ho Yil stares at the glowing blue window, which declares a mirrored class quest brewing, announcing that the prologue has ended and the beacon of fire has been raised. The system confirms that class quest prologue of counterattack has been cleared and a new class quest is now being given. The message continues, addressing him as the dear last remaining demon hunter, urging him to brighten the world veiled in evil, prompting a questioning "This is from him." "Jesse!" A voice calls out, filled with urgency. A crimson aura flares around Li Ho Yil as he turns, his gaze meeting the blonde magic users. As a wave of crimson energy ripples through the world, a voice cries out in alarm, realizing that all status windows have abruptly vanished, questioning if the sudden change was caused by the recent events. Elsewhere, a group of hunters, including Nam Keelman, stands in a ruined environment, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion as they too grapple with the inexplicable phenomenon. And in a dark, foreboding chamber, an armored figure, surrounded by the same crimson aura, demands to know if Count Escura has been defeated, a chilling question that hints at a deeper, more sinister plot. Back in the desolate landscape, the blonde magic user, her face etched with concern, stares at him, a hesitant that's escaping her lips as she struggles to comprehend the transformation before her. Now standing on a glowing red platform, he finally turns to face her, his presence radiating an intense, crimson energy that pulses around him. Far away, Hisagi Kazuma's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air as he senses the profound shift in the world's balance. Nam Keelman, his armor stained with blood, looks down at his injuries, a grim realization dawning on him about that man and the chaos he has unleashed. Back on the red platform, the blonde magic user gazes at him with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. While he meets her stare, his expression unreadable amidst the swirling crimson energy. A closer look reveals the intricate details of his suit and the golden emblem adorning his chest, a stark contrast to the raw power now emanating from him. He admits that manners are not his forte, but promises to try his best. Meanwhile, a sudden, shocked cry echoes through the air, proclaiming the name Jesse Hymas. The blonde magic user, holding a glass, silently wonders if it would be rude to ask for his name. A subtle tremor passes through Lee Ho Yeol, a faint unease rippling through him. Elsewhere, Hisagi Kazuma looks up with a gasp, his face etched with shock and distress. Standing together on a high precipice, Lee Ho Yeol and the blonde magic user gaze out at the world below. And she muses that while he may lack proper etiquette, he possesses a commendable willingness to learn and change. From their elevated position, they overlook a landscape where figures like Nam Keelman look up towards them, their gazes fixed on the two atop the towering structure. With a confident declaration, he states that he will reveal his name to her as a reward. His gaze, now burning with a subtle red intensity, holds a deep, unwavering resolve. The name, etched into the moment, is Lee Hoyol. A powerful aura emanates from Lee Ho Yeol, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he lets out a pained grunt. Meanwhile, in a quiet residential area, life continues its ordinary rhythm within a towering apartment complex. Inside one of the units, a pot of stew bubbles gently on the stove, its contents simmering as a hand stirs it. This quiet domesticity stands in stark contrast to the recent chaos, when a terrifying statue began to move directly towards a man, only to shatter into pieces before a nervous mother could even react. Now, the woman, still on the phone, reassures her caller that she is fine, though she admits to being busy raising her child. Her young daughter, clutching a toy, looks up with wide, surprised eyes, a small sound escaping her. A while later, reporters arrived at Count Escura's location, only to find that he had already turned into ashes. Back in the apartment, the child calls out for her mother, who, still on the phone, responds with a questioning huh? The woman picks up her daughter, her gaze falling to the floor as she realizes there's oil on the floor. A young girl, Arung, points excitedly at the television, exclaiming that her uncle is on TV. Her mother, a woman with wavy brown hair, looks on with a puzzled expression, wondering aloud why her brother would be featured on television. As Arung continues to point, the woman watches the screen intently. The broadcast reveals the familiar face of Lee Ho Yeol, his name displayed prominently. He appears composed and serious, dressed in a crisp suit. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief, while Arung bounces with uncontained joy. Suddenly, a strange, echoing sound reverberates, seemingly emanating from a nearby building, catching the attention of a man in a cap and gloves, who reacts with a sharp gasp of surprise. The echoing sound from earlier still reverberates, cutting through the quiet. Suddenly, a smartphone screen lights up, displaying an incoming call from Nuna No. 2 foot. A sigh escapes him, a thought forming that it was about time for this interruption. He reflects on the irony that after defeating Escura, all the media seemed to care about was his own face. Lee Ho Yeol, wearing a cap and glasses as a disguise, holds the ringing phone, pondering the media's fixation on a mysterious blonde magic user, and how only a select few truly knew the details. The phone vibrates again, a soft thud against his hand. He glances at the screen, which now displays a barrage of missed calls from all three of his older sisters. Before he can react, the screen changes, showing an incoming call from Nuna No. 1 foot. A brief mental image confirms his predicament. He indeed has 3 older sisters. He reflects on the relentless calls from his family, acknowledging that the 3 angry figures floating above his head are indeed his older sisters, and they have been close ever since, well, hell. But everyone else, he muses, seems to want a piece of him, demanding to see him or telling him to die, a stark contrast to his sister's possessive affection. A chilling cackle echoes in his mind as a spectral pink hand grips his head, and he wonders if he can truly endure the impending chaos, fearing the hell that is about to erupt. Suddenly, a thunderous banging erupts from his door, followed by a piercing shout, demanding Lee Ho Yeol's attention. Inside, he stands frozen, a knife clutched in his hand, as a glowing blue figure becomes visible through the door, its presence radiating an undeniable intensity. The relentless pounding continues, accompanied by a stern declaration that they know he is home and he must open the door. Resigned to his fate, he stands by the door, now blindfolded, awaiting whatever his sisters have planned. The insistent banging persists, with the voice outside demanding to know why he isn't opening up and warning him to comply while they are still being nice. Sweat drips down his face as the spectral pink hand reappears, gripping his head once more, his expression a mixture of utter terror and complete defeat. A loud, drawn-out creak echoes, as three women, Lee Yunhai, Lee Jiyeon, and Lee Yurim, stand outside a door, accompanied by a small child. Inside, Lee Ho Yeol glares back, clearly irritated by their presence, reminding them they're disturbing the neighbors. The sisters and the child remain fixed on him. And with a resolute expression, he finally addresses them, telling his sisters to calm down. His words cause a ripple of surprise among them. The child, Arana, pointing out that it's her uncle. Yunhai stares back, utterly bewildered. In the bustling heart of the city, life continued its relentless pace. As news channels across the globe buzzed with the latest headlines. Yes, on to the next news, a reporter announced, setting the stage for a story that had captured worldwide attention. The focus quickly shifted to a player who had seemingly materialized out of thin air, his sudden appearance baffling experts and fans alike. New star player? The broadcast questioned, revealing his name. I am Lee Ho Yeol, he had declared, making headlines alongside Jesse Maness. Despite a barrage of interview requests, he had simply reiterated his name and departed, a remote control resting idly in his hand as he watched the spectacle unfold. His impact wasn't just global, it was also drawing the attention of formidable figures, including the infamous Berserker King. Elsewhere, the Berserker Guild's guild master, Hisagi Kazuma, watched the news with a look of profound surprise, his expression betraying a mix of shock and contemplation. Back in his private space, a comforting voice broke through the broadcast. Hyung, here, it's hot cocoa, as a warm mug was offered to him. Taemin, the blonde-haired hunter, leans forward, asking about Ho Yeol, wondering if he's still upset about their past actions, but Jin, the red-haired guild master, assures him that he will eventually join their side. Looking at his guildmaster's calm demeanor, Taemin questions why he seems so discouraged. Jin simply replies that they possess both the means and a compelling reason to persuade him. Taemin, still skeptical, presses for the specific reason. Jin reveals it's the valuable loot they acquired from the Count family's territory, which they obtained thanks to Ho Yeol's assistance. A subordinate with glasses chimes in, agreeing that this time, they can offer him something substantial. Jin, holding a cup, dismisses the material gain, emphasizing that his intentions are far more serious. He continues, stating that even if they fail to recruit Ho Yeol into their guild, he wants to ensure they leave a lasting impression on him. With a determined glint in his eye, Jin prepares to outline his plan to achieve that goal. An urgent voice insists they must give him everything, while another, clearly stressed, reacts with a sharp exclamation. The stressed voice continues, demanding an end to the destruction. Nam Keelman stands in a disheveled living room, phone in hand, looking down at a tearful Arung surrounded by shattered belongings. His phone rings persistently on a nearby surface, and he reaches for it, a small voice whispering Uncle Hoyle from the background. Meanwhile, Lee Ho Yeol holds a beaming Arung in his arms, both radiating warmth and happiness. A woman watches them, her expression shifting from surprise to awe at the sight. This is Lee Yunhai, the family's third-ranked first sister, captivated by the vibrant scene. A burst of laughter erupts from Yunhai, her voice teasing, asking if they've all been having so much fun, as Lee Jiyeon, the fourth granddaughter, joins in the merriment. Lee Yurim, the fifth granddaughter, then questions his tone, sensing a change in him. Meanwhile, Ho Yeol is surrounded by the children, Arung and another young girl, who sweetly asks him what he'd like for tea, calling him Uncle Honey. His sister continues to tease, remarking that he's become so gentle, suggesting he's not doing it for free. She then directly asks if he's become a player, or if he's synchronized with the system. Before he can answer, the children excitedly demand he show them Pololo. His sister sighs dramatically, declaring the end of the good old days, while Ho Yeol looks on, seemingly overwhelmed by his boisterous family. Lee Ho Yeol, still radiating a faint blue aura, seems lost in thought, a question echoing in his mind. The young girl looks up at him, her expression a mix of concern and confusion as he remains unresponsive. His face contorts in a flash of irritation, a memory of a self-proclaimed king, a slaver, flashing through his mind, the name Grandfell escaping him with a snarl. A surge of blue energy flares around him as he snaps, demanding to know why they've come to disturb him. The anger quickly gives way to a frustrated sigh, as he realizes the absurdity of his own thoughts, dismissing the intrusive memories as mere demons, while Arung lets out a small, distressed sound. He stands with his arms crossed, the blue aura still subtly clinging to him, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. From off-panel, Lee Yunhai's voice cuts through his thoughts, calling his name. She, along with Lee Jiyeon and Lee Yurim, watches him with worried eyes, Yunhai asking if he's truly out of danger. He turns to look down at Arung and the other child, both sitting quietly on the floor, his expression unreadable. A voice expresses disbelief at the news, wondering how surprised everyone would be to learn that players often get injured. Standing before him, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, Nam Keelman confesses how much they worried about his calls and about him personally. The blonde-haired Ho Yeol, listening intently, acknowledges the concern, adding that they would tell mom and dad about it anyway. He explains that his parents don't know yet because they were out, but if they did, they would be truly surprised. With a hand rising to his face, he asks if he can be relied upon, urging them to keep what happened that day to themselves and apologizing for causing worry. Despite the apology, he asserts his well-being, declaring himself Demon Hunter Granfell Claudie Arpius Romeo, perfectly suited for this demanding job. A confident smile graces his lips as Ho Yeol stands tall, radiating an aura of self-assurance. Meanwhile, his family, Yunhai, Jeon, and Yurim, remain visibly worried, though Yunhai attempts to reassure her sisters not to worry too much, insisting he's fine. Yet, a dark thought plagues Ho Yeol's mind, a disturbing question of whether he should end his own life, a stark contrast to his earlier declaration of capability. The warm glow of sunset bathes a modern building, hinting at the close of a day. Inside, 3 teacups sit neatly on saucers, a quiet clink echoing through the room. His family prepares to depart, one of them thanking him for the tea, while another gently reminds him of their presence. As they gather around him, one of his younger sisters urges him to take care. They promise to see him again, insisting he call if anything happens, and reminding him of their bond. A look of deep concern crosses Yunhai's face as she watches him. He lets out a soft sound, acknowledging their words. With a serious expression, he advises them to manage their money wisely, yet not to be too frugal with themselves. But his own mind drifts to a single, pressing question. Why is he the only one left with no savings? A sudden, almost imperceptible shift in the air, a moment of pure stillness. Then a wave of pure shock washes over him, his eyes widening in disbelief. A single, resolute thought cuts through the surprise. Right. The air shimmers, and a golden cascade begins, announcing the rupture clear reward. This was the main reward for players who cleared the Arcana Dimension, a shimmering bounty. He stands amidst a growing mountain of gold, coins raining down around him. Later, reflecting on his recent financial burdens, Lee Ho Yeol realizes this is exactly why he had to be the one to cover the costs. He had always wondered what such a moment would feel like, now knowing he would be like a man with 10 billion won, a staggering sum that dwarfs his previous worries. Under a vast, cloud-streaked sky, the towering edifice of the Shining Guild's Korean branch gleams in the sunlight, a beacon of power and influence. Inside, a red-haired woman calls out with an exasperated sigh, searching for Jessie. She holds the blonde-haired woman close, her voice laced with urgency as she presses for information, asking if she truly knows nothing. The red-haired woman, Camilla, continues her intense questioning about Lee Ho Yeol, her gaze unwavering as she seeks any detail. But Jessie simply shakes her head, her denial firm and unwavering. With a dismissive wave, she turns her attention back to her device, suggesting Camilla occupy herself with meme videos. Camilla, left alone, utters her own name in a moment of frustration or realization, her expression a mix of annoyance and contemplation. Meanwhile, in a different, glowing space, a pink-haired woman looks up, clearly irritated, asking to not be bothered at this moment. A woman with vibrant pinkish-purple hair and glowing eyes, her hand raised to her chin, declares her intent to focus. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman sits, listening as Jessie, the blonde hunter, explains that she won't be able to proceed, citing the cold as a potential issue. Camilla dismisses this as a lame excuse, internally wondering why Jessie is so fixated on her everyday mannerisms and etiquette. Jessie, holding a tablet, suddenly looks startled. A notification flashes across a screen, confirming a settlement deposit for Lee Ho Yeol. Elsewhere, a black-haired man clutches his face, letting out a cry of anguish. Lee Ho Yeol, dressed in a sharp suit, stares intently at his smartphone. The screen reveals an astronomical account balance of 110 billion won, causing him to gasp in utter disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the sum. The astronomical figure of 110 billion won echoes in his mind. As Lee Ho Yeol, eyes glowing with a faint purple light, struggles to comprehend the sheer magnitude of his new fortune. Jessie, observing his reaction, muses aloud about the satisfaction of such wealth, wondering just how rich this mysterious individual must be. Lee Ho Yeol, still reeling, can only manage a dismissive, pathetic, prompting Jessie to retort sharply, "Shut up, aristocrat." A unique rank cursed item, the Vampire Count's orb, lay before him. And he recalled his past self's thoughts on it. A cursed item everyone dismissed as trash due to the minuscule chance of breaking its seal. But a wide, almost manic grin spread across his face as he realized the Demon King's orb could be used as an offering in a summoning ritual, making this trash perfect for a trash-ass job. His hand now held a glowing necklace, a stark reminder of how he had reacted then, but he was different now. This was the necklace, embedded with the Demon King's orb, the very item he had chosen as an offering when confronting Countess Skura, an item he had once believed would simply vanish after its use. He stares at the holographic screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as the system confirms the existence of the necklace of noble promise. Despite his expectations for it to vanish, the rare item, a necklace meant for a loved one going to war, remains before him, its intermediate protection effect and the undoing of its curse now clearly detailed. Assuming every item crystal was used for its purification, he now holds the Demon King's Orb necklace, a new item valued at an astonishing 100 billion won. The sheer magnitude of the sum echoes in his mind, a staggering 100 billion. Later, in the quiet of his room, the weight of his past decisions and the orb's true value keep him awake, his eyes wide with a restless energy. The thought of sleep is a distant luxury, as his mind races. Consumed by thoughts of his newfound fortune, Lee Ho-yeol grapples with the implications of 100 billion won, weighing the options of saving it, investing in items, or simply living a quiet life, though the fear of being scammed looms large. The sheer scale of the money leaves him restless, his mind racing with the question of what to prioritize first. Sleep eludes him, despite knowing he needs it, as an overwhelming urge to continue his journey, to delve deeper into the unknown, keeps him awake. He glances at his phone, contemplating the idea of acquiring new gear, but dismisses it as unnecessary for his current level. His phone displays his hunter status, revealing a recent level up to 134 after defeating an Azura, a testament to his rapid growth. Scrolling through his inventory, he sees various items and their mana limits, reinforcing his earlier thought that investing in high-level equipment now would be premature. A concerned voice from off-panel urges him to put down his phone and get some rest, worried about his eyes and the constant pressure on hunters to grow stronger, especially for the sake of the children. Still fixated on the immense value of the Demon King's Orb, he mutters a dismissive, yeah, his mind still reeling from the thought of being a millionaire, a billionaire. The city outside remains oblivious to the sleepless night of a man whose life has just been irrevocably changed. The towering structure of the AU Korean department stands prominently against the city skyline. Inside, a tense discussion unfolds, punctuated by the echoes of powerful, unseen forces. Lee Ho-yeol sits opposite an older man in a sharp suit, his expression weary. The older man gestures emphatically, explaining that considering the effects required to create such a column, it could only be alchemy. He continues, his voice rising in frustration. He dismisses any other explanation, asserting that no one possesses enough mana to create such colossal structures through conventional means. The man reiterates his conviction, emphasizing the immense mana expenditure that would be necessary. He challenges anyone present to contradict him, declaring his first-hand experience as proof. Finally, the intense discussion leaves both men utterly drained, Lee Ho-yeol admitting his profound exhaustion. Lee Ho-yeol, still reeling from the previous discussion, finds himself in a familiar situation, unable to offer any answers. A heavy sigh escapes him, his mind spinning from the exhausting days, unsure if he can even bring himself to mention Hui. Meanwhile, Nam Keelman, focused on his computer, expresses frustration that no one in Arcadia knows the username, Lee Ho-yeol, finding it annoying whether it's an alias or not, while Lee Ho-yeol can only manage a tired groan. Then, a thought strikes Keelman. Today is Thursday. He knows a new update is always released on Thursdays, and with a hopeful exclamation, he spots it on the screen. Both men stare, eyes wide with surprise and anticipation, as the screen flashes with the words, "This is Update." The message continues, announcing, "Hello, this is Arcana. We're coming to you with a new region. We're adding the new region, Yusra Archipelago." The image of a serene, cloud-filled sky appears, hinting at the vast, unexplored beauty of the newly added archipelago, a fresh adventure awaiting them. When Arcana first launched, a mystical region known as the Treasure Island was introduced. Yet no one had ever managed to find it. Everything that thrived within its borders was rumored to be of the highest quality. A treasure trove that was now finally coming to life as the Yusra Archipelago. With the news of the newest Arcana update, Nam Keelman announced, "We're bringing you the latest information." Beyond the new Yusra Archipelago, the Arcana Society of Mages was also set to resume its activities. A development that left Lee Ho-yeol utterly drained, barely able to utter, "Ugh, I'm so tired." Many were now keenly observing these announcements, as the game's new systems were being refined after Arcana's transition into reality. On a broadcast featuring today's player, Jesse was asked, "Mr. Jesse, are you here at the guild because of Yusra Archipelago? Are you also going to clear the Yusra Archipelago this time?" A formal card is presented, its text announcing that a new member has arrived to join the Academic Society of Mages, a figure of such importance that she will not entertain any questions. Hanging upside down, Lee Ho-yeol reacts with surprise, as the news reveals this new member was fourth in royalty, a stark contrast to previous complaints about her manners. Completing his 500th pull-up, he muses on the Academic Society of Mages, while a voice questions if that is truly his priority. His feet land softly on the floor. And Nam Keelman reminds him of an old adage, the Mage's Tower is built on magic, not mere skills. Adjusting his tie, Lee Ho-yeol considers the implications. A sudden realization washes over him, as he recalls the original description of the Academic Society from when Arcana was still just a game. Nam Keelman continues, admitting he knows little about this academic society, but assumes it will prove helpful to them. With a determined expression, Lee Ho-yeol dons a vibrant pink glove, ready for whatever comes next. Lee Ho-yeol meticulously sketches, his thoughts consumed by the idea of leaving right after he finishes his current tasks. He wonders if most people would simply abandon their responsibilities and leave immediately, finding his own methodical approach surprisingly productive. Meanwhile, a distant, ancient structure, the Mage's Tower, begins to hum with renewed energy, its ornate spires glowing brightly as a low murmur rises from the surrounding area. A crowd gathers, their gazes fixed on the magnificent Mage's Tower, among them Lee Ho-yeol, the blonde hunter, and the woman with glowing purple eyes, all watching the spectacle unfold. The tower continues to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, its magical aura drawing in all who witness it. The murmuring crowd swells, a collective anticipation building as the tower's power intensifies, with Lee Ho-yeol and the purple-eyed woman still observing from within the throng. Amidst the onlookers, a regal blonde woman, adorned in elegant attire, watches with a quickening heart, her gaze fixed on the tower as if a long-awaited moment has finally arrived. A smile graces her lips as she whispers, "The academic society is finally happening again." She watches the Mage's Tower, a place of great research, where even the head mage, Morello Nim, is said to be participating in the current endeavors, and the urgency of the situation is palpable. As Lee Ho-yeol, the blonde-haired hunter, and another figure rush towards the tower, only for him to collide with an invisible magical barrier, sending him sprawling backward amidst a shower of red particles. From a distance, the purple-eyed woman observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on her face. A pained cry escapes him. "Ah shit, that hurt. What the hell?" While two figures nearby burst into laughter, finding the spectacle amusing. One of them, a man with glasses, taunts, "You really want to go to Yusra, huh? Ha ha." The purple-eyed woman watches, a faint pink aura surrounding her, as the two continue their mocking laughter. "You really ran into the wall. I see. Ah, ha, you're so goofy, ha ha." The blonde-haired hunter reaches down, offering a hand to help Lee Ho-yeol up from the ground. "You shouldn't call people brats, Leo," Jessie Haynes chides, a hint of disapproval in her voice. The invisible wall before them is no ordinary obstacle, but an illusion magic spell, specifically cast by the Tower Master for this very meeting. As a vibrant purple aura flares around her, Jessie Haynes prepares to challenge its formidable defenses. She acknowledges the barrier's strength, noting that it's a difficult spell for anyone to pass through without an invitation. The blonde-haired hunter, Jesse, watches intently, his expression unreadable. A gasp escapes him as Jessie Haynes, enveloped in crackling purple energy, effortlessly phases through the seemingly impenetrable magical wall. "You're right. It's actually hard, even for advanced mages of the Mage's Tower. I made a mistake. I'm sorry," she exclaims, then adds, "You don't need to apologize to me." Jesse, the blonde-haired hunter, stares in disbelief, wondering if that was truly Jessie Haynes who just passed through the wall, while the two Mage's Tower guards beside him share his astonishment. A guide from the academic society confirms her role, stating that she is to lead all invited guests to the Crystal Hall. Jessie Haynes, the purple-eyed mage, observes her, noting that the guide is actually the last one to arrive. The guide, however, insists that everyone else on the list is already inside, and she intends to follow them. A moment of contemplation passes over her face, before she hesitantly asks if they might wait a bit longer. A slight apology escapes her lips, as a strong feeling washes over her. A premonition that someone else will be arriving very soon. As if on cue, Lee Ho-yeol materializes, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, his presence marking a dramatic entrance. Still enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, he descends into the grand hall, where the magnificent Crystal Hall stands as a beacon of magical power. His gaze falls upon the towering structure, known to all as the Mage's Tower. He reflects on his recurring visits to this place, a quiet thought escaping him about the sheer number of people present. As he moves through the throng, a voice from the crowd murmurs about him simply passing by. Another whispers of old rumors, recalling tales of his genius, yet questioning his inability to reach A rank due to poor mana control. Before the realization dawns on them, a collective gasp spreading through the onlookers. It is Lee Ho-yeol, and the crowd erupts in a mixture of awe and surprise. As the crowd begins to stir, a collective gasp ripples through the Mage's Tower. Whispers turn to shouts, as the name Lee Ho-yeol echoes through the hall, followed by frantic questions of his whereabouts. The realization dawns on them. It truly is the man who once claimed the name Lee Ho-yeol, his presence now undeniable, marked by a faint, shimmering aura. A slight frown creases his brow, as Lee Ho-yeol acknowledges the sudden fame, realizing his past appearance on the news has made him instantly recognizable. The crowd surges forward, overwhelming him with questions about his work at the Mage Tower and pleas for autographs. Nearby, Nam Keelman watches the chaos unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief as he mutters a frustrated curse, realizing the true identity of the man before him. The clamor intensifies as more voices join the chorus, calling out Hoyol Nim in fervent adoration. A hand reaches out from the throng, its owner declaring themselves a devoted fan. Nam Keelman, now thoroughly exasperated, can only watch as another fan offers to stop bothering them if Lee Ho-yeol would just take a picture. As the crowd pressed in, Nam Kyo-min desperately tried to pull a bag away from the throng, his voice strained with effort. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol, his expression a mix of annoyance and frustration, thought of the precious contents within that very bag, the hard-earned money he had splurged on. A surge of dark energy flared around him as he snapped, demanding they leave him alone. The force of his words seemed to momentarily stun the man pulling the bag, who recoiled in surprise, even as Lee Ho-yeol internally acknowledged his own harshness, though the situation was undeniably irritating. Spotting a chance, he quickly conjured a swirling portal at his feet, hoping to simply vanish and escape the relentless attention, believing a quick disappearance would finally grant him some peace. Nam Kyo-min could only watch, a frustrated groan escaping him, as the chaos continued. An older man in the crowd reacted with wide-eyed shock, having heard of such powerful dismissals but never experiencing one directed at himself, utterly stunned by the display. But the portal plan failed spectacularly. Instead of scattering, the crowd's adoration only intensified, with fans clamoring to be taken with him, leaving Lee Ho-yeol utterly exasperated as his escape route proved useless. His attempt to disappear only made him more of a spectacle, as the adoring masses chanted his name, lifting him high above their heads in a chaotic display of hero worship. Still engulfed by the adoring masses, Lee Ho-yeol curses under his breath, knowing he must find a way out of this overwhelming situation. A surge of energy ripples outward as he attempts to activate his escape ability. Both he and Nam Kyo-min look on intently, their expressions serious as they observe the unexpected outcome. A translucent barrier shimmers into view, a wall that blocks his path. He reaches out, sensing its unique properties, realizing this particular obstruction is unlike any he has encountered before. Frustration contorts his features as he understands he cannot simply portal to other locations, while the crowd continues to chant his name, oblivious to his predicament. He looks down, lamenting the barrier's unusual nature, as the voices of his fans grow louder, questioning his every move. More magical energy crackles in the air, a visible disturbance caused by his failed attempt. From a distance, the unnamed purple-eyed woman watches, her glowing eyes wide with shock at the unfolding magical phenomenon. A hand, adorned with a delicate ring, reaches out, its owner's long, wavy pink hair cascading around it. With a sudden, forceful tug, the purple-eyed woman pulls Lee Ho-yeol back, her voice a sharp realization. I knew it. That's a praiseworthy illusion magic. His silver hair falling across his brow, Lee Ho-yeol's expression hardens, a mix of frustration and grim determination etched upon his features. Lee Ho-yeol ascends a grand, ornate staircase, a pink-haired woman following closely behind him. As she watches him, a question forms in her mind about his identity. He seems to sense her gaze, his thoughts drifting to the fact that all the invited guests should already be present. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman continues her internal search, frustrated that the person she's looking for isn't on the guest list. Noticing her distress, Lee Ho-yeol turns to her, asking if there's a problem. Startled by his direct question, the woman's face flushes as she quickly denies that anything is wrong. She had just denied any problem, but the pink-haired woman's internal turmoil was evident as she thought about the meeting. Lee Ho-yeol, observing her closely, simply stated, "You said you wanted to attend the meeting, right? But you don't have an invitation?" Her eyes widened in panic, a purple glow intensifying as she internally screamed, "Impossible. The Illusion Magic Masters meeting. Even an advanced mage wouldn't be able to see through it without an invitation. So how?" As Lee Ho-yeol leaned in, his presence seemed to overwhelm her, leaving her speechless. He reiterated his question, his expression unreadable. "Can I not attend without an invitation?" The woman's face flushed with embarrassment and panic, her denial barely a whisper. "Ah, no, it's not that." She then explained, her voice strained. "People who can see through the illusion magic are allowed to attend, even if they don't have an invitation." Lee Ho-yeol's gaze remained fixed on her as she continued. "Except, you're the only one to do that. So I was just really curious to know what kind of person you were." Her thoughts raced, acknowledging his unique ability, and she finally revealed her identity. "My name is Jesse Haynes. I'm a mage from the Mage Tower." Still pondering the intricacies of mana, Jesse Haynes stands nearby as Lee Ho-yeol voices his confusion, acknowledging the theoretical understanding but struggling with the practical application of the energy. Suddenly, a voice announces, a grand door slides open, revealing a glimpse of the opulent interior. His expression hardening with anticipation, Lee Ho-yeol steps forward, ready to face whatever lies beyond. A dazzling array of light and shimmering particles greets them, as the very air around them seems to coalesce into a vibrant, magical energy. Walking side by side through the ethereal glow, Lee Ho-yeol and Jesse Haynes navigate a hallway constructed entirely of radiant, crystalline structures. Overwhelmed by the sheer beauty and magical density, Jesse Haynes gasps, her eyes wide with wonder as glowing motes dance around her. As if responding to their presence, a disembodied voice or system message announces the grand title of their destination. Both Lee Ho-yeol and Nam Kyo-min share a look of profound astonishment, their faces reflecting the awe inspired by the magnificent hall. Jessie Haynes, her initial shock giving way to a curious smile, seems to be formulating a question, her mind already dissecting the magical environment. She stands amidst a cascade of golden light and shimmering particles, her purple eyes glowing with an ethereal intensity as she gazes upwards, a hand gently raised. The world shifted dramatically when arcana became reality, plunging some into chaos. Figures from games, once mere NPCs, now walked among them, their eyes burning with an unfamiliar fire. Among those with the most influence is the youngest heir of the Arpello family, destined to be the successor of the Mage Tower. He dedicates himself to regaining balance, utilizing all his vast knowledge to forge a groundbreaking new magic system, leading the academic society in his pursuit. This is the beginning of a new era. She finds the discussion utterly boring, prompting a sharp retort from the speaker, who insists on the amazing nature of mana and questions her audacity. Her glowing purple eyes half-lidded, she confirms her disinterest, finding the entire affair tedious and sleep-inducing. She admits to understanding nothing, further dismissing the speaker's words as equally dull. For the black-haired mage, magic is merely a skill, and he openly wonders what all the talk of inspection and research is truly about. From the podium, he addresses his audience, declaring it a great honor for any mage to attend such a discussion of noble knowledge, though he privately admits he would have skipped it entirely if not for a pressing quest. He continues his address, leading to a conclusion with a decisive therefore, which is met with a simple, unenthusiastic board. From the Blonde Witch. The tower's sudden appearance in the world of explorers was attributed to many reasons. But to truly understand its purpose and remain within this new reality, cooperation was essential. The black-haired mage, however, found the current situation baffling, questioning how such an anomaly could occur outside natural laws. He continued, acknowledging that his audience might not be accustomed to their unique form of magic, just as they themselves struggled to comprehend the magic of this new world. A blonde witch echoed his sentiment, emphasizing the need for collaboration to uncover the tower's secrets. The black-haired mage then proposed a radical idea, suggesting that magic could be further developed through its relation to science. The purple-eyed woman, intrigued, murmured a questioning science. Her voice carried a hint of disbelief as she repeated, magic and science? As if to answer her unspoken question, a vibrant, golden orb of energy began to coalesce in his hand, pulsating with an intense, fiery glow. He declared this new concept, fusion, a powerful ignition created by seamlessly joining magic and science together. The black-haired mage continued his address, explaining that while caution was necessary, the tower's appearance demanded a new approach, especially when combining different magical theories. His words resonated with the blonde witch in the audience, who found the concept of merging science and magic truly fascinating. The mage then declared that was precisely why he needed their help. He reiterated his core idea, the thought of combining science and magic, which he called fusion, was the key to understanding the tower. As he surveyed the attentive faces in the hall, he opened the floor for questions, asking if anyone had any. With a calm demeanor, he repeated, "Then, if you have any questions?" Among the audience, Liho Yeol's eyes widened slightly, a thought clearly forming in his mind. The black-haired mage stood patiently at the podium, awaiting a response from the assembled crowd. Finally, Liho Yeol raised his hand, ready to pose his query. As the discussion turns to head mage Marcelo, a murmur ripples through the audience, with some wondering if Liho Yeol is directly challenging the head mage. The black-haired mage, however, maintains his composure, thinking about the unnecessities in the inspection and the information he intentionally revealed, expecting a specific reaction. His gaze remains sharp, a silent testament to his calculated strategy. Meanwhile, the audience watches intently, the tension in the hall palpable. Liho Yeol, recognizing the black-haired mage's intent, realizes the presenter understood his question, while others excitedly point out the cool mage's presence. The blonde witch and other audience members exchange worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation now that the head mage Marcelo has been questioned. Marcelo himself, an imposing figure with a white beard, listens with a stern expression, while another attendee wonders who the unfamiliar old man is, knowing he won't take this challenge lightly. The black-haired mage watches the unfolding reactions, his expression unreadable, as if observing a carefully orchestrated experiment. Liho Yeol, still processing the implications, reflects on the unnecessities mentioned, a glowing aura surrounding him as the weight of the situation settles. Standing poised at the podium, Liho Yeol maintains his composed demeanor, observing the audience. From the crowd, the black-haired mage challenges him, asking, "May I ask the reason you think that?" Head mage Marcelo, taken aback by the directness of the question, wonders, what is with that question? Is he agreeing? The head mage? Liho Yeol responds calmly, simple. I call it estrangement. The black-haired mage then elaborates on his own perspective, stating that magic and science are fundamentally different concepts, and these differences are unnecessities that hinder their combination. As the discussion deepens, Marcelo's hand begins to glow with a faint blue energy, his displeasure becoming palpable. Jesse, the blonde-haired hunter, reacts with a frustrated gasp, recalling his own similar experience with the estrangement between skill and magic. Marcelo's hand flares with a more intense, orange-yellow energy, his emotions clearly escalating. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and profound disturbance, the weight of the discussion clearly unsettling him. A deep sense of impossibility washes over Marcelo, a feeling he recognizes from his past as an explorer, as he clutches a glowing orb. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, a collective murmur ripples through the audience as a familiar name is uttered, the very same one Grandfell Claudia Arpius Romeo had used earlier, sparking recognition among the attendees. The black-haired mage, his eyes widening slightly, questions if it could truly be Li Ho Yeol. On stage, Li Ho Yeol beams, a vibrant, golden orb of energy swirling in his hand, explaining how he managed to combine magic and science using centrifugal force, despite the initial difficulties. The audience continues to whisper his name, a chorus of disbelief and awe echoing through the hall. The black-haired mage, now with a look of profound satisfaction, acknowledges that his decision to attend was a good one. But Marcelo, surrounded by flaring purple energy, stares at the smiling presenter, utterly aghast, realizing this incredible feat must be nothing to him, despite the profound impact it has on everyone else. Still enveloped in his magical aura, he can only utter Li Ho Yeol's name in stunned disbelief. As Li Ho Yeol stands confidently on stage, the black-haired mage looks on with admiration, addressing him respectfully, as explorer Li Ho Yeolnim. Still reeling from the previous demonstration, Marcelo turns to the young man, a question hanging in the air between them. His gaze intense, he formally extends an invitation. Will you join me in my research? A system notification appears, detailing the quest, Marcelo's research, confirming the head mage's desire for collaboration on a new dimension of magic. A moment of consideration passes, a silent exclamation marking the weight of the decision. Without hesitation, a hand reaches out to accept the quest, embracing the challenge of new ignition magic and now a new quest. From the sidelines, a pink-haired man observes the exchange, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he remarks, I made a very good choice coming here. Indeed, that is his very, very happy face. The scene shifts, the vast expanse of a clear blue sky stretching overhead, a gentle breeze rustling through the air. Below, crystal-clear turquoise waters lap against a pristine sandy shore, a tranquil paradise unfolding. The scene opens to a dazzling expanse of sparkling, sun-drenched water, revealing a pristine tropical beach lined with swaying palm trees. A pink-haired woman, her eyes wide with delight, clasps her hands together, exclaiming that this must be the Usra archipelago, and it's absolutely beautiful. Her casual attire, a crop top and shorts, seems perfectly suited for the idyllic setting. As she turns to her companions, a blonde-haired hunter and a dark-haired man, asking if this isn't just like the old days, filled with excitement for new adventures and discoveries. But her expression quickly sours, a sigh escaping her lips as she laments not having packed any swimsuits. Her purple eyes begin to glow with irritation, the thought of swimsuits now a bitter irony, as she sarcastically wonders if they're here on vacation. A palpable aura of frustration radiates from her, her face contorted in a furious scowl. As the view shifts to the sky, revealing the true source of her anger, the sheer number of people already crowding the area. The tropical beach, once a beacon of adventure, now felt like a suffocating sea of humanity, much to the pink-haired mage's growing irritation. Her companions, the blonde-haired hunter and Nam Keelman, seemed to notice something else entirely, their attention drawn away from the crowds by a new, unexpected presence. Meanwhile, the mage's frustration boiled over, her glowing purple eyes narrowing as she demanded to know if her companions were blind, unable to see the sheer number of people surrounding them. Her irritation was palpable, a clear sign that her patience was wearing thin. The blonde hunter greeted Nam Keelman, acknowledging his return, while the latter mused that he knew no one here, and conversely, no one here knew him. A voice, likely the pink-haired mage's, questioned if he meant Arcanians or NPCs, and where exactly they were located. The blonde hunter simply pointed, indicating their presence with a single gesture. Among the throngs of beachgoers, a distinct group of armored figures stood out, identified as the Lionheart Knights, adding to the already crowded landscape. One of the Lionheart Knights, clad in gleaming armor, stood prominently, their presence a stark contrast to the casual beach environment. As the group surveyed the bustling beach, it became clear that the Lionheart Knights weren't the only new arrivals, for among the throngs of people, a formidable figure from the Shadowhunter Guild also stood out. Further along the shore, a contingent from the Explorer Alliance could also be seen, adding to the growing number of powerful factions converging on the archipelago. The sheer number of influential groups was staggering, with the Explorer Alliance positioned directly in their path. The pink-haired mage nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Usra archipelago was indeed renowned as a hotspot for arcana, which explained the sudden influx of powerful individuals. Still held protectively by the blonde-haired hunter, she continued to voice her frustration, while Nam Keelman listened intently. She speculated that all these powerful groups were likely after the same treasure, her head throbbing with the stress of the situation, wondering if they stood any chance against such formidable NPCs. Nam Keelman, checking his smartwatch, tried to reassure her, suggesting they remain positive and focus on what the mage's tower might have. He then turned to the blonde-haired hunter, asking who was causing such a fuss, who simply replied, "The mage idiot." The blonde-haired hunter, still holding the distressed mage, then asked her if she was finally done with her complaints. A call comes through on a smartwatch, displaying the name Li Ho Yeol, as a voice on the other end struggles to convey shocking news about His Majesty. The voice reveals that he had the audacity to tell the head mage at the Academic Society of Mages that his spell had unnecessary elements. The pink-haired mage's eyes widen in utter disbelief, her mouth agape at the sheer nerve of such a statement. The caller continues, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He said that to the head mage of the Mage's Tower. The thought alone sends them into a fit of disbelieving laughter. As the pink-haired mage remains visibly distressed, Nam Keelman and the blonde-haired hunter exchange amused glances, finding the whole situation rather charming, wondering if he was expelled. But the news takes an even more unexpected turn. The head mage actually admitted it. The pink-haired mage's expression shifts from shock to utter bewilderment as she learns he was even given a reward, causing the corporate world to go wild as he took all their quests. A collective gasp of disbelief echoes, the implications of such an event sinking in. Meanwhile, under the soft glow of an indoor light, Li Ho Yeol's silver hair is just visible, hinting at his current, perhaps peaceful, surroundings. He holds a scroll covered in ancient script, a soft grunt escaping him as he pores over its intricate details. Meanwhile, in a vast archive, a black-haired man stares intently at a screen, receiving instructions to find anything needed for the research. Back with Li Ho Yeol, he confidently declares his intention to acquire those items, no matter the cost. Later, seated at a desk, diligently writing on a scroll, he glances up at the black-haired man standing behind him, asking if there's anything else. The assistant reacts with a surprised expression, repeating the question with a hint of disbelief. A sinister smile plays on Li Ho Yeol's lips as he holds a pair of scissors, his thoughts turning to a request for something he intends to keep for himself. High above the clouds, a magnificent tower pierces the sky, its peak adorned with a glowing, ethereal eye. This grand, Gothic structure, known as the Mage's Tower, stands as a beacon of arcane power amidst the modern cityscape. Inside, the very top floor glows with an otherworldly blue light, its ornate arches hinting at ancient secrets. A lone figure, clad in a dark, flowing coat, walks purposefully down the luminous hall towards a grand, empty throne. He pauses, a subtle sound escaping him as he gazes downward, his expression unreadable. Crossing his arms, Li Ho Yeol addresses the unseen presence, asking if the 5 stories of the noble mages have called for him. From the throne, Marcello, an elderly mage with a white beard, apologizes for the inconvenience. Li Ho Yeol then recalls the extensive work on research that was offered to him. He stands before the grand, magically charged chamber, its ethereal blue glow illuminating the intricate patterns of his dark cloak. As the elderly mage Marcello addresses him, he explains that the Mage's Tower has been keeping a close eye on his progress. A slight frown creases his brow as he questions, "Why did a mage like you put such a trick on me?" Marcello, however, seems unfazed, continuing to explain that his magical talent is so immense it could cause world interferences. The elder mage elaborates, stating that the 5 stories of the noble mages can no longer simply observe. The chamber pulses with an intensified blue light, reflecting the gravity of Marcello's words. Marcello continues, his voice firm, "You are well aware of what you are, a mage." He stands with his back to the viewer, absorbing the implications of the mage's statement, the weight of his own power now a subject of intense scrutiny. Marcello concludes, his tone shifting slightly, "I respect your judgment, but you need to keep in mind that." He would need to take responsibility for his actions, especially if he wished to be recognized as a mage of the tower. The weight of those words settled heavily upon him, and a frustrated sigh escaped his lips. He scoffed internally, dismissing the elders as nothing more than boomer bastards. His expression remained tight with annoyance, a silent defiance against the expectations placed upon him. Nearby, a familiar pink-haired mage echoed his sentiments, exclaiming that responsibility was a joke and wishing those old men would face reality. Turning to him, she questioned how long the tower master planned on staying silent. Her mood quickly shifted, a bright smile spreading across her face as she announced she was on her way to pick up the items he had requested. With a curious tilt of her head, she then inquired about his own presence. Still walking alongside him, she questions the task, wondering if she's truly the one meant to retrieve the items, especially since they're from Marcello. A slight smile plays on his lips as Li Ho Yeol reassures her, stating that he was headed in that direction anyway. He adds, there's also something he needs to check. Her eyes widen in surprise at his words, the pink-haired mage clutching a stack of documents to her chest as she processes his unexpected revelation. With a hesitant hum, then, she extends her hand, offering him the documents. A soft rustle of paper fills the air. As the scene shifts to ornate double doors, the sound of turning pages echoing softly. Inside, surrounded by towering bookshelves, Marcello sits at a desk, his gaze fixed on an open book, the quiet rustle of pages a constant companion. His hands, adorned with a ring, carefully turn a page, deep in study. A voice announces the delivery of requested items. As Li Ho Yeol looks down, his expression unreadable. On a polished surface, a pair of hands carefully arranges an array of glowing magical artifacts, each emanating a soft, ethereal light. Among them are a goddess's snowflower for mana regeneration, a sage's essence for skill level up, and forbidden knowledge for skill acquisition, alongside various other magical texts, all laid out for Li Ho Yul and the black-haired mage to examine. A voice then inquires about his thoughts on the presented items. The black-haired mage, his gaze fixed on Li Ho Yul, presses further, asking if he finds them to his liking. Li Ho Yul remains silent, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering the implications of the powerful artifacts before him. He ponders the question internally, his eyes drawn to a particular book among the collection, which glows with a faint red aura. The title on the glowing book clearly indicates its connection to head mage Marcello. The black-haired mage stood calmly, his hands clasped before him, observing Li Ho Yul's reaction to the powerful artifacts he had presented. A look of disbelief crossing his face, Li Ho Yul questioned the offerings, asking if they were truly deemed suitable for him. Even with items like the Sun God's Tears, a unique rank artifact with a limit level of 620, and his own status showing him at level 134, he remained unimpressed. He turned his gaze away, a clear sign of his dismissal, prompting a knowing smile from the mage, who simply remarked, "Ha ha, as I expected." The mage then lowered his head slightly, offering a feigned apology. "I'm sorry, I've overestimated you." This patronizing tone ignited Li Ho Yul's fury, and he lunged forward, grabbing the mage by his collar, declaring, "No, you overestimated. Give me something I can use right now." Despite the aggressive grip, the black-haired mage remained unfazed, his expression calm as he revealed his true intention. "I was curious when you requested items for mana and regeneration, but I guess you did know about this." With a decisive motion, Li Ho Yul pressed a glowing red button, activating a system prompt for Beginner Mode January 5th. He lets out a surprised exclamation, his eyes wide. The black-haired mage, holding a glowing item, explains that it's a pass that regenerates 10% of mana without special skills, reminding him of its utility and suggesting he should have received it sooner. Then, with a pair of scissors, he declares his intention to borrow something. The mage muses that he realized Li Ho Yul wasn't impressed by the magic items he presented, but is surprised to learn that he already knew about this particular item. He extends his hand, thanking Li Ho Yul for his cooperation. Li Ho Yul questions the mage's assessment of his magic and the simple item, wondering if things are truly going as well as he claims. The mage, now focused on a glowing object, states that proper research cannot be carried out at the moment. He then reveals that there are unknown elements within his own magic. A system message appears, indicating a new quest, Marcello's research, instructing them to wait for Marcello's call. Li Ho Yul and the black-haired mage conclude their discussion, the mage agreeing to wait for the appointed time. Meanwhile, a different figure, known as Explorer Li Ho Yul, gazes with a serious expression. Back with the silver-haired man, he considers the implications, believing that with the mage's assistance, they might finally gain entry to the formidable mage's tower. A small, enthusiastic voice comments on his elegant attire, admiring a fine brooch. Elsewhere, a young man with spiky orange-brown hair peeks cautiously from behind a tree, a soft groan escaping him. He sits on the forest floor, taking a moment to collect himself while holding a refreshing drink. His attention is drawn to a system window, revealing a new quest, Marcello's research, which requires him to wait for Marcello's call, and a mana regeneration pass offering a 10% mana regen bonus without special skills. As others continue to enter the unfolding event, a system message announces that Wigang is expected to arrive soon. However, the player, Wigang, looks up with a surprised expression, as another message reminds him that the star of the show is always supposed to arrive last. Holding a bottle, he considers the situation, thinking he should probably just wait for Li Ho Yul to arrive. A slightly annoyed expression crosses his face as he dismisses the idea, declaring that he's still sleepy and that Deathwalker needs to be patient. As he dons a skull-patterned mask, a flurry of chat messages appears, confirming his identity. Viewers of Wigang's Bongi stream are buzzing, recognizing him as the player and wondering if he's the legendary Supernova. A system window then pops up, addressing both Li Ho Yul and Wigang, with one message stating that everyone has been waiting for Li Ho Yul, and rooms have been reserved, while another chides Wigang for being late. Meanwhile, Li Ho Yul, with a thoughtful expression, gazes downward, the word supernova echoing in his mind. A flashback reveals a time when survival was paramount, when individuals fought desperately after leaving their reality, doing whatever was necessary to achieve their goals and become what they desired. This struggle was especially intense when rumors spread that it was the only way to escape their predicament, a path that the supernova had secured, allowing more slayers to arrive in immense numbers, with thousands more rumored to be north of the wall, and countless others having already entered. He lets out a pained gasp, held firmly in the grip of a towering, masked figure, as a rupture with the crowd is declared. The masked figure's grip tightens, demanding to know why he is so interested in Li Ho Yul. His eyes widen in a sudden realization. A determined expression settles on his face as he prepares to deliver a message to Li Ho Yul. The masked figure, glowing with an ominous red aura, dismisses the idea, finding no fun in Hoyle's clown act. The masked figure continues to hold him captive amidst the desolate ruins, while a system message highlights Wigang's identity as the player, one who left his reality to survive and achieve his goals in this new one. He ponders the possibility, wondering if he truly is the only one who hasn't yet departed. A system voice confirms that he is, indeed, like Kinver. Perhaps, for that very reason, it won't come here. His face contorts in disbelief, a faint red glow emanating from his eyes as he processes the absurd news. What kind of bullshit is that? He exclaims, his voice laced with indignation. Meanwhile, another man, equally bewildered, stares at his phone, question marks swirling around his head. Wigang's anger flares. Are you saying that Hoyle Nim won't come because he's scared? What the hell? I'm banning. The screen of his phone displays the controversial post, claiming that the reason the other player didn't join was because he feared being beaten up, labeling him a big baby. Another post on the screen claims, our guildmaster is just unexpectedly powerful. I can tell that he's not from this world. He's a conqueror from another dimension. He gasps, ho! A Hoyle believer minus notification flashes, indicating a drop in his follower count. Yet he repeats, ho! His eye widens, a single thought forming. Is there a reason to go? Far away, Liho Yeol sits calmly amidst a grand library, sipping tea, seemingly unfazed by the online commotion. Unaware of the online chatter surrounding him, Liho Yeol lies casually on his bed, dismissing a thought with a simple, nope. His room, a blend of modern comfort and scholarly tools, reflects a mind occupied with more than just public opinion, as a desk laden with books and a quill sits nearby. He ponders the unique nature of his abilities, wondering if he truly is the only one capable of rupturing space within a dungeon. His gaze drifts downward, a deeper concern surfacing as he considers the implications of that place. As he reviews holographic displays of formidable foes like golden sand golems and emerald golems, along with his jewel collection, he muses that venturing into such a dangerous area would be certain death, unless there were rare demon species to be found. A new notification flashes across his tablet, detailing how the season of fire has been raised and a dead last-ranked player has conquered the world ruled by fire, prompting a thoughtful, from him. Liho Yeol lets out a soft groan, his gaze fixed on the ominous words, 7 deadly sins, as a faint blue aura emanates from the silent figure beside him. He holds a document, his mind already racing, realizing the gravity of the situation. Before him, a vivid mental projection displays the monstrous forms of pride, envy, gluttony, and wrath, each a terrifying embodiment of sin. The vision continues with lust, sloth, greed, and avarice. As a system message confirms, these are indeed the demons he has learned about. He studies a holographic display detailing the 7 deadly sins in Ubra Archipelago, the weight of the information settling upon him. A thoughtful escapes him as he wonders aloud how he is supposed to fight such formidable foes, questioning if his previous victory against Count Arpius, achieved by sheer luck, would be enough. He muses that even for an SSS-class dungeon, he would typically consider his options carefully, and there had been no compelling reason to rush into this challenge before. But a sudden realization sparks within him, his expression hardening as he declares, there is no reason to hesitate any longer. A firm voice declares that if evil exists, it will be eliminated, with no further discussion. Reacting to the declaration, Wigang calls out to Grandfell, his expression serious. With a resolute nod, Liho Yeol confirms they will depart immediately, a fleeting thought crossing his mind about the Ubra Archipelago being a tropical island, making his current suit entirely unsuitable for the climate. A vast, clear sky stretches overhead, the gentle breeze rustling through unseen foliage. Below, crystal-clear turquoise waters lap against a pristine sandy beach, the tranquil sound of the waves a stark contrast to the sudden tension that grips a small group of men. Their expressions shift from calm to utter shock, as if witnessing something completely unbelievable. One of them, a man in an orange jacket, gasps aloud, his eyes wide with disbelief. Liho Yeol, however, is less surprised and more annoyed, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he mutters about the unexpected arrival of women, despite his clear instructions. As he speaks, a faint blue aura begins to emanate from his hand, the intense heat of the environment clearly affecting him. He clenches his fist, the blue light pulsing with his irritation, a silent exclamation of discomfort and annoyance. The tropical foliage sways gently in the breeze, unaware of the growing tension. A pervasive, dark energy swirls around the island, its influence of great evil surrounding the entire landmass, a strange, abstract purple haze distorting the very air. The dense jungle foliage itself seems to writhe under this oppressive aura, the influence of great evil permeating every leaf and shadow. As the malevolent energy intensifies, Liho Yeol's eyes sharpen, a system message confirming the activation of his natural enemy skill. Meanwhile, the black-haired mage observes the phenomenon with a grim expression, recognizing it as the influence of an evil existence, a different dimension entirely compared to a regular dungeon. From above, the island appears as a dark, corrupted mass. Liho Yeol, realizing the great evil is literally beneath his feet, the island itself potentially being the source of the malevolence. The jungle continues to crackle with dark energy, a constant reminder of the pervasive evil. Then, a thought solidifies in his mind. The natural enemy skill will be active at all times, a welcome advantage. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he lets out a soft, excited chuckle. He acknowledges that he has no choice but to confront this evil directly, his excitement palpable as he prepares to dig it up with his own hands. Deep within the dense, overgrown jungle, a figure moves with deliberate steps. As an unseen voice questions from afar, "Guys, can't you see him?" Another confirms the sighting. That's right. Liho Yeol has entered the forest of Yusra Archipelago. Liho Yeol, clad in his immaculate suit, glances back, a faint sound of rustling leaves accompanying his movement, his thoughts seemingly focused on the path ahead. The observers continue their commentary, noting, "Liho Yeol wears the same clothes no matter the weather, haha. I guess he's the real one, not a fake. There are rumors his hair's just naturally silver. I think that's just BS." Another voice interjects, "He's moving very carefully." As Liho Yeol continues his measured advance through the dense undergrowth, the jungle seems to part for him. A system message flashes, indicating a search for easier monsters, as if someone is too afraid to face stronger foes. Meanwhile, a game interface displays the Guardian of the Archipelago, a formidable crab-like creature with varying levels of power, from level 390 to a daunting level 420. Liho Yeol, with a confident smirk, expresses his gratitude for the challenging monsters found here, eager to overcome them victoriously, as he declares their hunt for only the most worthy opponents. Wigang, realizing his misstep, quickly apologizes, assuring Liho Yeol that his stream will never be a disturbance. His internal thoughts or stream chat flashes, revealing frustration with any dissatisfied viewers, vowing to annihilate them and end the stream if necessary. He then quickly reassures Liho Yeol, proclaiming his adaptability and ability to even cultivate new tactics while navigating dungeons. Liho Yeol's gaze sharpens, his expression intense, focused on the path ahead. With a sudden burst of speed, the air around him distorts. As he moves with incredible swiftness, his suit jacket flowing behind him, a blur of motion through the dense jungle. Suddenly, a faint rustling catches his attention. Wigang pauses, his senses alert to the unusual sound. Moving with practiced agility, he shifts position, preparing for whatever might emerge from the dense foliage. As he navigates the treacherous terrain, a voice urges him to act, to shoot, but he continues his evasive maneuvers. A golden light flares around his hand as he channels energy, readying a powerful spell. But the target is too dazzling, making it impossible to get a clear lock on his aim. Still retreating, another voice demands action, urging him to find a solution to the overwhelming foe. A sudden impact sends him reeling, a cry of shock escaping his lips. The source of the attack is revealed. A massive emerald tiger, its body glowing with fierce power, stands ready to strike. Collapsing to the ground, Wigang groans in agony, the force of the blow leaving him stunned. A pained groan escapes him as he lies on the ground, the emerald tiger's blinding radiance still overwhelming his senses. A system message flashes, questioning the very presence of such a powerful beast, while another voice, Sua, expresses her shock at the immense energy emanating from the creature. Pushing himself up, Wigang coughs, utterly bewildered by the sudden, chaotic turn of events. As he looks up, a familiar silver-haired figure stands beside him, causing him to question his own eyes. Both Wigang and the newcomer, Liho Yeol, stare ahead at the glowing emerald tiger, their expressions mirroring each other's profound surprise. The emerald tiger holds its ground, its luminous form radiating an intense, almost overwhelming aura. Wigang's eyes widen in utter disbelief, the name of his unexpected ally escaping his lips. Liho Yeol, his gaze still fixed on the monster, demands an explanation for the other's presence, though he admits to asking himself the very same question. His expression remains stern, a silent challenge in his eyes. Wigang had only just been thinking of fighting a monster to warm up, but the very first one he encountered was already the highest-level emerald tiger. The massive beast roared, its emerald scales shimmering with raw power. As Liho Yeol calmly assessed the situation, noting that it was only 10 levels lower than his own alias, Grandfell, Wigang, however, could only curse the overwhelming odds. The situation was indeed dire, and the sheer brilliance emanating from Liho Yeol's body began to overwhelm Wigang's vision. Yet, a steely resolve hardened in Liho Yeol's glowing eyes. He extended a hand, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him. And with a resounding impact, a powerful force struck the emerald tiger, followed by a concentrated burst of blue energy. He declared that if he could just stop its movement, the creature would be nothing more than a little tiger. His blue energy attack slams into the emerald tiger, manifesting as jagged ice and crystal that erupts from the impact point. The frigid power spreads rapidly, freezing the very air around the monster. Watching the display, Wigang and the mage can only stare in disbelief. A gasp escapes Wigang's lips, wondering what kind of magic this could possibly be. Meanwhile, Liho Yeol's hand ignites with a fierce orange glow as he declares his intent to try out a new ability. His gaze sharpens, his eye glowing with the same fiery intensity. The flames around him surge, engulfing his hand and chest as the ability ignites. A powerful fiery aura expands, radiating immense heat and power. He unleashes the full force of his new ability, a blinding burst of orange flames erupting with explosive power. The golden light intensifies, engulfing everything in a searing inferno. A low grunt escapes him as the sheer magnitude of the power he wields washes over him. The fiery energy continues to surge, creating a turbulent vortex of destructive force. Finally, the flames coalesce, settling into a concentrated, devastating inferno around the target. From a distance, Wigang watches, his mind reeling. He recognizes the magic as ignition, a power he'd never seen wielded with such terrifying intensity. Amidst the dissipating embers, Liho Yeol stands calm and collected, a system notification calculating his overwhelming contribution to the hunt for the Emerald Tiger. Wigang stares, a level-up notification flashing before his eyes, utterly dumbfounded that the monster he couldn't even touch was so easily dispatched. The black-haired mage, equally stunned, can only question if Liho Yeol truly soloed the high-level Emerald Tiger. Still reeling from the display of power, Wigang can only stare in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the vibrant green canopy of an unfamiliar jungle stretches overhead, sunlight filtering through dense leaves. The air hums with the unseen life of the wilderness. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man sprints through the undergrowth, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. This is Shrek, the third-ranked player and guild master of Escaped Sum. He pauses, scanning his surroundings with growing irritation, realizing they've been on this island for hours, yet remain stuck on its outskirts. Another member of Escaped Sum, ranked 7th, stands nearby. Shrek turns to him, his expression grim, suggesting they need to regroup with the other teams. Still deep within the unfamiliar jungle, Shrek receives a troubling update, his reconnaissance team having already reached the island's center, but the powerful monsters they sought had scattered. He clenches his jaw, the frustration evident as he considers the fastest possible routes, a silent acknowledgement of the difficult situation. A low growl escapes him, his hand tightening into a fist as he grapples with the unfolding events. His gaze sweeps over the dense foliage, wondering if this was where their strategy had gone awry. The thought gnaws at him, especially since his guild, Escaped Sum, had earned its reputation just last year, a name now potentially tarnished by this miscalculation. His eyes narrow, a fierce glint appearing as he questions himself. Had he truly underestimated the Yusra archipelago? Meanwhile, in a different location, Liho Yeol reflects on his own ambitions, his goal to achieve accomplishments and gain recognition, driving his every move. Back in the jungle, Shrek turns sharply, a sudden realization hitting him, his guild member looking on as he makes a decision. Liho Yeol, still contemplating his strategy, receives a call from the team that ventured west, and he considers taking it, a new development unfolding. A guild member holds up a communication device, its screen displaying Shrek's frustrated face, calling out his name. In the dense jungle, Shrek responds, acknowledging that he was about to share the news of regrouping, indicating his intention to head in a specific direction. He then adds, his voice tinged with despair, that their current route is a lost cause, implying a significant setback. His expression hardens as he demands further explanation, clearly unsettled by the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a massive explosion of fire erupts, and a voice screams out, Liho Yeol's name. His face contorted in shock and horror, Liho Yeol stares at his phone, the fiery glow reflecting in his wide eyes. The sound of the inferno echoes, a deafening roar of destruction. Amidst the raging flames, the name Liho Yeol appears once more, a stark contrast to the chaos. The destructive force, accompanied by crackling sounds, has already torn through this path. As the news spreads, a voice questions, Liho Yeol, what about Master Shrek? Shrek, holding his phone, listens intently, a guild member peering over his shoulder. The guild member exclaims, there's a report that the guild member who was at the World Academic Society of Mages. He points to a smartwatch on his wrist, displaying further details. Shrek's eyes widen in disbelief as the guild member continues, and he will now be the first player to enter the joint research lab on the 77th floor of the Mage's Tower. The black-haired mage behind Shrek looks on, his expression unreadable. Shrek's shock deepens, muttering, an NPC and a player having a relationship like that. I thought that rumor was exaggerating things, but... His expression hardens as he gives a command, tell the analysis team to find out as much as they can about that guy. A deep concern settles over Shrek's features, realizing he might be more dangerous than what the public knows. A faint green glow emanates from Wigang's eyes and mouth, his expression one of discomfort as particles drift around him. Meanwhile, Liho Yeol, holding what appears to be a pure emerald crystal, a unique, top-grade ingredient whose effects can be checked upon usage, muses aloud. How then, is a useless ingredient like this? I never thought I'd get this. A scoff escapes him, his expression shifting to one of utter disdain as he declares, how pathetic. He continues, a manic laugh building in his throat, a unique ingredient. It would have been useless if it wasn't for the Mage's Tower and the World Academic Society of Research. Kuaha. Wigang, observing the scene, can only utter a confused, huh. Li Ho Yeol's expression hardens, his attention drawn to something unseen. The very air around him begins to warp and swirl, a dark, ominous atmosphere taking hold. As the dark energy intensifies, Li Ho Yeol stands amidst it, his eyes now glowing with a fierce, crimson light. A strange, glowing red circle pulsed on the ground around him, a clear sign that something fundamental had changed. He looked down, a sense of unfamiliar power coursing through his veins, wondering if this was another aspect of Granfel's Banfeel, an odd energy now permeating his entire being. Suddenly, a blue system window materialized before him, displaying an enigmatic code. It revealed a class quest prologue, tasking him to inspect the 7 deadly sins of Yusra Archipelago, already in progress. He stared at the floating text, perplexed as to why such a message would appear here, now. The system then issued a stark warning. Yusra Archipelago was being taken over by greed. As he looked up, the forest around him seemed to hum with an unseen energy, the air thick with the implications of the quest. The sounds of the jungle continued, a backdrop to the unfolding crisis. A final, ominous red window appeared, confirming the Yusra Archipelago was indeed being consumed by greed, its destruction progress already underway. A wave of shock washes over Li Ho Yeol, his eyes wide with disbelief. His gaze fixed on the unfolding data, he can only stare in stunned silence. Around him, others like Shrake and the escaped Some Member 7th also witnessed the alarming update. The destruction progress rate is rapidly increasing, and the Yusra Archipelago is being consumed by greed. The system clarifies that the Yusra Archipelago, far from being a mere rupture, is actually a new map. This new territory possesses a completely different formation mechanism compared to the ruptures they've encountered before. Yet, despite its unique nature, the destruction progress rate continues to climb, leaving everyone bewildered. Li Ho Yeol's expression remains etched with profound concern, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He holds up a glowing red screen, confirming the dire warning. The Yusra Archipelago is indeed being taken over by greed, and its destruction is already underway. The insidious force behind this calamity is revealed to be greed itself. The urgent system message continues to broadcast, detailing how the Yusra Archipelago is being taken over by greed, with its destruction already in progress. Li Ho Yeol, observing the unfolding catastrophe, lets out a soft sigh, reflecting on the inherent fragility of all these humans around him. As the gravity of the situation settles, the black-haired mage, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, reacts with a startled expression, questioning if he could possibly be responsible. The Yusra Archipelago is under siege, its destruction progress at 0%, as the ominous presence of the 7 deadly sins begins to manifest. Observing the unfolding catastrophe, Li Ho Yeol stands with the black-haired mage, who questions if the enemy has truly taken it. Its corrupting influence spreads, twisting the very landscape into a grotesque reflection of its power. Meanwhile, Wigang clutches his head, a dizzying whirl of information overwhelming him. Any veteran demon hunter would know the gravity of the situation, as discussions circulate about the Yusra Archipelago's 10 islands, and the terrifying prospect that if the destruction progress reaches 100%, one of the 7 deadly sins will be summoned. A new class quest materializes before Li Ho Yeol, its blue interface glowing with critical information. The quest, titled Brewing, details the demon of greed's corruption of the Yusra Archipelago, with objectives to investigate the islands, defeat the demon's forces, and stop the destruction progress before it reaches 100%. A knowing smile touches his lips as he realizes the gravity of the situation, understanding that he alone possesses the means to resolve this brewing catastrophe. Suddenly, the black-haired mage's urgent voice cuts through his thoughts, calling out to him to hurry as a faint purple aura begins to emanate from his own form. Indeed, the battle is already in full swing, with players like Wigang, Shrake, and the 7th escaped Some Member clashing against grotesque monsters, and a narration box confirms that one island has already been cleared, its treasure claimed. Shrake, wide-eyed with surprise, exclaims about the existence of treasures and the dwindling time, urging everyone to move faster. Li Ho Yeol's expression hardens, echoing the sentiment that they must secure the treasures before the archipelago's complete destruction. With a calm demeanor, he acknowledges that such a reaction is only natural given the circumstances. At this very moment, the chaotic struggle against the demon's forces continues to rage across the islands. He understood the gravity of the situation. All players were likely already engaged in the hunt for treasures, each driven by their own desires. To prevent the treasures from being corrupted by the demon of greed, he couldn't simply let others pursue their own agendas. Though it would be impossible to persuade every player to cooperate, the thought of his guild being undermined this way was infuriating. First, he had to secure the treasures himself, scoffing at the idea of others trying to catch up to his skill. A moment of uncertainty flickered across his face as he wondered, what am I supposed to do? Then, a resolute expression settled upon him as he realized, I suppose there's only one way. With unwavering resolve, he declared, I will take all the treasure. The world shifts, a kaleidoscope of blue and purple light giving way to a new, ominous landscape. High above the churning clouds, a desolate floating landmass emerges, the second island of the Yusra Archipelago, shrouded in a perpetual, stormy twilight. Its jagged peaks and dense, alien jungle hint at untold dangers, a perfect hunting ground for those seeking power. And indeed, the island is not empty, as the Shining Guild's main force has already made landfall, their armored figures moving with purpose through the strange terrain. Among them, an armored man surveys the scene, a defeated monster lying nearby, before turning to his companion and asking, "Destruction progress. Camilla, what do you think?" The monster's bloodied form, still twitching slightly, serves as grim proof of their efficiency. With a confident smirk, she replies, "Well, it's obvious." On the second island, a map displays 10 distinct landmasses, with only one square currently illuminated, indicating their progress. Observing the map, Shrek turns to a blonde-haired man beside him, asking, "That happens as soon as we touch down, doesn't it, Lo?" He continues, explaining that the prompt appears on his screen because he is the guild master of the top guild, while Camilla, overhearing, finds his self-importance endearing. He's so cute, she thinks, a small smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, the black-haired mage beside her remarks that he always hears compliments about Lee Hoyle, then teases, "I bet you two have a thing." He then asks Camilla why she seems so serious in this situation, to which she replies, I guess you could say that. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves." And her. Shrek, still focused on the topic, interjects, "Lee Hoyle. He's been getting pretty famous lately." The black-haired mage then challenges the group, "What do you guys think? Do you think you can win against Lee Hoyle?" Camilla's eyes widen in surprise at the question, a silent exclamation escaping her. The black-haired mage, noticing her reaction, apologizes for being so direct, then adds, "They're just so overwhelmingly strong." The black-haired mage turns to Camilla, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he asks if she intends to antagonize her as well, while Shrek, standing nearby, remarks that Lee Hoyle hasn't caused them any trouble yet. Holding a red card that declares, "Your guild has been defeated. Return to the real world," Shrek concedes that the statement holds true. Lo, also holding an identical defeat card, simply smirks, declaring his intention to antagonize Lee Hoyle regardless. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns upon them as they witness yet another square of destruction marring the landscape. A soft cling echoes as each member of the Shining Guild's main force, the black-haired mage, Camilla, Shrek, and Lo, finds themselves holding the same red card, confirming another guild's defeat and return to the real world. Shrek and Lo exchange worried glances, wondering aloud who could be responsible, before Camilla identifies the fallen as the United Under Heaven Guild. Her expression hardening, Camilla states that the treasure is starting to become a serious matter. Shrek, his face etched with concern, realizes that at this rate, all their hard-earned treasures will be stolen. A voice echoes, urging everyone to resume their journey. Suddenly, the view shifts to reveal a breathtaking, ethereal landscape, shimmering with soft blues and purples. Lush, fantastical foliage, glowing with an inner purple light, dominates the foreground. But the serene beauty is shattered by the sight of a blue-skinned man, his face contorted in a silent scream, enveloped in a crackling blue aura. An urgent voice cries out, demanding to know why Grandfell intends to claim all the treasures. Lee Hoyle, embodying Grandfell, holds the struggling blue-skinned man by the neck, a golden aura radiating from him as he coolly confirms his intention to seize every last treasure. The blue-skinned man, still trapped, manages to articulate a warning about greed awakening when the desire gauge is filled. A faint glow emanates from Lee Hoyle's eyes as he considers the words, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. With his opponent no longer in sight, Lee Hoyle stands alone, a golden aura surrounding him as he surveys a vast pile of glittering, magical treasures. He observes a formidable knight, his golden armor emblazoned with a lion flag, identifying them as the renowned Lionheart Knights. A smirk plays on his lips, finding it amusing to encounter such a prestigious group in this unexpected location. The knight is Harkon Kingsguard, who stands at the forefront as his subordinates bristle with indignation at the explorer's casual demeanor. Harkon, however, maintains his composure, asking for the explorer's name. Revealing himself as Lee Hoyle, he expresses his surprise at their presence, dismissing their aggressive posturing with a cool, challenging question. Harkon, sensing the immense power radiating from the explorer, remains wary. Harkon's scarred eye snaps open, reflecting an unseen, overwhelming force. A triangular brooch on a dark, armored suit pulses with an ominous purple light, confirming the source of the disturbance is indeed the Lionheart Knights. Lee Hoyle stands ready, his gaze sharp and determined. Then, a blinding flash of golden energy streaks forward. As he unleashes a powerful, explosive punch, a red-hot fist connects with immense force, echoing with a thunderous impact. Harkon stumbles back, his eyes wide with disbelief, as a nearby knight cries out, "A meteor? Captain, are you all right?" The residual energy of the strike still shimmers around Harkon's armored leg and gauntlet. Harkon Kingsguard's eyes widen in disbelief. As a colossal, turtle-like creature, the island's true owner, begins to stir. A menacing red aura flares around the beast, causing the Lionheart Knights to recoil in shock. The massive turtle continues to gather power. Revealed to be the Great Turtle of Golden Canines, a formidable level 450 monster. Snapping back to reality, Harkon roars a command, recognizing the creature as the strongest monster in the entire Yibra archipelago. Its eye glows with a malevolent green light, signaling an impending meteor strike. As the great turtle of golden canines unleashed its power, Harkon Kingsguard's voice cut through the chaos, ordering his knights to split apart and evade the impending destruction. With a thunderous roar, the colossal beast opened its maw, a torrent of raw energy erupting from within. One of the Lionheart Knights, a blonde warrior, recoiled from the sheer force, the destructive power of the attack washing over him with terrifying intensity. The ground trembled as the great turtle stomped forward, its massive foot sending a knight flying through the air like a ragdoll. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice cried out, reporting to the captain that the falling debris and dust made it impossible to get a clear visual on their target. The monstrous turtle continued its relentless assault, another knight caught in its wake and sent tumbling through the air. The blonde knight from before grimaced, his face contorted in a silent cry of pain and defiance. Then, a desperate shout echoed as the great turtle's attack found its mark, striking Enoch with brutal force and sending him reeling. Before he could recover, the colossal foot descended, crushing Enoch beneath its immense weight. As the great turtle's assault continued, a knight's desperate cry to move echoed through the chaos. Harkon Kingsguard, his form wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, let out a furious roar, his face contorted in a mix of defiance and alarm. Yet, the monstrous force was overwhelming, and with a sickening crunch, another knight's arm was brutally crushed. The great turtle's massive, scaly foot descended with crushing weight, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Still, Harkon Kingsguard stood his ground, his purple aura flaring as he absorbed the shockwaves of the relentless assault. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves and debris flying, a testament to the monster's raw power. Despite the devastation, Harkon Kingsguard's eye burned with an unyielding, fierce resolve. The crystalline barrier, once a shimmering defense, shatters into countless fragments, as a figure emerges from the chaos, leaving a fallen knight in his wake. Harkon Kingsguard, still wreathed in a faint purple aura, can only stare in stunned disbelief, uttering a single, bewildered question. Camilla and the other knights are equally shocked, questioning the impossible feat of a barrier being created and destroyed so swiftly, with one knight angrily calling out the perceived foolishness of the situation. But Li Ho Yeol, his expression firm, cuts through their panic, reminding them that this is no time for idle chatter. Shrek, too, watches the unfolding events with a furious glare, his anger palpable. Suddenly, a surge of raw, red energy erupts from the great turtle, signaling a renewed and devastating assault. The monstrous beast roars, its eyes glowing an ominous green, as blue energy crackles around its form. A desperate warning echoes through the battlefield. Meteors are falling once more, and immediate defensive formations are called for. Li Ho Yeol considers the shattered barrier, wondering if the monster's attack or his own power caused its collapse. A soft blue glow emanates from him as he realizes he must conserve his mana as much as possible. With a determined expression, he concludes that the Lionheart Knights must cooperate, including the escaped some guild members. Turning to face Harkon Kingsguard and his knights, he expresses his sincere gratitude for their help. His gaze remains steady, and Harkon Kingsguard responds, laying out their condition. They will help in this battle. The knight leader continues, promising that the Lionheart Knights will never forget the favor. As the knights stand ready, Li Ho Yeol's thoughts drift to a more casual interpretation of their agreement, imagining they will pay him to ride their bus. A small, whimsical bus appears in his mind's eye, reflecting his amused perspective on the alliance. Li Ho Yeol, having just secured the knight's aid, lets out a triumphant exclamation, a surge of satisfaction washing over him. Behind him, Wigang, ever pragmatic, declares that monsters are meant to be killed, and offers his assistance readily, dismissing any moral qualms by stating he would be more than happy to oblige, regardless of how others might feel. Kneeling amidst a swirling purple aura, Shrek, the guild master, speaks of an explorer bearing the Mage's Tower's brooch. Wigang looks down at the kneeling figure, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Surrounded by other armored guild members, all kneeling in deference, Shrek expresses his profound gratitude and hopes for assistance. He continues, pledging the Lionheart Guild's unwavering loyalty, swearing on their very hearts to never forget the favor if they are aided in the coming battle. Now standing, Shrek gestures towards a small, unassuming bus, offering payment for their assistance. Wigang, understanding the cultural nuance that riding someone's bus implies being carried or supported, enthusiastically agrees to the terms. A choked gasp escapes Wigang as he stares, wide-eyed, at the unfolding chaos, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of the situation. Meanwhile, deep within a dense jungle, the Lionheart Guild members, including Shrek and Lo, stand poised, their gazes fixed on an unseen threat. Even the formidable Harkon Kingsguard is visibly shaken, a rare expression of utter disbelief etched across his face. Wigang, still processing the implications, wonders if he truly heard what he thought he did, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He laments his inability to fully grasp the situation, realizing that without being the island's owner himself, He cannot truly intervene or understand the full scope of the unfolding events. The source of the commotion reveals itself, the colossal great turtle of golden canines, its massive form moving with menacing intent. As the monstrous creature advances, Shrek rallies his forces, his voice ringing out with the proud name of his guild. A gloved hand clenches, as a fierce battle cry echoes through the air. Charge with honor. Before them stands the colossal island's owner, radiating a menacing purple aura. A wave of armored knights surges forward, their charge directed by Li Ho Yil, who reveals the monster's critical weakness. The owner's weakness is the top of its head. Following his command, the knights focus their assault, striking relentlessly at its massive legs, aiming to bring it down. Harkon Kingsguard watches the explorer, a look of awe and surprise on his face, exclaiming, "Woa!" He then expresses his profound gratitude. "I am grateful that you saved us from the island's owner." Li Ho Yil turns away, contemplating the weight of the captain's words, but for the captain Tio, swear on his honor. Harkon Kingsguard finds himself swearing on his honor, a pledge he rarely makes, for a man whose true strength and intentions remain a mystery to him. He wonders aloud what the captain could possibly see in him, a mere explorer. Meanwhile, Li Ho Yil watches the unfolding chaos, his expression calm and calculating. The great turtle of golden canines lets out a guttural roar, a wave of purple energy rippling from its colossal form. Undaunted, the Lionheart Knights charge forward, a blur of steel and determination. One knight, glowing with fierce resolve, cries out, "In the name of Lionheart," as their weapon arcs down. The blow lands true, striking the vulnerable point on the turtle's head with a burst of energy. More knights follow, their combined might echoing the command, "Bring it down." These are the Lionheart Knights. Standing side by side, Li Ho Yil and Harkon Kingsguard observe the fierce assault, the battle for the island now fully underway. His electric blue eyes, glowing faintly in the dim light, narrowed as he observed the unfolding chaos. A soft scoff escaped him, a quiet judgment on the combatants. They were much weaker than he had anticipated. The true issue wasn't the knight's weakness, but the overwhelming power of the island's owner, a force far too strong for them to contend with. Standing beside him, Harkon Kingsguard also watched the distant struggle, his gaze fixed on the colossal owner of the island. Li Ho Yil continued his assessment, noting how the knights were more concerned with outdoing each other than coordinating their attacks, while others simply waited for their turn. Harkon Kingsguard, however, saw the grim reality. Even if their current attacks proved effective, the sheer scale of the monster meant it would take an eternity to defeat. Li Ho Yil remained impassive, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a Stark system message flashed into existence, revealing the true stakes of the conflict. The Usra archipelago was slowly being consumed by an encroaching greed, its destruction progressing steadily. The grim reality settled in. The process was already halfway complete. Observing the unfolding chaos, Li Ho Yil considers the grim reality. If the current rate of destruction continues, people will inevitably turn on each other, forcing his hand to intervene. He muses that if he can somehow compel the other knights to attack more effectively, it might change the tide. Meanwhile, the great turtle's eye glows with an ominous green light, charging a devastating attack. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath it begins to crack, purple energy surging through the fissures. A massive arm slams down, sending shockwaves across the landscape. An unnamed knight cries out, thrown backward by the sheer force of the impact. The earth continues to convulse, a massive earthquake tearing through the very foundations of the island. From the newly formed chasms, magma erupts violently, sending terrified screams echoing through the air. The molten rock continues to spout from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a fiery hellscape. The battlefield erupts in chaos, knights scrambling amidst the fiery devastation, one of them crying out, "We'll die if we fall." Flames lick at their armor, as a desperate warning echoes through the inferno, "Be careful." Observing the widespread destruction, Li Ho Yil lets out a pained gasp, the scale of the disaster weighing heavily on him. He takes a moment to process the unfolding events, his mind searching for a solution in the vast, empty space of his thoughts. Away from the immediate chaos, he walks through a grand, ornate hall with Camilla, a stark contrast to the inferno outside. His golden brown eye, now glowing with an intense focus, observes something unseen, his mind already calculating the next move. Back on the ravaged battlefield, a knight commander, Harkon Kingsguard, cries out his own name, a desperate declaration of resolve amidst the destruction. Despite the inferno raging around him, Harkon stands firm, his armored form a beacon of defiance. With Enoch and the other knights by his side, he bellows, "Are you ready to charge?" as purple energy crackles around them, preparing for a desperate counterattack. As the chaos of the battlefield raged on, Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch stood, their gazes fixed upwards, observing the devastation. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, as Li Ho Yil's eyes flared with an intense blue light, his form wreathed in crackling energy. With a resolute declaration, he channeled the swirling blue energy into his hands, preparing to forge a path forward. A powerful exhalation accompanied the release, as the concentrated force surged outward. A colossal, armored fist, wreathed in brilliant blue energy, slammed down with devastating impact. The immense arm extended, a beacon of blue light, shielding the advancing knights as the energy rippled across the battlefield. Around a knight's armored back, shards of debris flew, testament to the sheer power unleashed. Harkon and Enoch could only stare, their faces etched with disbelief at the spectacle before them. Another knight, his eyes wide with astonishment, could only utter a choked gasp. A gasp escapes Wigang, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power he just witnessed. Nearby, Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch stare up in stunned silence, their expressions mirroring the same profound shock. The source of this overwhelming force was none other than the stairways within the mage's tower. Amidst the swirling debris, Liho Yeol stands, his hand outstretched, a brilliant blue aura radiating from his form. He moves with purpose, a frustrated thought crossing his mind. He'd been played. Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch continue to watch him, their disbelief deepening, unable to reconcile his appearance with such immense power. Liho Yeol's gaze sharpens, prompting the unspoken question from the knights. Just who is that man? Internally, he curses the drain on his resources, frustrated by the situation and the rapid consumption of his mana. With a powerful surge of blue energy, his foot slams down, marking his continued, forceful presence. A voice echoes, declaring that the pathway is now open. Without hesitation, Harkon Kingsguard charges forward, his weapon ready to strike the massive great turtle of golden canines. His armored leg propels him with incredible speed. As another urgent command rings out, to not waste this crucial chance. The great turtle roars, its cavernous maw opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch press their assault, determined to end the confrontation as swiftly as possible. They land on the creature's back, engaging it directly. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of blue energy erupts, and Liho Yeol's hand grips a weapon, now glowing with an intense, ethereal light. As the battle rages, a powerful surge of energy erupts between Liho Yeol and Wigang, their combined efforts creating a whirlwind of force. The great turtle of golden canines lets out a guttural roar, its massive form recoiling from the impact. A brilliant blue energy blast slams into its scaled hide, the force of the blow echoing with a sharp crunch. Moments later, a system message flashes before Liho Yeol, informing him that Knight Captain Harkon Kingsguard has relinquished his contribution rate to defeating the great turtle of golden canines. His eyes narrow slightly, a silent question hanging in the air. The same message repeats, and he mutters, "This is..." Another notification appears, stating that Knight Enoch has also given up his contribution rate to the great turtle's defeat. And finally, a third message confirms that Knight Jessica White has followed suit, abandoning her contribution as well. He watches as system messages cascade before him, confirming the calculation of event contribution rates and announcing multiple level-ups. Another level-up notification appears, prompting a bewildered exclamation from him. As he stares at a glowing, ethereal figure, a voice echoes, explaining that this very power brought him to this place. The voice continues, revealing it to be one of the Emperor's gifts from the otherworld, bestowed upon the Mage's Tower. Meanwhile, a formidable group of knights stands ready, including Harkon Kingsguard, Enoch, Lo, and Jessica White, their armor gleaming amidst the ruins. As Liho Yeol's eyes widen slightly, the ethereal voice commends him, acknowledging that he has saved countless lives today. He listens intently, his expression thoughtful. The knights remain poised, a silent, imposing force. Liho Yeol turns his back to the ethereal vision, his gaze now fixed on the assembled knights, contemplating their presence. A bold declaration rings out, identifying the group as the Lionheart Knights. Among them, a knight with a stern expression stands firm, his presence commanding attention. Meanwhile, system notifications confirm that Liho Yeol will continue to fight alongside the Brof's owner, having achieved the highest contribution rate for defeating the great turtle of golden canines. Observing the unfolding events, Liho Yeol stands composed in his formal attire. Suddenly, a brilliant, glowing blue orb materializes, pulsating with ethereal energy. The orb seems to draw him in, its light reflecting in his eyes. As he and Wigang gaze upon it, they both recognize it as the island's treasure. The orb continues to shimmer with intense power, its presence undeniable. Wigang's thoughts race, questioning if he should take it, but immediately battling the rising tide of greed. The blue orb, the island's treasure, pulses with an ethereal glow, as if responding to a profound awakening within him, who considers the implications of its power. Simultaneously, a stark red banner materializes, announcing that the Yusra archipelago is actively being taken. Liho Yeol's eyes widen in disbelief, a sharp sound effect punctuating his realization that the process is already well underway. Wigang, standing nearby, attempts to interject, urging caution and more thought before any rash decisions are made. But before he can finish, Liho Yeol reaches out, his hand enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, and begins to absorb the orb's potent energy. Wigang stares, utterly dumbfounded by the sudden, audacious act. His shock quickly turns to fury as he shouts at Liho Yeol, accusing him of insanity and warning of dire consequences. Li Ho Yeol, now holding the glowing orb, simply grins, his words dripping with a dark amusement about the awakening of greed. His face is set with fierce determination, the blue energy from the orb swirling around him as he continues to absorb its power. Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, a name that once commanded respect and power, now found that wealth held no meaning for him. Born as the successor to a renowned family, he had already experienced the pinnacle of opulence and privilege. Meanwhile, Wigang stared at his phone, a look of utter disbelief on his face, the sheer overpowering magic he sensed leaving him stunned. He questioned if this was the same spell used by the mage's tower master, wondering about the island's treasure and the woman who had obtained it, the emotion called greed swirling in his thoughts. As the blue energy pulsed around his hand, Li Ho Yeol continued to absorb the treasure's power. The radiant blue light intensified, engulfing him in its ethereal glow. The emotion of greed was not something he truly possessed. With a determined expression, he understood that the simplest way to prevent others from taking the treasure was to claim it for himself. As the final vestiges of energy settled, a system message confirmed his success. He had obtained the island's treasure. A wave of raw power washes over the island, causing Wigang to recoil in disbelief, his mind reeling at the sheer magnitude of the energy. He had successfully claimed the great turtle's treasure, its essence now coalesced into a glowing orb held firmly in Li Ho Yeol's hand, as Lo stands by, observing the profound change. The island itself seemed to hum with residual magic, a vibrant, ethereal glow permeating the ancient ruins and dense foliage. Meanwhile, the great turtle of golden canines lay still, its massive form now inert, a soft, almost mournful sound escaping its lips as its power was fully claimed. Elsewhere, Camilla gasped, her eyes wide with shock at the sheer, overwhelming magical presence that had just erupted. Lo, still beside him, could only utter his name, a testament to the incredible feat Li Ho Yeol had just accomplished. Watching the distant glow, Wigang's resolve hardened, a new ambition taking root as he vowed to collect all other treasures in the same decisive manner. Surrounded by the lingering magical aura, he stood firm, his gaze fixed on a future filled with untold riches and power. A sickening impact echoes through the air, followed by a choked gasp as a figure is struck with immense force. Staggering back, the armored warrior, Kinver, glares at his assailant, accusing them of cowardly murder. Another devastating blow connects, sending a spray of blood into the dark. Despite the damage, Kinver pushes through the pain, vowing to unleash a second sunstrike upon his foe. But the attack is futile, and with a soft thud, he collapses. Standing over the fallen warrior, Li Ho Yeol's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, a low grunt escaping him as he surveys his work. He considers his next move, a single thought forming in his mind. Kinver lies motionless, a system message confirming his demise, another player murdered, and Li Ho Yeol's karma stat increased. With a cold, calculating gaze, Li Ho Yeol decides it would be most convenient to simply take everything at once. He reaches down, his hand plunging into the shimmering blue light emanating from the defeated foe's remains, gathering the spoils of his victory. A system message confirms his haul, announcing the acquisition of emerald essence and 32 other valuable items. A soft groan escapes Li Ho Yeol's lips, his eyes wide as a vibrant blue aura begins to pulse around him. The energy swirling around his chest as a name echoes in his mind. Ito Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo. For him, wealth had no meaning. As a young man, born into an eccentrically wealthy family, he had already tasted the pinnacle of opulence. Even as a child, surrounded by his possessions, the emotion called greed was something he understood deeply. Now, facing the great turtle of golden canines, the blue energy intensifies around him, while distant voices from the game world discuss the magic of Enoch and the treasures Homan has acquired. But the true nature of greed was not something he possessed. The blue light flares from his outstretched hand, a powerful surge of energy manifesting. The swirling particles of light gather, forming a potent aura around his palm. It was not something he possessed. He lets out a pained grunt, his focus unwavering as he continues to sketch, a subtle tremor running through his hand. The system confirms his success, declaring that the method to prevent greed from taking over is simple. One must simply take the treasures without any greed, and with that, he has obtained the island's treasure. The message echoes, solidifying his achievement. He has indeed obtained the island treasure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a player stares in disbelief, a shocked gasp escaping him as the magical energy around him pulses with vibrant colors. Other players, including Camilla and Lo, gather, their faces etched with astonishment, one of them exclaiming in disbelief, "Guys, did you see that? Hoyol Nim just took the island's treasure." Back at the island, Li Ho Yeol stands calmly amidst the destruction, the system itself questioning the anomaly. And the destruction progress hasn't gone up despite it. Why not? He/she /it/ they have no greed. 100% it without any greed. How does that make any sense? Another player, observing his serene demeanor, voices their utter bewilderment. And look at how composed he is. Does Hoyol really have not even a hint of greed? A low groan escapes Li Ho Yeol as he stares down at the object in his hand, the system's message about the absence of greed echoing in his mind. A faint blue aura flickers around him, his expression a mix of confusion and growing annoyance. He holds up the so-called island's treasure, a broken, tarnished crown, uttering a disbelieving question about its true value. The system confirms his suspicions, identifying it as merely an old broken crown of epic rank, leaving him to ponder the anticlimactic reward. He wonders if this meager prize is a cruel jest, especially after he had so carefully purged himself of all greed, and if all other treasures in this world would prove equally disappointing. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, as Harkon Kingsguard reaches for the crown from behind him, declaring the trash to be his own. A system notification flashes, announcing that the Lionheart Knights, including Enoch Loren, Harkon Kingsguard, and Jessica White, have officially joined his party. Another message highlights Enoch Loren's level, prompting a silent, questioning reaction from the group. Harkon, now flanked by Enoch and Jessica White, dismisses the newly formed alliance as a trashy party, his words trailing off as he continues to address Lee Ho-yeol. Harkon Kingsguard, flanked by his loyal knights, declares their unwavering support, stating that they will be by his side from now on. His voice resonating with conviction, he adds that they are there to help him achieve his goal, whatever it may be. Lee Ho-yeol, taken aback by this sudden allegiance, replays Harkon's earlier words in his mind, questioning the meaning behind them. Meanwhile, Harkon's thoughts drift to his own reasoning, believing that Lee Ho-yeol would not blackmail them if they were to meet again. He reflects on how Lee Ho-yeol had saved their lives and demonstrated a surprising lack of greed when faced with the treasure. As Lee Ho-yeol turns to leave, Harkon's internal monologue continues, affirming that they, the Harkon Archipelago, will serve as his sword and shield. He stares at the screen, a single thought echoing in his mind. Even in the Nuba Archipelago, the continent's strongest players would be after him, he muses, as the party member list flashes before his eyes, showing his own level 106 next to Harkon Kingsguard's formidable level 600, and Jessica White's level 420. The sheer difference in their power is staggering. He feels trapped between a rock and a hard place, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. And the monsters they're about to face are just as overwhelming, with human eaters, collecting slimes, red goblins, and mud golems all hovering around level 400. Harkon, however, remains resolute, suggesting they simply move on to the next island. A strange, creaking sound echoes through the air as the environment around them shifts. They find themselves amidst a dense, glowing jungle, its roots twisting and turning into an alien landscape. A soft gasp escapes someone as the eerie silence of the new surroundings settles in. A voice calls out, addressing Kinver, who looks on with a calculating gaze. His posture remains rigid, a silent question hanging in the air. Meanwhile, far from his machinations, Lee Ho-yeol's group continues their journey through the glowing jungle, as a voice ponders the destructive potential if Lee Ho-yeol were to acquire a treasure, questioning if he truly took one. Another voice expresses concern, reminding them that Harkon is with him, making the Lionheart Knights a formidable opponent. The group, including Lee Ho-yeol, Harkon, and Jessica, stands ready, as a distant, almost imperceptible sound echoes, prompting a confused query of what? Who? Back with Kinver, he dismisses the concern, insisting they simply need to be careful, acknowledging the others are on a different level than the second son. He then reveals his true intent, having already prepared a little surprise on the wharf. A sinister purple aura flares around Kinver, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. He explains his deadly scheme. The moment they board the ship for the next island, a mere flick of his finger will unleash the Hydra's deadly poison, spreading it across the entire vessel. Lee Ho-yeol sits, sketching intently, his thoughts drifting to the grim reality of his world, where it's often hard to tell the living from the dead, and everyone is destined to fall. He continues his work, considering the cold calculus of survival, knowing that once someone is gone, the only thing left to do is check for their belongings. Suddenly, a violent, visceral sensation rips through his mind, a shocking burst of red. The vision intensifies, a chaotic maelstrom of white and black, splattered with crimson, as if a body is being torn apart by an unseen force. A masked man, his eyes wide with terror, lets out a choked cry of disbelief. His severed hand, still clutching a weapon, drops to the ground, the man's final, horrified thought echoing, "I got beheaded?" Lee Ho-yeol recoils, his own mind reeling, questioning if the brutal scene was merely a figment of his imagination, an impossible event given the distance. Yet, the lingering sensation of an immense, chilling bloodlust confirms the reality of what he just witnessed. His expression hardens, his gaze sharpening with intense focus. A small squirrel squeaks from its perch high in a tree, its tiny form barely visible amidst the dense foliage. Observing the creature, Lee Ho-yeol notes its presence, finding it surprisingly cute. He glances at his phone, a moment of calm before the storm. Then, turning his attention to an unseen companion, he asks if they've also given the squirrel a name. His gaze drops, a thought forming in his mind, the small creature on the tree. Suddenly, a faint purple glow emanates from his hand, a subtle shift in the air around him. The scene shifts to a man screaming in terror, his face contorted in agony and splattered with blood, as if caught in a nightmare. Lee Ho-yeol's voice echoes, asking what he thinks. A system message flashes, revealing the chilling truth. Harkon Kingsguard is observing, and the man's mental strength is critically low, suffering from a status abnormality of fear. Back in the jungle, Liho Yeol stands calmly, his eyes now glowing with an intense purple light, a silent acknowledgement of the unseen forces at play. A small squirrel, perched on a branch, gnaws intently on a nut, its expression surprisingly fierce, causing an unseen observer to wonder if it harbors a deep-seated hatred for squirrels, or if its scary demeanor is simply a natural state. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Harkon Kingsguard stands beside Liho Yeol, a faint blue aura emanating from the night as he speaks, his voice filled with uncertainty. He admits he's not sure about something. Liho Yeol's attention, however, is drawn to a sudden, urgent system message flashing before his eyes, indicating that the Yusra archipelago is being consumed by greed, with its destruction already in progress. The cryptic red text, Omaru Zioda Ipanka Arshiv Ryra Yumru Ryra, repeats, accompanied by a numerical sequence, signaling a critical event unfolding. Harkon Kingsguard, seemingly oblivious to the digital crisis Liho Yeol perceives, declares his intent to secure the last remaining crown, urging them to hurry, while a narration box dismisses the threat as a mere rat. The destruction progress has already reached the 8th square. Liho Yeol, still processing the dire system message, watches Harkon Kingsguard, the same cryptic red text and numbers continuing to flash before his eyes, a stark contrast to the knight's singular focus on the crown. He reflects that, at the very least, Harkon Kingsguard managed to halt the immediate progression of the destruction for now, though with the crown's location still unknown, finding it won't be an easy task. With a sense of urgency, Harkon Kingsguard commands his companions to hasten their pace, his voice firm and unwavering as he declares his unwavering commitment to their objective. His expression hardened, he reiterates his commitment, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The landscape shifts, revealing a desolate, hazy expanse under a muted, purplish sky, hinting at a new, perhaps perilous, destination. Amidst the rugged, purple-tinged rocks, a name echoes through the desolate air, Kinver. His face contorted in agony, Kinver screams, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as particles of energy erupt around him. A voice, perhaps from an unseen companion or a memory, calls out to him, questioning his silence amidst the turmoil. His legs, now heavily muscled and clad in torn fabric, are wreathed in the same vibrant blue energy, pulsating with raw power as he struggles to regain control. Reaching out a trembling hand, Kinver's thoughts race, questioning his very existence and the identity of the one who saved him from the brink. Finally standing, his body now radiating with a powerful blue aura, Kinver is enveloped in a web-like pattern of energy, a testament to his profound and painful transformation. Writhing in agony, Kinver questions the reason for his survival, wondering if it was out of pity or if he was simply too insignificant to be worth worrying about. Whatever the reason, a figure descends from above, rappelling down a sheer cliff face. As the blue energy pulses around him, Kinver manages a pained, trembling thank you to his rescuer. Barely able to speak, he tries to explain his predicament, his voice weak and his skin a sickly gray. The purple-haired woman, Camilla, cuts him off, demanding to know what he's talking about, her tone sharp and urgent. Standing over the still-suffering Kinver, she issues a stark warning. If he doesn't want to be utterly destroyed, he must flee from Liho Yeol. Meanwhile, Lo, with his spiky blonde hair, reacts with shock, calling out to Kinver in disbelief and exclaiming at the absurdity of the situation. Camilla, now holding a smartphone, listens intently, her expression serious. Standing with Wigang and Lo in a lush, tropical setting, she addresses the person on the other end, asking, Park Hyunwoo, what is it? Still reeling from a recent development, Park Hyunwoo lies on the ground, his fist clenched in fury as he curses the person who just hung up on him. A dark purple energy begins to pulse around his hand as he continues his enraged tirade, lamenting the massive financial investment he poured into a mission that now seems to have failed, all because of some son of a bitch who demanded more poison. A man with a distinctive mohawk hairstyle steps forward, attempting to interject and calm the furious Park Hyunwoo. But the suggestion only fuels his anger, his face contorting further as he shouts back, demanding how anyone could expect him to be calm. The purple energy around his hand intensifies, his voice rising as he dismisses the other's composure, reminding them that it isn't their money at stake. The mohawk-haired man, joined by a large, muscular companion, struggles to physically restrain Park Hyunwoo, urging him to stop. Still struggling against their grip, Park Hyunwoo demands to know why his companions remain so calm in the face of such a disaster. His face contorted in a snarl, he vehemently denies being worked up, his anger a palpable force around him. With his arm glowing fiercely with purple energy, he repeats his question, unable to comprehend their apparent composure. Consumed by a furious purple aura, his face contorted in a scream as two men struggle to hold him back, Park Hyunwoo roars, "How much did you get from Kinver?" One of his companions, a blonde man with a beard, tries to reason with him. "What the hell are you talking about? Calm down so we can talk." But his rage only intensifies, his thoughts consumed by betrayal and the burning question of, "How much of my money did you agree on taking?" he screams, his face a mask of pure fury, the purple energy around him flaring violently. His mouth stretches wide in a silent, primal roar, the raw power radiating from him. A deafening blast of purple energy erupts from his form, shaking the very air. Elsewhere, Liho Yeol's head snaps up, his golden eyes widening in surprise at the sudden surge of power. The blond man, now standing beside him, asks, "What is it, Sir Hoyle?" His expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. He feels a sudden, unsettling tremor. It's the same ominous notification he received upon his arrival, a clear sign of great evil's influence. This time, however, the evil spreading across the island feels stronger, his paladin instincts screaming a warning. Liho Yeol stands amidst a swirling purple aura, observing the turbulent, cloud-filled sky. He realizes with a chilling certainty that a demon is nearby. Meanwhile, a volatile red energy crackles and expands. Park Hyun-woo trembles, overwhelmed by the raw, destructive powers surging through him. His hand glows with the same uncontrolled, crimson force. Park Hyun-woo, you have to calm down, he urges himself, acknowledging the immense strength he possesses. I knew you were strong, but this is beyond my expectations. I wonder if I'll be able to control you. He stares down at the silver-haired man, a menacing red glow in his eyes, accusing him of being in the wrong and having murdered another player. As if to punctuate his words, a dark, serrated blade, wreathed in crimson energy, flashes into view. The attack is swift and brutal, a system message confirming the acquisition of a golden fruit and 62 other loot items, the spoils of a fresh kill. Liho Yeol recoils slightly, his expression a mix of shock and growing concern as the red-haired figure reiterates his accusations. As the stream chat explodes with panicked comments about guild members being killed and the audacity of streaming such an event, Liho Yeol grips a small, glowing orb in his hand. His eyes narrow, a flicker of grim determination replacing his earlier surprise. Suddenly, a torrent of raw, crimson energy erupts, swirling violently around the red-haired figure. His form becomes wreathed in a demonic aura, a spectral, skull-like visage manifesting behind him as his eyes burn with intensified red light. He declares his intent, his voice resonating with dark power, to reclaim what was unjustly taken from him. A powerful, armored foot slams down, shattering the ground with a violent impact. The force of the blow sends Wigang reeling, his eyes wide with shock as purple energy erupts around him. An armored hand then reaches out, seizing him with brutal intent, the word murder, echoing the assailant's deadly purpose. Wigang is thrown backward, defeated, as a system message confirms the devastating outcome. The supernova explosion was the cause behind the player's demise, though he vehemently denies it, whispering, "I wasn't." Meanwhile, a flurry of chat messages erupts, with users like Hoysflower exclaiming, "Seen, right?" and complaining about motion sickness from the camera shaking. Ugliest questions the sanity of the situation, while ISOT, having just arrived, reports, Park Hyunjin just killed someone, leaving Raccoonman utterly confused. Despite his defeat, Wigang's resolve remains unbroken, as he vows, "I'll be sure to make you regret ever seeing me," and wishes his assailant to get as far as I did. A final gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and defiance. As the purple energy dissipates, a figure in a cowboy hat turns, casting a glance over their shoulder, their presence marking the end of the violent encounter. He looks down at the outstretched hand, his voice calm as he asks if the unseen individual is all right, then wonders aloud if they're being chased by monsters. The man in the cowboy hat considers the implications, knowing that the Explorer Alliance, and specifically the Explorer Guild, has a strict policy against helping those who are not members. A warm smile spreads across his face as he suggests the injured party take a seat for a while. He continues, explaining that even someone who risks his own team for money wouldn't be able to do anything against the Explorer Guild. A look of relief washes over his face as he acknowledges a quiet thank you from the unseen individual. He holds up his phone, a confident smile returning, and declares, "I'll be okay now. I'm spared." A shimmering, ethereal energy pulses across the screen, hinting at distant, unexplored lands. As the visuals swirl with dark and vibrant hues, the presentation begins to unfold. Low gestures towards the display, announcing, "Yes, this is today's Arcana." On a tablet, a map of scattered landmasses appears, revealing that what they are seeing is the Yusra archipelago. This vast archipelago is divided into 10 distinct islands, each rumored to hold a hidden treasure. The methods required to obtain these coveted treasures differ for each island. For instance, one might need to hunt a formidable monster known as the island's owner, or perhaps solve intricate puzzles. An example flashes across the screen, showing a knight in battle, highlighting that even with a shield-only defense skill, a knight might possess only one specialized skill. Many guilds and alliances have already successfully obtained their treasures, each through their own unique methods. The final treasure island of the Yusra archipelago floats majestically, its ancient structures hinting at the secrets it holds. From a distance, it's clear that a significant number of players and guilds have already converged on this location, drawn by the promise of its hidden riches. As if on cue, the Kingsguard remarks on the situation, accusing someone of being so greedy as the group observes the island from a lower vantage point. He continues, explaining that the Shining Guild, a top-ranking Korean guild, has already secured 2 of the treasures, including the one on the eastern island. He then cautions Tremia not to overexert herself, reminding her that her contribution points are limited. Lo, ever confident, assures his Hyung not to worry. Meanwhile, the Immunia Guild was also present on the same island as Shining, but failed to claim any treasures, a fact that Wigang finds particularly irritating, wondering aloud if it truly needs to be mentioned. Wigang then turns to Kisaki-san, suggesting this might be their opportunity, while the narration speculates that this is why Kazuma of the Immunia Guild appears so upset. He observes the chaotic scene as news spreads that the 2 formidable rivals, Berserker and Second Son, are also making their way to the island, while Camilla struggles against Lo's grip, demanding to be released. Even as Lo holds her back, trying to calm her, he notes with a slight smile that she remains as hot-headed as ever, her fiery spirit undimmed. The question hangs heavy in the air: who will ultimately claim the last island's treasure in this day of Arcana? Meanwhile, in a different, more perilous location, an armored figure with a distinctive horned helmet looks on, a plea escaping his lips. Please stay. Harkon Kingsguard, observing the unfolding events, casts his gaze downward, his expression unreadable. Back in the perilous zone, another armored warrior, bloodied and shocked, can only utter a single word. That's impossible. The horned warrior, now visibly injured, lets out a pained grunt before someone urges him to look over there. The bloodied warrior, his eyes wide with disbelief, confirms, yeah, I see it too. Armored boots step deliberately across the rough, wet terrain, moving towards an unknown fate. The ornate crests of the Lionheart Knights, a golden lion and a stylized S, shimmer into view, heralding the arrival of a colossal, golden-armored figure whose presence dominates the horizon. The sheer scale of the Lionheart Knight's appearance sends a jolt of disbelief through any observer. Lo's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to comprehend the sudden, unexpected arrival of such a formidable force. The Emperor's strongest knights have indeed appeared, their imposing forms now clearly visible in the distance, leaving the entire group speechless. Camilla stares, her mind struggling to process the impossible sight before her, wondering if her eyes are playing tricks. A curse escapes her lips, the reality of the situation sinking in as she questions who could possibly be leading such an overwhelming legion. Elsewhere, a familiar head of silver-white hair is seen. As Liho Yeol adjusts his tie, his gaze sharp and intense, his eyes glowing with a subtle, emerald light. The sheer number of Lionheart Knights was staggering, their polished armor gleaming under the harsh light as they surrounded the ornate structure. On the ground, a pained groan escaped him, as the full weight of their presence bore down on Liho Yeol. He knew the others would be relieved to see him, confident that he was the one to secure the treasure, but the situation was far more complex than they could imagine. Standing beside him, Wigang could only stare in wide-eyed terror, a chilling realization dawning on him. I'm fucking scared. The paladin expected to draw some attention, but certainly not to this extent. Liho Yeol, who had entered with a mana level over 600, was unaffected by the negative attention from the knights in front of him, but the sheer scale of their presence was still overwhelming. Wigang, still reeling from the shock, turned to Lo, wondering aloud if this Hisagi was the same guy who had betrayed the court family's tradition. Lo, his expression grim, warned Camilla that it was never a good idea to make an enemy out of him. Harkon Kingsguard, standing beside Camilla, makes a firm declaration, stating that no matter what happens, he will not fight Grandfell. Meanwhile, Kinver, his face etched with determination, asserts that he only has one path forward. Nearby, Wigang struggles with the sheer intensity emanating from Liho Yeol, finding his presence utterly overwhelming. The two stand amidst a gathering of knights, their attention fixed on the unfolding tension. Kinver's face contorts in a scream, his voice echoing with the name, Sir Hoyle. Liho Yeol simply looks on, a silent exclamation marking his presence. Suddenly, a vibrant red-orange fiery aura erupts around Liho Yeol, engulfing him in crackling energy as Wigang watches nearby. The fiery energy expands rapidly, filling the entire space with its intense glow. Kinver recoils from the sudden burst, his eyes wide with disbelief as he questions, what the hell? As his power surged, the very ground began to rupture, sending torrents of molten lava soaring into the air. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice cried out, urging everyone to activate their fire resistance buffs, for the danger was immediate and overwhelming. The same voice, laced with panic, then commanded that they move if they wished to survive. Kinver, caught in the inferno's glow, could only stare, his eyes reflecting the terrifying spectacle. A single, disbelieving syllable escaped his lips, as the sheer magnitude of the power overwhelmed him. Another voice, filled with dawning horror, then declared that this immense power belonged to the island's owner. The lava continued to churn and expand, forming intricate, swirling patterns of destructive energy. From within the molten depths, distinct, bubbling forms began to emerge, taking on an increasingly organic shape. Finally, with a terrifying roar, a colossal creature materialized from the fiery abyss, revealing itself as a great lava koi. A guttural sound escapes Li Ho Yeol as the immense power he has unleashed continues to surge, the air around him shimmering with intense heat. The oppressive heat is undeniable, a searing wave that makes the entire area feel like an inferno. From a distance, a voice observes that the creature is now completely surrounded by molten lava, making any direct approach impossible. Kinver, standing beside Harkon Kingsguard, decides they can only observe for now, unable to engage the overwhelming force. The great lava koi, a monstrous fish of molten rock, glows menacingly, raising the question of how to even damage such a formidable entity. Harkon Kingsguard, maintaining his composure, issues commands to his knights, instructing them to equip heat-resistant gear and prepare their machine rifles, specifically calling out to Tremia and the Clone Sense trained knights. The wall of lava surrounding the creature proves impenetrable, effectively blocking all attempts at long-range attacks. The great lava koi continues its intimidating presence, prompting a frustrated cry about the impossibility of approaching it to deliver a killing blow. Camilla, visibly distressed, warns someone not to overdo it, a pained gasp escaping her lips as the situation intensifies. A sudden, monstrous presence erupts into the world, its sheer scale and fiery aura drawing gasps of disbelief from distant observers. Intense heat radiates from the creature, a swirling vortex of crimson and orange energy that distorts the very air around it. So powerful that even those observing through advanced drones can feel its scorching intensity. The great lava koi, a creature of pure molten rock and fire, stands as an unapproachable fortress, its protective lava barrier preventing even the most resilient tanks from getting close. Watching the spectacle unfold, Harkon Kingsguard calls out, his voice laced with concern for the one at the heart of the inferno. Beside him, Kinver expresses his frustration, admitting his promise to be a sword is useless against such an unapproachable foe. Harkon's gaze remains fixed on the distant, fiery chaos, his concern deepening as the silver strands of Li Ho Yeol's hair shimmer amidst the inferno. He lets out a soft, confident chuckle, his expression unwavering, assuring Harkon that there is no need to worry. A subtle purple energy begins to emanate from his form, as he declares that he did not lead them all here without a plan. Meanwhile, a massive hand descends, catching Kinver off guard, who cries out in shock as a crimson aura erupts around him. His face contorting in rage and pain, blood staining his armor. He collapses, muttering about the bastard who did this. While Harkon stands over him, a cool blue energy contrasting Kinver's furious red, asking if he can still smile, knowing the kind of situation they're in. Even as Kinver lay defeated, a sharp question cut through the air, as if from Harkon Kingsguard's own mind, wondering why Li Ho Yeol would choose such a path. His internal query continued, what kind of plan could Li Ho Yeol possibly have in mind? Meanwhile, high above the fiery, desolate landscape, Li Ho Yeol stood poised on a jagged cliff, ready to unleash his strategy. The very air around him began to crackle, a raw, primal energy surging from the depths of the earth. With a focused gaze, he began to explain his method, stating that magic activation could be divided into 3 distinct steps. His hand extended, glowing with ethereal blue light, as intricate symbols began to form in the air before him. The first step, he declared, was interference, as a massive, glowing blue magic circle materialized around him, pulsating with power. Then came the final stage, the manifestation, as the blue energy shifted to a fierce, fiery orange and red aura, engulfing him completely. The raw, untamed power swirled and intensified, a vortex of pure, destructive energy. The lava surrounding the great lava koi is not a skill, but merely a part of nature itself. Therefore, for Granfell, lava, which is just a force of nature, is simply no different than the rocks on the ground. Harkon Kingsguard can only stammer, realizing the implications, while Camilla questions if Li Ho Yeol truly just manipulated such a fundamental force. As debris begins to float unnaturally around them, Harkon Kingsguard reiterates his disbelief, and Camilla repeats her stunned question. With the very lava now rising into the air, Harkon Kingsguard can only voice the impossible question. Did he just elevate the lava itself? Elsewhere, Park Hyunwoo and Wigang watch the spectacle unfold, their faces contorted in utter shock and disbelief. As the immense power courses through him, Li Ho Yeol lets out a strained grunt, his body reacting to the sheer force required to manipulate the molten earth. Watching the impossible display, Harkon Kingsguard's eyes widen in utter disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. The lava particles still swirling around him, he can only wonder where this man could have possibly come from. More molten rock erupts from the ground, glowing with an intense, fiery energy. With his eyes now glowing with golden power, Li Ho Yeol continues to command the lava, while a panicked voice cries out, I'm running out of mana. Harkon, what are you doing? Get the koi. A voice of utter disbelief echoes, finding the unfolding sight truly unbelievable. Before them, a bizarre phenomenon unfolds. A vast expanse of glowing, molten orange liquid floats suspended in the air, with a lone figure standing amidst the impossible landscape. The observer can only stammer, confirming the impossible. The lava is indeed floating. The sheer scale of the anomaly elicits another gasp, a truly unbelievable sight. The glowing, buoyant mass continues to spread, filling the entire visual field with its impossible presence. This strange phenomenon has a critical consequence. The path to the island's dungeon has been completely severed. A burly warrior lets out a booming laugh, his face contorted in fierce amusement. With a determined roar, he declares his intent to join the fray, ready to contribute to the chaos. Elsewhere, the armored Harkon Kingsguard, glowing with a faint blue aura, is caught off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he reacts to an unseen threat. A frustrated grunt escapes him as he chastises himself for losing focus, even for a second. Shaking off the distraction, Harkon unleashes a powerful counterattack, his aura flaring brighter as he cries out, "Shining charge." The force of his blow sends shockwaves through the chaotic battlefield, where numerous combatants clash amidst explosions and glowing magical effects. It's a brutal training ground, where victory against Harkon Kingsguard seems impossible without significant contribution or the first attack bonus. Amidst the fray, a red-haired warrior charges forward, their weapon poised for a decisive strike, a fierce red aura trailing behind them. Camilla's eyes glow red with a sudden, intense realization, a thought echoing in her mind. I know. As a small, fiery fish-like creature, wreathed in crackling purple energy, darts through the air with incredible speed. What? She exclaims, her surprise mirroring Wigang's wide-eyed gaze. Meanwhile, Kinver and Park Hyunwoo stare in disbelief, questioning how the creature could have jumped so high. The creature continues its erratic, blazing flight. The purple energy around it flaring with increasing intensity. It slams into Harkon Kingsguard, sending him grunting and tumbling through the air amidst shattered debris. It's being really annoying for a mere fucking fish. Camilla curses, her frustration boiling over. Its fiery form pulses with renewed energy as it prepares to leap once more. Be careful, a voice warns, it's jumping again. With a violent eruption of orange energy and debris, the creature launches itself skyward, the system registering the KD, beginning to jump up and down. Harkon watches, a purple aura shimmering around him, realizing the futility of their efforts. It's impossible to restrain it once again, he thinks. This fight will go on a bit longer. Kinver's expression tightens with concern, his gaze fixed on the escalating threat. The creature slams back down, a devastating impact that sends shockwaves rippling across the ground. The force of its landing continues to reverberate, a chaotic burst of red energy and particles. Harkon looks down, his green glowing blade held ready. Jump, he calls out, then notices something new. What's that now? From the shattered earth, jagged spears of rock erupt, piercing the air. Spears made of rocks? A voice questions. The fiery creature stands amidst the newly formed rock spires, its menacing aura amplified by the dark, sharp formations. A sudden system alert flashes, declaring a profound property change. Both Lo and Camilla recoil in shock, uttering exclamations of disbelief at the impossible transformation unfolding before them. From a distant vantage point, Liho Yeol observes the landscape, where the very lava has been cooled and solidified into earth, a feat akin to turning water into ice on an unimaginable scale. Yet, even with such immense power, the challenge of shaping that transformed matter into a precise form, like a spear, remains a different problem entirely. The system itself registers the anomaly, questioning how such a monumental change could even be possible given the established limits of mana. Liho Yeol's gaze remains sharp, his expression unreadable as the implications of the impossible event settle around him. Suddenly, a vibrant blue energy begins to surge, enveloping him in crackling arcs of power as he moves with incredible speed, a testament to his own extraordinary capabilities. The blue aura intensifies around his armored leg and gauntlet, channeling his immense strength into a focused, devastating strike. As the impossible transformation of the landscape settled, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupted, striking the monstrous great lava koi with devastating force. The creature's fiery body began to crack and splinter, unable to withstand the relentless assault. With a final, violent burst, the great lava koi exploded into countless fragments, its existence utterly annihilated by the overwhelming power. A system message flashed, confirming the impossible feat. You have defeated the great lava koi. Lo and Camilla stared, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Lo could only manage a stunned, inarticulate sound of surprise. Camilla, however, managed a wry, disbelieving laugh, muttering about the lava koi's supposed invincibility being an embarrassment. With the immediate threat neutralized, Lo turned to his companions, suggesting they return. Elsewhere, a streamer named Wigang watched his screen with wide eyes, his expression a mixture of shock and awe at the sudden turn of events. The colossal form of the great lava koi lay utterly defeated, a final system message declaring the island's dinner had been vanquished. A guttural sound escapes the defeated great lava koi, its fiery eye still burning with residual energy. Meanwhile, a system message announces the victor, declaring the one with the highest contribution rate. Harkon Kingsguard and Kinver watch in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. The revelation echoes across the land. Liho Yeol and the Lionheart Knights are the ones responsible. From a distant vantage point, Wigang stares in utter shock, unable to comprehend how the boss was defeated so easily, or how terrified the creature must have been. Meanwhile, the true victor, Lee Ho-yeol, struggles to remain conscious, his eyes threatening to roll back from the sheer exhaustion of mana. Just then, a new system message appears before him, announcing an item reward for his high contribution rate. A glowing blue orb materializes in his hand, pulsating with an ethereal light. This is none other than the island's treasure, which, according to reports, Lee Ho-yeol has already obtained. He holds the newly acquired island's treasure, a brilliant orb of light, as a system message confirms its origin as a relic from another world. Gazing at the artifact, he murmurs its name, the island's treasure. His eyes, reflecting the orb's light, shine with an intense, almost ethereal glow. As he secures his grip on the treasure, he muses that this must be the final piece of his quest. Meanwhile, Harkon Kingsguard, observing a screen displaying Lee Ho-yeol's progress alongside Kinver, questions why the contribution progress rate isn't going up despite the treasure's acquisition. Wigang, also watching the unfolding events, wonders aloud if it isn't truly the island's treasure, his face etched with concern. Back with Lee Ho-yeol, the orb in his hand begins to pulse with an even more blinding light. A violent surge of purple energy erupts from him, cracking the very ground beneath his feet as he is enveloped in its power. As the aura subsides, he looks up, his expression one of shock, at a colossal, shadowy figure looming over him in the cavernous space. A system message flashes before him, declaring the Yusra archipelago is being consumed by greed, its destruction already in progress, prompting a confused gasp from Lee Ho-yeol. Meanwhile, from a distance, Harkon Kingsguard questions if their intervention might be too late, while Kinver dismisses the number of treasures as irrelevant. As a wave of vibrant purple energy washes over the area, a voice wonders if there could possibly be yet another treasure at play. Surrounded by the ethereal glow, Lee Ho-yeol's eyes widen in a dawning realization, muttering, "This is." He recalls that no treasure remains untouched by greed when two are taken, yet the one he just acquired had no destructive effect. As the purple energy intensifies, his eye begins to glow with its raw power. He recognizes the immense, demonic strength of the aura, realizing that a different treasure has once again been consumed by greed. The pervasive purple energy transforms the landscape, twisting the very earth into a desolate, alien terrain. Then, with a heavy thud, a massive, clawed hand bursts forth from the ground. A chilling thud echoes as Kinver holds a terrified woman captive, her eyes wide with fear amidst a group of onlookers. Suddenly, a low hum fills the air as Wigang, engulfed in a vibrant purple aura, unleashes a devastating attack, sending multiple figures flying. The purple energy intensifies around him, and a stark system message flashes into existence, confirming the grim reality. He has murdered another player. From a distance, two men watch in horror, one of them shouting in disbelief, cursing the perpetrator for killing Julie. Another figure attempts to intervene, reaching out to Wigang with a desperate plea, begging him to hold back the destructive power. Wigang's head feels as though it's about to burst, the raw power tearing through him, and he cries out that he never meant for any of this to happen. As the purple energy distorts his features, he questions the voice, asking what it means. His hand begins to morph, claws extending as the dark energy swirls around it. A chilling voice echoes in his mind, revealing itself as one of the 7 deadly sins, reminding him that he had desired this power. The transformation of his hand completes, now a fully monstrous claw, as the voice claims it merely helped him achieve his goal. The entity continues to mock him, declaring his mentality too weak and that he doesn't even possess a skill. Despite the pain racking his body, the voice insists it still granted his wish. Wigang can only grit his teeth, a guttural sound escaping him as the power consumes him further. His eyes now glow a malevolent red, as the voice declares that now it is its turn to take what it desires. Wigang's body contorts, racked with pain as the dark power fully consumes him, a guttural cry escaping his lips. A desperate voice screams for it to stop. But before the transformation can complete, a heavy, armored boot slams onto the wet ground, announcing a new presence. Without hesitation, the armored figure lunges, a sword arcing with brilliant blue energy, striking the struggling Wigang midair. The impact sends a shockwave of power, the blue aura of the knight's attack momentarily overwhelming the dark energy surrounding Wigang. From a distance, a man with glasses watches the sudden intervention, his face etched with profound shock. The knight stands victorious over the now fallen Wigang, his voice firm as he asks if the defeated figure is all right, while a chilling realization dawns. These are the Lionheart Knights. The observer's shock deepens, a tear tracing a path down his cheek as he grapples with the implications of the knight's arrival. A lingering question hangs in the air, wondering if the knight's true identity could really be what they suspect. As elsewhere, a figure strides with purpose through the desolate landscape. A faint purple aura shimmering around him as he lets out a soft groan of discomfort. He continues his advance, the air thick with a stench he recognizes all too well, a foul odor of rotten demons. Nearby, Kinver and his subordinates are already present, the former crying out in a desperate plea or warning. The white-haired man covers his mouth, the putrid scent overwhelming his senses. while Kinver's face contorts in a mixture of fear and frustration. Suddenly, a swift impact echoes through the air, and Kinver, exasperated, shouts to his companions that they have squandered their precious mana. Wigang's Bongi stream, a minimum fan, continues to draw him in. As a sudden surge of energy announces, he's starting back up. Meanwhile, Li Ho Yil looks up, his expression unreadable. While Wigang's own legs tremble with an unexpected reaction, a question forming in his mind. In another place, the Kingsguard Knight, Harkon, stands ready, pleading for orders. Wigang's eyes widen as a system message flashes before him, announcing that a class quest has been created. Li Ho Yil's gaze sharpens, a single word escaping his lips, a quiet wait. As Wigang reaches out, a torrent of crimson energy erupts from him, a powerful transformation beginning. He is instantly engulfed in the fiery aura, his form silhouetted against the overwhelming power. A malevolent energy begins to surge, signaling that Yaska Archipelago's deadly evil is brewing. As the crimson aura intensifies, Wigang, along with his companions, reacts with a gasp of alarm, realizing the immediate threat. The source of the disturbance becomes clear: the island's treasure itself is at stake. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark red energy, Wigang's form is consumed by the powerful aura, undergoing a profound transformation. Meanwhile, a glowing red orb, pulsating with corrupting power, begins to crack and fracture. The intense energy causes Wigang's face to contort in a grimace as he endures the overwhelming force of the transformation. From a distance, Li Ho Yil and Harkon Kingsguard observe the unfolding chaos, as the island's treasure is visibly corrupted by greed. Li Ho Yil's eyes glow with intensity as he reacts to the sudden development, a new class quest appearing before him. Stop the corruption of Yaska Archipelago's treasure. A colossal surge of crimson energy erupts from below, consuming the environment in a chaotic explosion of light and particles. The destructive force continues to spread as a chilling system message flashes into existence, beginning destruction. The destruction begins as a violent surge of crimson energy erupts from the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The chaotic power expands rapidly, its vibrant red glow illuminating a distorted, almost skeletal structure at its heart. From a hidden vantage point, Lo and Kinver watch the terrifying spectacle, their expressions grim as the world around them seems to tear itself apart. Elsewhere, Harkon Kingsguard and Camilla are equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief and a shared, unspoken question hanging between them. Camilla's face contorts in alarm, a single word escaping her lips as the full scope of the disaster dawns on her. Camilla stares in disbelief as the crimson energy continues to surge, a question forming on her lips. From within the swirling vortex of destruction, a monstrous, shadowy form begins to coalesce, its glowing red eyes piercing the chaos. A massive, clawed hand, distorted by the raw power, reaches out from the depths of the crimson energy. Kinver watches the terrifying emergence, his expression grim as the scale of the threat becomes clear. The shadowy entity unleashes a devastating wave of red and black energy, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The destructive force expands rapidly, a maelstrom of raw power consuming the landscape. The chaotic energy continues to spread, a vortex of crimson and shadow engulfing everything in its wake. Suddenly, a brilliant white energy slash cuts through the destructive aura, momentarily disrupting the monstrous entity's advance. Lo, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, questions the source of the overwhelming vibrations. A cataclysmic eruption of crimson energy and dark particles tears through the landscape. As a voice cries out in disbelief, wondering what could possibly be happening, Kinver, witnessing the chaos alongside Lo, exclaims that the islands themselves are merging into one. Li Ho Yil, his expression grim, questions if this widespread destruction is truly unfolding before his eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant white energy slash cuts through the chaotic air. A new presence begins to manifest, with something appearing in the very middle of the merging islands. The white energy continues to surge, glowing with immense power. Harkon Kingsguard, standing beside a formidable knight in golden armor, can only utter a stunned, unbelievable. That's... Above the merging land masses, an ominous purple sky looms over the newly formed structures. From the swirling chaos, a magnificent golden castle began to materialize, its intricate spires and walls shimmering with an otherworldly glow. This impossible structure, a castle of pure gold, had appeared as if from nowhere, settling amidst the newly merged land masses. Harkon Kingsguard, observing the phenomenon with his armored companion, could only utter a single word, his voice filled with awe and disbelief. Gold, he murmured, the sheer opulence of the structure overwhelming his senses. Meanwhile, Li Ho Yil, standing beside Park Hyunwoo, also gazed upon the impossible sight, a question forming on his lips. But Harkon knew better, his mind already grasping the true nature of the castle. No, that's a castle of greed. He corrected himself, a grim realization dawning. Indeed, the Golden Fortress was not merely a structure of wealth, but a manifestation of one of the 7 deadly sins, greed, rising from the west. Li Ho Yil, now consulting a holographic interface, remarked on the oppressive energy emanating from the castle, finding it almost unbearable to approach. As a system message confirms the class quest is paused and the main story has begun, with the Vigor Archipelago now manifesting the 7 deadly sins and the resurrection of greed, halted, Liho Yeol reflects on his efforts, believing he had failed. Suddenly, a chilling premonition sweeps through the assembled heroes, as Harkon Kingsguard, Liho Yeol, Wigang, Camilla, and Lo all sense something ominous approaching. An armored hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of a sword, and Harkon's voice cuts through the tension, commanding everyone to prepare for battle. The ground beneath them violently ruptures, glowing with an ominous red energy as something massive begins to tear its way out. Camilla's eyes widen in horror, her voice a desperate warning to watch out for what's emerging from below. From the depths, grotesque figures claw their way out, their rotting forms and glowing red eyes confirming Camilla's terrified realization. It's the undead. One of the creatures, a horrifying amalgamation of exposed bone and decaying muscle, reaches out with a skeletal hand, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A sharp alert rings out, pulling the attention of 2 men seated at a desk. One, his dark hair slightly disheveled, stares at his phone with a look of growing dread. The other, a lighter-haired man, questions the server's status, seemingly oblivious to the impending crisis. With a sudden, desperate motion, the dark-haired man slams his hand onto the desk, the sharp sound punctuating his urgency. He turns to his senior, Yoon Sukyum, explaining that Liho Yeol is speaking. Liho Yeol, still absorbed by his laptop, calmly acknowledges a new system update. But Yoon Sukyum's voice rises to a frantic shout, insisting they must prevent anyone from entering and lock down the entire island, highlighting the alarming power levels of the newly emerged enemies. As a new destruction rupture is detected, adding to the Yggdrasil archipelago, a system update flashes across the screen, revealing 2 terrifying new monsters, the Incarnation of Greed at level 600 and the Sleepless Soul Devil at an astonishing level 950. Yoon Sukyum stares at the device in his hand, his expression grim, while Liho Yeol stands beside him, observing the alarming information. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. The sheer power of the creatures is almost incomprehensible, as a monstrous entity with glowing red eyes lunges forward, its claws extended. A class quest, Destroy appears, confirming the immediate danger, and the realization hits him with crushing force. Their guild is in grave peril. On the ground, knights are already being overwhelmed, their desperate cries to evacuate non-combat members echoing across the chaotic battlefield as they urge everyone to run and fall back. The situation is dire, with lower-level monsters already at level 500 and the boss at an impossible level 850, making it an impossible quest for the struggling forces. Amidst the carnage, Harkon Kingsguard, his face etched with strain, bellows orders to his knights, demanding they maintain formation and slowly retreat. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, knowing that in this desperate situation, every decision counts. As the chaos of the battlefield raged around him, Harkon Kingsguard stood firm, his expression grim. Observing the dire situation, Liho Yeol's sharp, purple eyes narrowed, a sense of urgency in his voice as he warned of the numerous enemies. Then, turning his gaze to the knight, he questioned if Harkon's oath still held true. Meanwhile, from a different location, Yoon Sukyum watched the unfolding events with concern, vowing to stand by Harkon no matter the cost. Back on the front lines, amidst the chaos, Harkon confirmed his unwavering commitment, standing shoulder to shoulder with Liho Yeol as the battle raged around them. His purple eyes gleaming with fierce determination, Liho Yeol's resolve hardened. He knew that demons were meant to be defeated, with no other option. Harkon, listening to his words, remained silent for a moment, his gaze unwavering. Then, a faint smile touched his lips as he declared that he saw no fear in the other's eyes. A quiet thought echoes in Liho Yeol's mind, a lament for a past moment, wishing someone had been by his side in his final hour. His expression hardens, his voice cutting through the tension as he demands to know what the other is talking about, declaring his fight is for their help. The knights, a formidable line of golden armor, stand ready, their presence a beacon of resolve. Among them, Harkon Kingsguard grips his sword, his stance unwavering. He reaffirms their sacred vow, declaring their unwavering commitment to their oath. His voice rings out, a powerful cry echoing across the battlefield. From a distance, Yoon Sukyum observes the unfolding battle, issuing a command to his own forces to aid Sir Hoyle in reaching the evil. A horde of skeletal figures, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy, surge forward. They roar their allegiance, their chilling cry filling the air. A chilling roar echoes across the battlefield, proclaiming the name of the lions. A lone soldier, watching the approaching horde, wonders aloud if they are truly going to enter the castle. His thoughts are interrupted by a strategic exchange, as Harkon Kingsguard asserts that the enemy's mana is too high, making it a losing battle, while Liho Yeol counters that they have no choice but to fight. The soldier can only process the chilling implication. They are heading directly into that castle. With a heavy thud of countless feet, the grotesque horde of red-skinned monsters charges forward, their glowing eyes fixed on their target. One particularly massive creature lets out a guttural growl, its armored form a terrifying sight. A powerful voice commands, a surge of purple lightning crackling as the order to charge rings out. Without hesitation, Liho Yeol plunges into the fray, engaging one of the monstrous lions head-on. Meanwhile, Yoon Suk-yeom's voice cuts through the comms, reporting that people are attempting to get inside. He stares at the screen, a mix of disbelief and frustration on his face, wondering if the others had completely lost their minds, or if they simply hadn't bothered to read the latest update. The display shows Paladin Liho Yeol and the Lionheart Knights, a formidable force, charging directly towards the castle soldiers. A voice questions the audacity of their move, asking if they truly intend to raid the Golden Palace itself. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman suggests bringing in a professional exploration division, her blonde companion listening intently. Another man, observing the unfolding situation, declares that Wigang's strategy is proving to be superior. Meanwhile, Yoon Suk-yeom reports to Harkon Kingsguard that other groups are attempting to isolate the castle, aiming to slow down the defenders. Back on the battlefield, Liho Yeol's golden eyes gleam with satisfaction, acknowledging that the Ironheart Knights are performing better than he had anticipated. He observes the monstrous creatures before him, realizing they are merely fodder, unable to keep pace with his combat prowess. As blue energy crackles around his hand, he notes with a smirk that his mana recovery is also accelerating. His body hums with renewed energy, a vibrant blue aura swirling around his chest and neck. Meanwhile, a dark-clad figure plummets from a shimmering purple rift as a voice laments that at this rate, they won't be able to help in the fight. Elsewhere, Kinver urges his companion, Harkon, to consider joining the battle, if only to secure their contribution rate. But Harkon, his expression grim, dismisses the idea, convinced they would only meet their demise if they intervened now. He continues, stating that realistically, it's an impossible situation, and no guild would willingly join such a suicidal mission. His gaze hardens, reflecting the harsh reality of their predicament. Back on the front lines, Liho Yeol, surrounded by swirling green energy, issues a terse command to Wigang. Soon, fall back. As if in response, a grotesque, decaying hand bursts forth from the ground, its skin glowing with an eerie green light. The full horror of a resurrected monster is revealed, its decaying form radiating malevolent green energy, prompting a shocked gasp from an unseen observer. They resurrected? A frustrated sigh escapes him, realizing the dire situation. He simply doesn't have enough mana for this. Despite the internal struggle, Liho Yeol stands firm, a glowing blue blade manifesting in his hand as he prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack, shielding Wigang behind him. With a surge of power, a blinding flash erupts, signaling the impact of his potent magic. The force of the spell tears through the air, engulfing the monstrous figure in a maelstrom of purple energy. The magical assault continues, culminating in a brilliant, all-consuming explosion of light. From a distance, Harkon Kingsguard and Kinver watch, their faces etched with disbelief at the sheer power displayed. As the light fades, Liho Yeol stands protectively over Wigang, his eyes glowing with an intense, ethereal blue. But the attack was not enough, for from the ravaged ground, the resurrected monster begins to rise once more, surrounded by a malevolent, fiery aura. Its grotesque form fully emerges, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, a testament to its horrifying resilience. A powerful, glowing attack erupts from Camilla's arm, purple and orange energy flaring outward with explosive force. As she leaps through the air, her form wreathed in a vibrant aura, closing the distance with incredible speed. Yet, a sharp gasp escapes her lips, her eyes widening in sudden surprise. Ignoring the unexpected sight, she charges forward with fierce determination, her form a blur of motion, as a faint voice wonders aloud who this girl could be. Camilla leads a group of adventurers, the S-Rank and Berserker, in a relentless pursuit, their target a massive, shadowy figure. This unexpected intervention sees the S-Rank and Berserker group chasing player Liho Yeol into the slumbering palace, and Camilla's expression shifts to one of profound shock as the situation escalates. She covers her mouth in disbelief, her mind racing with questions about a phantom thief amidst the chaos. From a short distance, Lo watches the unfolding events, pleading, "Yuni, be nice." An unexpected alliance had formed, with Braun and Behemoth now relentlessly pursuing Liho Yeol into the Golden Palace itself, leaving him and Wigang utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A desperate thought flashes through Liho Yeol's mind. Should he try to escape? But before he can even consider it, a dark-suited figure with glowing red eyes suddenly appears, seizing him by the arm with an iron grip. Liho Yeol's eyes widen in shock and fear. As he finds himself held fast by the menacing stranger, able only to scream in outrage, demanding to know what kind of psycho would do this. A frustrated sigh escapes Liho Yeol as he stares down, muttering about the situation. Meanwhile, a group of figures makes their way through a dense, overgrown jungle, their path obscured by thick foliage. As Wigang expresses his disbelief, wondering if someone has lost their mind. Elsewhere, Camilla and Lo stand together, Camilla questioning the lack of a perfect plan. Kinver, meanwhile, receives a crucial instruction, acknowledging it with a firm "got it." In the midst of battle, Harkon Kingsguard takes a brutal hit, blood splattering across his armor. While Yoon Sukyum stands before a menacing group of shadowy figures, their forms radiating dark energy. Park Hyun-woo observes the scene, noting the palpable anger emanating from those around him. The impact sends Harkon Kingsguard reeling, his body flung backward through the air. A grotesque, purple-skinned monster lies defeated on the ground, its form mangled and still, yet a faint, unsettling gasp seems to emanate from its dying essence. Suddenly, a desperate cry tears through the air as Harkon Kingsguard, his face etched with alarm, realizes the true horror unfolding before them. The fallen are being resurrected. Nearby, Lee Ho-yeol lets out a pained grunt, his expression tense as he stands ready for the renewed threat. Harkon's face remains a mask of grim determination, the purple magical energy of the resurrection swirling ominously around him. He instinctively pulls a smaller, dark-haired figure close, shielding them from the encroaching danger with his armored body. Just as despair threatens to set in, a powerful, golden light erupts, and a voice echoes with divine authority, declaring the unwavering support of the Jain saints. A magnificent, winged angelic figure manifests in a burst of radiance, its form glowing brightly as it extends its divine presence towards them. Bathed in the sacred glow, Harkon and Lee Ho-yeol stand side by side, golden magical circles forming around them as the divine energy flows into their beings. The golden light intensifies around Harkon's chest plate, as the divine message assures them to fight without worry, for God is protecting Lee Ho-yeol. His advantage in combat against the undead has exponentially increased, a sudden surge of power confirming that they did indeed receive the blessing. A wave of energy washes over the battlefield, and Camilla, witnessing the immediate effect, exclaims that they succeeded. She adds, with a hint of playful frustration, that she was about to give them buffs herself. Meanwhile, Harkon, feeling the profound shift in his capabilities, acknowledges that the blessings truly make a difference as he charges into the fray. His weapon slices through an enemy with newfound ease, the impact echoing with lethal force. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol stands bathed in a golden glow, the divine energy of the Jain saints flowing through him, a voice asking what kind of blessing he needs. Whether it's God's blessing or protection, the saints are ready to provide whatever is required. Harkon, bloodied but resolute, simply responds with a firm no. Lee Ho-yeol, his expression serious, seems to consider the implications of such an offer. A powerful, red-haired warrior, wielding a massive cleaver, stands triumphantly over a fallen foe. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol maintains his composure, silencing a snarling blue monster with a firm grip to its throat. Elsewhere, Harkon Kingsguard struggles, purple energy swirling around him as he reacts to a monster's taunt. He lashes out with a glowing sword, attempting to fend off the relentless blue creatures that surround him. The air fills with the heavy sound of his labored breathing, a testament to the ongoing, desperate fight. Harkon's face contorts in a grimace of exhaustion and pain, the purple aura around him flickering. A guttural growl echoes, targeting Harkon, a clear sign of the monster's continued aggression. One of the creatures lands a brutal, clawed strike, tearing into his armor and drawing blood. But then, the red-haired warrior from before, wreathed in a vibrant green aura, unleashes a devastating cleaver attack, turning the tide of battle. A pained gasp escapes Harkon Kingsguard, his golden eyes wide with agony as he struggles against an unseen force. A profound realization dawns upon him, a chilling declaration forming in his mind. I no longer. As a golden light illuminates his form from behind, he lifts his gaze, a new resolve hardening his features. The thought solidifies, a complete rejection of his past beliefs. Believe in God. His breath hitches, his golden eye now glowing with an unnatural light, the struggle intensifying within him. Another ragged breath escapes him, a desperate question forming on his lips. Your Majesty? Suddenly, a torrent of dark, bloody energy erupts around him, distorting the very air as he stands silhouetted in a doorway, a crimson glow emanating from his form. The chaotic power swirls and expands, a maelstrom of black and red consuming everything in its path, its raw force palpable. Now fully consumed by the dark energy, Harkon Kingsguard's face is etched with a fierce, almost demonic resolve, his eyes burning with an intense, empowered glow. A sudden, jarring realization strikes, as if the world itself has been thrown into disarray. Amidst the turmoil, Lee Ho-yeol observes a fierce, red-haired warrior, who seems to be leading the charge, his gaze fixed on the unfolding disaster. The battle rages, centered around a critical point, the palace gates themselves. The red-haired warrior, a whirlwind of motion, cuts down the encroaching hordes, cursing the relentless undead bastards as he fights. He shouts urgent commands, his voice echoing over the din of battle, demanding that his forces hurry into the palace to protect the royal family, and to kill the undead to buy precious time. Nearby, Lo laments their dwindling reinforcements, wishing he could summon more Heart Knights to aid their cause. Lee Ho-yeol, observing the red-haired warrior's valiant efforts, remarks that even a lion needs blessings and protection. He then adds, with a hint of weariness, that he has no more tea left to give. Meanwhile, a young woman with orange hair, her face etched with panic, looks back at a small, shadowy creature, uttering a desperate apology. A powerful, unseen blow sends Harkon reeling, blood splattering as he cries out in pain. Surrounded by a crimson aura, he struggles to maintain his footing, shouting for any allies to fall back and escape the danger. Despite the overwhelming force, Harkon stands firm, his resolve unyielding as he remembers the promise he made to his majesty. The chaotic energy of battle fades, replaced by the quiet reverence of the palace, as his thoughts turn to his sovereign. A grand, golden-lit hallway stretches before him, leading to an ornate, closed door. Clad in his knight's armor and flowing white cloak, he stands in the opulent corridor, a silent sentinel. His thoughts are heavy with the news that the commanding general of the demons has been discovered in the northwestern valleys. Facing the grand entrance, Harkon prepares himself, his loyalty absolute. He vows to remain steadfast, ready to kneel and obey if his majesty ever gives the order. A regal figure, draped in a flowing red cloak, gazes downward, her expression somber. She turns her attention to the vast landscape beyond a grand window, the weight of a grave threat heavy on her mind, speaking of the commanding general of the demons. Her voice carries a deep sorrow as she laments the thousands of human lives that will once again be lost to their relentless advance. A cloaked subordinate kneels before her, respectfully addressing her as, Your Majesty. The demons had appeared, the narration explains, and with their arrival, the explorers had simply vanished. Her crimson cloak shimmers with an ethereal glow, particles of light dancing around her as she stands resolute. As if the vanishing explorers weren't enough, the mage's tower, which had been diligently investigating the matter, was also brought down one day, its ruins a stark testament to the overwhelming power of the enemy. The situation grew increasingly dire, with terrified civilians huddling together in fear. A woman, clutching a child, cries out in desperation, Enough! The people of the nation had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a desolate landscape bathed in an ominous red glow. A searing, crimson energy pulsed through the air, a stark reminder of the overwhelming power that had swept them away. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear. As the Majesty stood before a grand window, her gaze distant and troubled, pondering how such a catastrophe could have come to pass. She had prayed to the gods every night for guidance, but her pleas had gone unanswered, not even a whisper in return. Her expression remained stoic, but the weight of her people's suffering pressed heavily upon her. Above a desolate landscape under a bruised, twilight sky, the question echoed in her mind. Had God also vanished? Turning slightly, she addressed the knight behind her, asking, What do you think, Harkon? The knight, standing steadfastly behind her, could only reflect her despair, muttering, Has God abandoned us? Her loyal knight addresses her, his voice filled with concern. He insists that the demons are the sole cause of their suffering, proclaiming that God has not abandoned them, but that the demons are merely blocking their path to the divine. With renewed resolve, Harkon declares his intention. They will go and defeat the commanding general of the demons, and thereby open up the path to God once more. But the Majesty, her face etched with profound sorrow, offers no reply. She finally speaks, her voice hollow, confessing to Harkon that she no longer believes in God. Her Majesty looks at Harkon, a faint, melancholic smile gracing her lips. As she softly assures him, I do believe in you. Harkon, his expression grim, stands ready for battle, when suddenly, a thunderous impact echoes through the air, as he unleashes a devastating strike, tearing through the monstrous forms before him, his weapon a whirlwind of destruction, leaving only ruin in its wake. With a fierce roar, Harkon rallies his forces, charge forward. An enemy soldier cries out, blood splattering from his mouth as he's overwhelmed by the relentless assault. The battle rages, and Harkon, the Kingsguard, carves a path through the monstrous horde, his allies shouting encouragement, reminding him that his majesty is waiting. Even as blood splatters across their shields, the soldiers hold their ground, refusing to fall. Harkon continues his furious advance, a whirlwind of steel and crimson energy. He stands as a bulwark against the tide, the commanding general, his presence unwavering. One of the demonic generals, a horned figure with gray skin, reels back, a glowing wound blossoming on his chest from Harkon's strike. Despite the injury, a furious thought flashes through the demon's mind, if he could just get rid of him. But Harkon gives no quarter, bringing his weapon down with brutal force, crushing another foe. His eyes blaze with a fierce, red light, a primal roar escaping his lips, promising death to his enemies. The demon general, enraged, screams his intent to kill. Too late, he snarls, confident in his impending victory, but Harkon Kingsguard's expression remains resolute. Before the demon general can land his blow, a swift, unseen force slices across his hand, drawing blood. Harkon unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, a powerful surge erupting around him, the azure light expanding to form an impenetrable shield of pure mana. The energy continues to surge, enveloping him completely. As he stands, a beacon of power, his armor now glowing with the fierce blue aura. The demon general recoils, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, demanding to know what this power is. A guttural cry of pain escapes the demon general, his face contorted in agony as Harkon Kingsguard's overwhelming blue energy washes over him, leaving him to gasp, "No," while the knight stands resolute, still enveloped in the vibrant, crackling aura of his power. The demon general can only manage a choked in as the blue energy intensifies, momentarily blinding everything in its wake. Then, with a sudden, disorienting shift, the scene changes entirely, replaced by the murmuring sounds of a modern city street, where onlookers snap photos of something unseen. The towering glass and steel of skyscrapers now dominate the view, as Lo, still clad in his full armor, finds himself inexplicably standing on a busy sidewalk. Wigang and Liho Yeol appear beside him, equally disoriented, as Wigang asks, "Where?" The demon general coughs, blood splattering from his mouth as the overwhelming blue energy of Harkon Kingsguard continues to tear through him, his body failing. Suddenly, a voice cries out in disbelief, as Wigang and Liho Yeol find themselves in an entirely different place, surrounded by unfamiliar structures, wondering if they have somehow crossed over. Back in the chaos, the demon general, battered and bleeding, desperately thinks only of returning to his majesty, his resolve unwavering even as his form crumbles. His arm, torn and bleeding, is barely visible amidst the swirling dark energies and crimson splatters. Through the pain and destruction, his singular focus remains on his majesty. The very fabric of reality begins to tear, as a vortex of deep red energy erupts. This chaotic force then shifts, transforming into a blinding burst of blue and white light. Finally, the energy coalesces into a vibrant purple and pink explosion, marked by a distinct symbol, signaling the completion of the dimensional shift. As the light fades, Wigang looks up, still surrounded by the lingering glow of the strange new world he now inhabits. A blinding surge of purple and white energy erupts, swirling with chaotic power around a figure, its intensity threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The raw magical force pulses outward, a maelstrom of light and destruction. Amidst the cataclysm, Harkon's face contorts in anguish and desperation, his eyes wide with a terrible realization. He reaches out a gauntlet hand, a silent plea escaping him. "I've been waiting all this time to return to Her Majesty." His hand, now stained with blood, trembles as he questions, "But have I arrived too late?" As the Majesty falls through the swirling purple energy, Harkon lunges forward, crying out, "Please forgive me for being late, Your Majesty." He strains to reach her, his entire being focused on the falling monarch, a desperate protector in a world gone mad. Then, a surge of dark, fiery power erupts from him, a declaration echoing through the chaos. "I, Harkon." His eyes now glow with an ominous red light, his face etched with fierce determination as a demonic aura flares around him, signaling a profound and terrifying transformation. A maelstrom of vibrant pink and red energy erupts, distorting the very air around it, intensifying with a blood-like splatter effect as it pulses outward. From within the chaos, a voice echoes with fierce devotion, pledging to become a sword and slaughter all enemies for Her Majesty. Watching the terrifying display, Liho Yeol's eyes widen in shock, a blue aura of his own power flaring around him in response to the overwhelming energy. A gasp escapes him as he calls out, "Harkon." The chaotic energy continues to surge, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. Harkon Kingsguard's form distorts, enveloped by the crimson power, his transformation reaching its painful crescendo. Now fully transformed, his eyes glowing red with demonic power, Harkon stands resolute, his voice ringing out with an unwavering oath. "You said you'd be my sword and slaughter all enemies, Your Majesty." A crimson energy surges, crackling with raw power, as Harkon's voice rings out with unwavering conviction. Engulfed in the fiery aura, he declares his absolute loyalty. His armored form glows with the intense magic, a testament to his unwavering vow. He promises to become a sword, a slaughterer of all enemies for His Majesty. The declaration sends a jolt through Liho Yeol, his eyes widening in disbelief and shock. A gasp escapes him as he utters the name, Harkon. Suddenly, a powerful surge of red energy erupts from his own form, a guttural sound accompanying its violent manifestation. The destructive aura distorts the very space around him, reflecting the turmoil within. Engulfed in a violent crimson aura, Liho Yeol struggles, a pained groan escaping him as the memory of a promise echoes in his mind. The destructive energy around him flares, distorting the very air, as he continues to fight against the overwhelming force within. Crimson tendrils of power lash out from his form, tearing at the space around him with violent intensity. Nearby, two onlookers stare in shock, one asking if he is all right, the other questioning what is happening to him. The blonde-haired man reaches out, shouting a warning, while the orange-haired woman demands silence amidst the escalating disturbance. Harkon Kingsguard watches the scene unfold, a grim thought crossing his mind about the possibility of possession. The red energy continues to swirl around Liho Yeol, his suit jacket rippling under the immense, uncontrolled power. Harkon Kingsguard observes the escalating chaos, his thoughts racing as he recognizes the anomaly as a sign of progress, a status abnormality that must be contained. He knows the domination must be dealt with before it spreads and becomes dependent on him, as a wave of raw, crimson energy erupts, distorting the very air of the Grand Hall. The surge intensifies, manifesting around a bloodstained sword that glows with an ominous red light. An unnamed white-haired figure watches, his eyes wide with alarm, as the destructive power continues to spread. A sudden burst of energy rips through the air, accompanied by a silent cry of distress. The white-haired observer recoils, blood splattering around him as the force of the surge impacts his vicinity. Amidst the chaos, a hulking, red-skinned demonic figure lunges forward, its glowing red fist striking with immense power. Another figure, with fiery red hair, cries out in desperation, calling Li Ho Yeol's name, wondering if he is all right. Engulfed in the uncontrolled power, Li Ho Yeol screams, his eyes now glowing a furious red, blood streaking his face as his hair darkens with crimson energy. As the uncontrolled energy surge continues to ripple through the space, a white-haired figure clutches their head, their eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light, clearly overwhelmed by the chaotic power. Nearby, a red-haired individual lets out a small, questioning sound, caught off guard by the sudden escalation. Meanwhile, the newly manifested demon general looms large, its red skin and muscular form radiating menace, a silent promise of impending doom. From a safer distance, Harkon Kingsguard watches the chaos unfold, muttering to himself about Li Ho Yeol's overwhelming power, acknowledging that only he could wield such a force, yet also expressing concern over his displeasure. Wigang, his face etched with worry, agrees with Harkon's assessment, wondering aloud what they should do in this dire situation. The demon general's presence continues to dominate the space, a silent threat that makes one's life flash before their eyes. Wigang, now visibly shaken, exclaims in terror that his own life flashed before his eyes, grateful for the intervention of Nam Cheonshur. Without warning, the demon general lunges, striking the majesty with brutal force, sending her cloak and body flying from the impact, as Harkon Kingsguard watches on, unable to intervene. The force of the attack continues to propel her through the air, her form a blur against the chaotic energy. A voice of desperation cuts through the haze, pleading for the captain to awaken, as Harkon Kingsguard lies injured, blood staining his face. The sharp clang of steel echoes, as a bloody blade strikes nearby, a harsh impact jarring his senses. His eyes snap open, filled with urgency, as he cries out, "We need to return to His Majesty together, don't we?" A pained groan escapes him, the weight of his injuries and the situation pressing down. Then, with a sudden surge of anger, he barks, "Shut up." His gaze fixes on the shadowy forms coalescing before him, their red eyes burning in the gloom as he challenges, "How dare you dirty demons speak of His Majesty?" The shadowy figures writhe, their forms becoming more distinct, surrounded by an ominous red energy. More of the dark entities emerge from the depths, their presence a growing tide of malevolence. A blonde-haired knight, standing among the demonic forms, challenges him, "Demons? Is that what you're calling us right now, Captain?" Two figures, clad in gleaming white and gold armor, announce their presence with a chilling declaration. Wreathed in a furious crimson aura, Jessica, a blonde knight, raises her sword, her voice laced with challenge. Her form radiating malevolent power, she holds her aggressive stance, ready to strike. With a surge of dark energy, a crimson spear of light erupts, tearing through the air. Jessica follows, her sword arcing with the same ominous red glow, a sweeping strike aimed at an unseen target. As the assault continues, Enoch's armored foot glows with the same malevolent power, his voice cutting through the chaos. Li Ho Yeol's eyes widen in sudden alarm, caught off guard by the intensity of the attack. He stares at the radiating crimson, a chilling realization dawning on him about the nature of that light. Jessica continues her relentless assault, unleashing a massive, energy-infused strike that engulfs the area in a blinding red glow. He finds himself caught in a devastating crossfire, as Jessica and Enoch unleash a combined, crimson energy attack that rips through the very air around him. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes through the chaos, warning of an even greater threat descending from above. A torrent of malevolent red and purple energy streaks down from the sky, impacting the ground with explosive force and sending debris flying in every direction. Lo and Wigang watch in horror as the destructive power unfolds, their faces etched with alarm as they brace for impact. The force of the blast tears through Lo's defenses, leaving him bleeding and his armor shattered. From the swirling vortex of energy, the demon general descends, his form wreathed in the same destructive aura that just ravaged the ground. He continues his rapid descent, a harbinger of utter devastation. With a final, explosive surge, the demon general unleashes a massive wave of crimson energy, engulfing everything in its path. The demon general unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, the destructive force expanding and tearing through the very fabric of the world. Debris erupts violently from the ground, as the devastating impact continues to spread, shattering the earth and sending massive chunks of rock flying. The red energy consumes everything in its path, leaving a trail of utter devastation in its wake as he stands amidst the chaos. Caught in the lingering destructive aura, Lo cries out, his body racked with pain. The demon general then moves with terrifying speed, leaving a crimson streak behind him. A guttural cry escapes the demon general as a fierce pink and purple aura erupts around him, signaling the continuation of his devastating assault. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters as the energy field rapidly expands, consuming everything in its path. With a thunderous impact, the destructive force engulfs the immediate surroundings. The raw power continues to tear through the landscape, leaving only ruin in its wake. At the heart of a swirling vortex of energy and debris, he stands as the epicenter of utter devastation. As the immediate impact subsides with a final, echoing roar, the ground is left shattered, and lingering magical particles drift through the air. Amidst the newly formed wasteland, the demon general stands, his cape billowing, his gaze fixed on a new, unseen target. The last vestiges of his immense power dissipate around him, leaving him poised and ready. His red eyes glow with fierce determination, a silent roar of power emanating from his very being. The demon general's power erupted, a violent burst of red and purple energy tearing through the air, expanding rapidly as it consumed everything in its path, reaching a terrifying crescendo of destructive force. A blinding white flash momentarily engulfed the landscape, leaving only silence in its wake. As the dust began to settle, the devastation became clear, with countless figures buried beneath the newly formed rubble, their forms barely visible amidst the shattered earth. The ground itself had been ripped apart, leaving behind a chaotic landscape of broken stone. Amidst the destruction, Jessica White stood, her eyes wide with shock as she looked down at Lo, who lay injured on the ground, barely able to speak. He could only manage a weak, "I just fell," as she cried out, "Okay." From the surrounding debris, desperate coughs and pleas for help echoed, with one voice crying out, "Help! Over here! I'm stuck under a rock." And another, "Help! Any healers?" Before a final, urgent plea for Dame Jessica. Amidst the devastation, Lo kneels beside Enoch, who lies gravely injured on the ground, confirming his own condition, but expressing concern for his fallen comrade. His gaze hardening, Lo curses the insane monster Harkon, recognizing the sheer, inhuman scale of the disaster he has wrought. Nearby, another knight, Traymin, stands amidst the rubble, calling out to check on someone else before confirming his own well-being. Blood streaks across his face as he touches a wound near his temple. But his eyes, though weary, burn with an unyielding resolve. Other knights, including a pink-haired and an orange-haired warrior, stand ready, their expressions grim as they survey the damage. The Majesty herself watches with a worried gaze, her concern palpable. Suddenly, a rustling sound draws attention, and a small figure reacts with a surprised gasp. Wigang, standing with Lo, echoes the sentiment, his eyes wide with astonishment. As if materializing from thin air, a gauntlet hand emerges, crackling with vibrant purple energy. The mystical aura around it intensifies, pulsing with raw force. A swift, almost imperceptible motion follows, leaving trails of shimmering particles in its wake. The hand then closes around a small, glowing crystal, its light reflecting off the armored figure nearby, who can only utter a stunned, "How?" With a solid thud, armored boots connect with the uneven ground. A voice cries out in disbelief, "Human," as the figure completes his arrival with an unusual hand gesture. Both Lo and Wigang stare, their faces etched with profound surprise, witnessing the sudden manifestation. The event sends ripples through unseen observers, with many exclaiming about the sheer power and coolness of Li Ho Yeol's actions. Standing tall, his silver hair framing a face of intense focus, Li Ho Yeol's eyes glow a fierce red as he holds up a hand, a silent declaration of his presence and power. A peculiar stance, almost a "please don't hit me" pose, is struck. Lo stares, speechless, at the unfolding spectacle. Wigang, startled, demands to know what he is witnessing. Li Ho Yeol holds his hand up, a calm, almost dismissive gesture. A voice wonders how his presence can be so clear, so distinct. He stands amidst a swirling, crimson aura, dark energy radiating from him. The power emanates from him, a force that seems to belong within the glimmering eyes of demons. His gaze remains steady, unfazed by the immense power he wields. "Dunno, man," he replies casually, his words a stark contrast to the overwhelming display. Confusion ripples through the onlookers, as Lo questions the nature of the power they are witnessing, wondering if it stems from a demon. Before any answers can be given, a new, formidable presence emerges, radiating the demonic energy of an exorcism ritual skill, a knight with a bloodied sword appearing ready to strike. The knight, Nam Taemin, issues a chilling demand, commanding his target to reveal their identity or face immediate death. Li Ho Yeol, under the direct threat, considers his predicament, realizing he must speak to avoid a fatal confrontation. A soft sigh escapes him, a subtle expression of his internal state. Then, his eyes snap open, a new resolve hardening his gaze. He looks forward, ready to face whatever comes next, his composure unwavering. Meanwhile, Wigang is shown slumped on the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from Li Ho Yeol, his mind reeling from the shock of what has transpired. Li Ho Yeol glances down at the unconscious pink-haired knight, another victim of his uncontrolled aura. Still struggling under the immense pressure, Wigang tries to force out an answer. As Wigang strains, Nam Taemin's voice cuts through the air, his words laced with a challenge. The knight, surrounded by a crimson aura, dismisses the struggle, his patience clearly at an end. With a surge of power, he declares his intent to strike, his form crackling with destructive energy. But before he can complete his threat, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the chaos, halting his momentum. Liho Yeol extends a hand, a gesture of quiet command. He stands amidst the swirling particles of energy, his expression utterly serene. Nam Taemin, caught off guard, can only stare, his aggressive posture momentarily frozen. Nearby, the pink-haired knight, still affected by the ambient power, voices her confusion, struggling to understand the unfolding events. Nam Taemin's eye narrows, his mind racing with a single, pressing question. Is Liho Yeol trying to tempt him, or is there something else entirely at play? As if in answer, Liho Yeol stands perfectly still, a soft, ethereal glow beginning to emanate from his form. The very ground beneath his feet cracking under the subtle pressure of his awakening power. His entire body becoming a beacon of pure, white energy. A hand rises, shimmering with concentrated light particles, the air around it humming with raw magical force. Nam Taemin's eyes widen in disbelief, his composure finally shattering at the overwhelming display. Even Harkon Kingsguard, the seasoned knight, can only stare, his mouth agape in stunned silence. A hand carefully holds a shimmering brooch, its surface flashing with light. As the artifact pulses, emitting tiny, glowing particles into the air. A group of armored knights stands in a grand hall, their attention fixed on the artifact, which they recognize as having been bestowed upon the mage's tower. Understanding that it must be returned to Her Majesty, as it belongs to the royal family. As the knights declare their loyalty, pledging to be his sword, Liho Yeol stands amidst them, his form radiating a powerful, ethereal glow. A knight's armored hand grips a sword, its blade stained with the remnants of past battles. One of them questions, Sir Hoyle? In a different setting, Wigang stares at Liho Yeol, a look of disbelief on his face as he wonders if he has truly returned. While Liho Yeol, calm and composed, thinks to himself that he knew Wigang would eventually see the truth, silently assuring him that he holds no weapons and is a friend. As Wigang recoils in disgust from a drawing of a figure with the words, "Let's be friends" above it, Liho Yeol continues to sketch, seemingly oblivious to the other's reaction. A clear sound of distaste escapes him, as if something truly foul has crossed his path. Meanwhile, Liho Yeol receives a system notification. His proficiency in exorcism ritual has reached its maximum. The system then prompts him, asking if he wishes to activate the exorcism ritual. As he considers the option, his skill rank immediately goes up to level 2, and a new feature is added, making him wonder what it could be. Wigang's expression shifts from disgust to alarm, his eyes widening in sudden apprehension. A faint glow emanates from Liho Yeol's arm, a subtle sign of the power now coursing through him. But before he can fully grasp his new abilities, a system warning blares, urging him to look out as a menacing red aura engulfs the space around him. He spins around, startled, as the system confirms the attack. He has been struck by a demon general. A sudden, unseen force slams into Liho Yeol, dark, jagged energy and blood-red effects exploding around him as the impact sends a shockwave through his body. His face contorts in agony, the pain searing through him as the chaotic energy continues to engulf his form. Amidst the assault, a single, bewildered thought escapes him. Huh? A sudden, sharp exclamation escapes Lo, his blonde hair whipping with the force of his surprise. While Harkon Kingsguard grimaces, his expression etched with deep concern. The urgency in Lo's voice intensifies, a string of exclamations conveying his growing alarm. As he shouts a desperate warning, his words echoing with a crimson glow, "Sir Hoyle, look out!" Before he can react, Liho Yeol is suddenly engulfed, a torrent of dark, red energy erupting around him, catching him completely off guard. He stares in bewildered confusion, the crimson aura swirling violently as the attack continues its relentless assault. The dark power impacts him directly, his face contorting in pain as blood-like splatters erupt from the force. Still enveloped in the malevolent glow, he can only utter a confused sound, unable to comprehend the sudden, brutal assault. Engulfed by the sudden, dark energy, Liho Yeol finds himself adrift in a void, faint red lines tracing through the oppressive darkness. Within this unsettling space, a regal, dark-skinned figure sits upon a throne, radiating an aura of potent purple energy. His own form now clad in black, Liho Yeol questions the reality of his surroundings, his eyes glowing with an inner light as he wonders if he is truly within his own mind, or if this mysterious entity is somehow responsible. A fleeting memory or projection surfaces, showing him in his usual attire alongside Wigang, who seems to be speaking to him. The vision shifts, focusing on a single, glowing red eye, as a voice echoes, identifying the entity as one of the 7 deadly sins. The dark entity's face is revealed in stark detail, its glowing purple eyes and intricate facial markings emphasizing its otherworldly power. A mournful declaration escapes the entity's lips, claiming its sole desire was to protect its kingdom and its precious possessions. As the purple energy intensifies, Li Ho Yeol stands over a pained Wigang, both caught in the overwhelming force of the vision. In a distant past, or perhaps a forgotten realm, there existed the Yusra kingdom, where the land and sea were both bountiful, and the entire territory was filled with life. The very air shimmered with sparkling jewels, and the people loved each other, living in peace and happiness. But then, one day, a stranger appeared on the beach, his arrival marking a turning point. The kingdom's people cared for this foreigner, welcoming him into their fold. They sent him back, after treating him with the utmost care, believing they had shown him the best they could offer. But what they received in return for their kindness was a devastating invasion. The vision continued, showing a heavily armored figure standing triumphantly over a bound, helpless individual, flames engulfing the surroundings. The invader cruelly lifted another captive by their hair. As the victim lamented, "My people did not know how to fight." The armored figures trampled through the grand archways of the kingdom, leaving destruction in their wake, having utterly devastated everything. As the betrayer's silhouette walked away from the ruins, a haunting question echoed. What was the reason for this? A voice from the past pleaded. If you wanted the jewels, we would have shared them with you. But the invader merely scoffed, a cruel laugh escaping him. Share them? I could have them all if I just steal them. His form now radiating a dark power, glowing chains coiling around him. The betrayer's true nature was revealed, asking with cold indifference, so why share? The vision deepens, a swirling vortex of dark energy and faint, scattered particles enveloping the senses. From the heart of the maelstrom, the dark-haired invader emerges, his form wreathed in crackling pink and purple energy, a menacing silhouette against the void. The chaotic energy pulses, painting the darkness with streaks of crimson, a prelude to his declaration. Surrounded by a vibrant purple aura, the invader raises a hand, his voice resonating with absolute conviction, proclaiming, I'll take it all. His back to the viewer, the invader's form is now outlined by a cool, electric blue glow, the power within him surging. His sharp, red eyes burn with an unyielding hunger as he reiterates, it's mine. The invader's voice rises to a fever pitch, his declaration echoing with possessive fury. And no one else's, but mine. Li Ho Yeol watches, his expression grim, as the vision continues to unfold. His final words hang in the air, a chilling testament to his ambition. This island, this ocean, this sky. As the vision fades, the scene shifts dramatically to a vibrant, tropical landscape, revealing Wigang and Li Ho Yeol standing together, observing the southern treasure island, part of the Yusra archipelago. The Yusra archipelago, a place rumored to be a treasure trove of riches and rare slaves, now lay before them. A sharp retort escapes him, as he dismisses the dramatic pronouncements of his foe over what he considers mere pocket change. He declares he can no longer tolerate the enemy's words. As the demon general, a figure of imposing darkness, asserts his dominion. Li Ho Yeol, however, counters with a declaration of his own, stating that all material wealth is ultimately meaningless. His hand moves to his chest, while the general vows to teach him that the only true theft is of one's pride, leaving Li Ho Yeol to ponder his words. His eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, the demon general unleashes a devastating attack. The impact ripples through the air, a powerful force threatening to shatter everything in its path. Yet, Li Ho Yeol's gaze remains unwavering, his eyes glowing with an intense, focused resolve. As energy crackles around him, he prepares his own countermove. Moving with swift precision, he channels his power. From behind, Wigang calls out in alarm, wondering if Li Ho Yeol is unharmed after the demon's sudden assault. Meanwhile, the grand palace of the Yusra archipelago begins to glow with an ethereal blue light. Li Ho Yeol's hand, now radiating a brilliant blue aura, reaches out, ready to unleash its power. His target is clear, the very foundation of the palace. Li Ho Yeol, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, channels an immense surge of power, determined to interfere with the demon general's plans. The blue energy around him intensifies, swirling with incredible force, a tiny fraction of his true power manifesting. Then, with a blinding flash, the concentrated energy expands outwards, a devastating wave of pure force. It slams into the foundation of the Yusra archipelago's palace, shattering stone and sending massive chunks of debris flying. The destructive force continues to tear through the structure, engulfing it in a maelstrom of blue light and crumbling masonry. As the energy finally dissipates, a cloud of dust and smoke rises from the devastated site. Miles away, in a desolate, rocky landscape, Wigang stares up at the distant impact, uttering a shocked gasp at the sight of the palace. Beside him, Nam Taemin's eyes are wide with disbelief, barely able to articulate the unbelievable event unfolding before them. Meanwhile, an unknown young man, watching the events unfold on his laptop, reacts with wide-eyed astonishment to the sheer scale of the destruction. The Yusra archipelago's palace, once a symbol of opulence, now buckles and tears apart, its grand facade collapsing under the immense force of the attack. Massive chunks of stone and debris rain down, as the structure continues its agonizing descent into ruin. From a distance, Nam Taemin and Wigang watch in stunned silence, the sheer scale of the devastation leaving them speechless. The armored knight can only stammer, uttering that the one responsible is nothing short of a complete monster. Amidst the vast, fractured landscape of what was once a grand palace, Liho Yeol stands alone, a solitary figure at the heart of his own destructive power. The air still shimmers with residual energy, confirming the utter annihilation of the structure. Moments later, Wigang is by his side, as Liho Yeol leans back, utterly drained, admitting that his mana nearly gave out and he needs to rest. Meanwhile, a dark, clawed hand clenches as the demon general commands Greed to come forth, questioning the futility of such destruction. He observes a golden, ornate structure, perhaps a symbol of the very wealth now destroyed, and muses on how pointless such riches truly are. The gruesome aftermath of the palace's destruction lays bare, with fallen soldiers scattered amidst the rubble, their faces frozen in silent screams. Each lifeless gaze seems to echo a chilling question. See how your soldiers have sacrificed themselves to protect you. From a distant, rocky perch, the demon general surveys the devastation, his voice dripping with contempt as he questions, "How can you call yourself a ruler?" Golden debris, once part of a magnificent structure, now lies shattered and scattered, a testament to the immense power that brought it all down. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy aura erupts around the demon general, clawed tendrils of red energy lashing out as his eyes glow with malevolent light, his voice a guttural snarl. "You dare!" The shadowy form grows, twisting into a monstrous visage with multiple glowing red eyes, a chilling scream tearing through the air. Now a towering, demonic entity, he looms over the broken landscape, the terrified populace scattering like ants beneath his colossal form. But then, a defiant voice cuts through the chaos, as Liho Yeol steps forward, his own eyes glowing with fierce red energy. "You dare destroy my palace, my wealth." The demon general's shadowy aura swirls violently in response, multiple red eyes piercing the darkness as he declares, "You dare challenge me, greed of the 7 deadly sins?" The demon general roars, his voice echoing with disbelief. "You a human?" His monstrous form, now a towering mass of shadowy energy and crimson wings, descends upon the battlefield, pinning Liho Yeol beneath its oppressive aura as he struggles against the overwhelming force. A vortex of dark power swirls within the creature's gaping maw, as it declares its intent to consume all, unleashing a devastating attack that causes a debilitating status abnormality. "I'll swallow you all up." Amidst the chaos, a determined mage with fiery orange hair rallies her allies, urging them to endure and buff their defenses. The monstrous entity then turns its attention to a small, blue-haired figure and her soldiers, threatening to devour them all. The childlike figure gasps, unable to breathe, overwhelmed by the sheer power, realizing she couldn't even resist for a moment. All the while, the chilling presence of the cardinal sin, Greed, watches over the unfolding devastation. The monstrous demon general, his form wreathed in shadowy energy and his eyes burning crimson, declares his intent to transform all into undead, ensuring their eternal servitude to his wealth. Nam Taemin, witnessing the horror, cries out in desperate refusal, his hand tightening around the bloodied hilt of his sword, ready to fight to the bitter end. The demon general, however, dismisses their resistance, believing their judgment impaired and their ability to hold back long gone. His jaw clenching with grim determination. From his form, tendrils of vibrant purple energy begin to erupt, drawing the attention of the assembled armored figures who look up in awe and anticipation. Among them Wigang, his own gaze fixed upwards with unwavering resolve. As the new energy flared, the demon general recoiled, a guttural sound escaping him, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, a group of armored figures, including Wigang, watched the unfolding confrontation, their expressions a mix of anticipation and awe. At the center of it all, Liho Yeol stood firm, a vibrant purple aura now swirling around him, a stark contrast to the darkness he faced. The demon general, surrounded by his shadowy minions, demanded an explanation, his voice laced with fury as he questioned how anyone could break free from his mind domination. With a monstrous shadow manifesting behind him, the demon general declared his true nature, proclaiming himself one of the legendary 7 deadly sins. But Liho Yeol remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering, a silent challenge in his golden brown eyes. He countered the boast directly, stating that the demon general was neither greed nor a cardinal sin, having activated the exorcism ritual skill by offering the Vampire Count's Orb, a powerful ability that prevents status abnormalities for allies and allows him to invite a chosen demon into his mind. His silver-white hair flares with an intense, ethereal glow, as Liho Yeol clutches a pulsating red orb, commanding it to awaken. "Wake up, last." A blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a thunderous impact, signaling the arrival of the king of the Yusra kingdom. Dark, swirling energy, punctuated by ominous eye-like forms, billows forth with another powerful surge, causing the demon general's monstrous maw to gape in startled disbelief. Liho Yeol's golden brown eyes now glow with a fierce purple light, as he holds the orb, now patterned like a miniature world, and declares his intent to the demon. "It's time to correct your mistakes." But the demon general's voice echoes with mocking laughter. "Kuaha," as if, his monstrous form intensifying, ready to defy the challenge. As the demon general unleashes a devastating attack, a monstrous eye glares, confident that such a move would be easy to dodge. But Li Ho Yeol, observing the unfolding power, simply acknowledges the display, deciding it has gone on long enough. His own power surges, black hair bristling with energy as his eyes glow a fierce purple, blue tendrils of magic swirling around him. The demon general, meanwhile, is lost in a moment of reflection, the memory of his fallen palace haunting him. But Li Ho Yeol shows no mercy, unleashing a devastating counterattack with a single word, a torrent of blue energy clashing violently with the demon general's red aura. He accuses his foe of betrayal, his voice resonating with the raw power of his attack. The demon general retaliates with a desperate burst of red energy, a desperate attempt to push back the overwhelming force. But Li Ho Yeol's power consumes him, dark, swirling energy engulfing the monstrous figure. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion of blue light and debris, Li Ho Yeol stands tall, the sole figure remaining in the aftermath of his devastating assault. The residual magical energy from the cataclysmic clash swirled and dissipated, leaving behind a faint, ethereal haze. Watching the spectacle unfold, two observers could only stare in wide-eyed horror, their faces contorted in disbelief. Another figure, equally stunned, could barely process the overwhelming display of power. On the shattered ground below, dark liquid splattered, a grim testament to the force of the impact. The demon general, utterly defeated, plummeted through the air, his monstrous form broken and falling. The woman, clutching her head in terror, cried out that Li Ho Yeol's power was beyond control. Meanwhile, the orange-haired man intently watched his device, its screen glowing with critical information. Suddenly, a column of brilliant blue energy surged upwards, prompting a bewildered question about its mysterious source. Standing amidst the swirling power, Li Ho Yeol emerged, transformed, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light and intricate patterns radiating across his form. From the swirling, crimson remnants of the cardinal sin, a new presence begins to coalesce and emerge. As the defeated demon general plummets into the abyss, a figure lies prone on the shattered earth, stirring from an impossible return. His eyes, glowing with a faint red light, dart around the unfamiliar landscape, a single question forming in his mind. Clutching his chest, Wigang struggles to comprehend his situation, wondering how he could possibly be alive after sacrificing himself with the cardinal sin. Meanwhile, Li Ho Yeol stands amidst a cascade of system notifications, his eyes glowing with an intense electric blue as he continues to level up at an astonishing rate. The overwhelming influx of power and information leaves him detached from his surroundings, unable to process any external sounds.